Oh my god. Late box. Look how late the guy is. Fuck this cunt. Twat. Fanny. Asshole. Okay. You guys are so impatient. One day, I'm just gonna leave the stream on for like an hour before I actually go live. I just want to see the react. I want to see what happens, you know? I want to see what chat does when I just do that. Okay. Okay. Hassan finally got him. Hey. Oh, I was supposed to reply to him about something. Whoops. Whoops. I see I've started my first fight with Syrian girl. Let's see what she well, taken my first shot. We'll see if she says anything. Apparently she's I can't get over how popular this Twitter account is. She's actually a really popular Twitter account. I'm like, what the? She's so dumb though. I don't think I've ever seen someone so blatantly fucking stupid to the point that she's posted pictures and videos of people taking shelter in Assad, Syria, from Assad forces attacks, even though and claimed it was happening in Gaza, even though she supports Assad. It's like the fuck. It's insane. But, you know, Twitter, eh? I just wonder who her followers are. I wonder what percentage or proportion of them are actually like socialists or just Syrian Assad, like other Middle Eastern Assad defenders, or yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Oh, restreaming and chat integration. Oh, okay. I got some suggestions. Okay. That same shirt. Eh? I don't know. I don't think so. That's yeah, that post is insane though. Like the thing is like this picture. Did you announce on Discord? Hang on. Oh, hi Tommy. How's it going? 1 second. Every time Learner Box is on my screen, your wife says, "Hey, it's Hassan." Well, that's just racism. That's all that is. I'm sorry that happened to you. That you're married to a racist, but hey, happens to the best of us. Damn. Okay. Hang on. You can easily tell with the head side difference. Yeah, you can totally. Okay. Heck. God, it's weird. When I used to send these announcements in Discord, it was like, "Oh, are you sure you want to send this announcement to 300 people?" And now it's like 700. I'm like, "Well, yeah, I do. I want to interrupt all 700 of the fucks, the idiots." Okay. Did you get your bracers like I told you? What braces, you mean? No. No, I did not. Right, let me see. It looks like that Vouch video is the best performing one on my live channel ever? I think it's the best performing one ever. Look at it. It's crazy, chat. Absolutely insane. Unheard of. Look at it. Whoa. Do you know internet historian alt-right? I mean, I've heard the rumors. I don't know why people think that, but apparently I know he's a plagiarist. I know he lost like 20k subs. Does this mean you have to become a Welsh arbiter now? No. I'm my own dude. I'm my own wanker. God damn it. Imagine the height you could have reached with a bit more spice. I don't know. It's weird when I have to, like, I don't know why. I don't know why I would be more fucking, like, deliberately spicy when, like, just for no reason. Like, if it's not authentic, like, if it's not an authentic response, I don't know why I would do that. I don't like that idea. Apparently, this fucking whatever podcast is going on the DGG big screen. I just don't think I've ever been so bored or, like, uninterested in a show. This whatever podcast is horseshit,
Soup Chat
right?
100, YouTube takes 30. If you
Like,
donate 100, Streamlabs only
this
takes
guy
30.
is just, he's so boring.
Whatever. Link is in the description.
He's so boring. I don't know why, like, how that, yeah, fuck it. No, not for me. Not for me. I don't even think Dustin wanted to go onto that show. I think he was complaining about it once. This is this is funny though. I told myself I wouldn't watch this. I told myself I wouldn't watch this, but I watched the first 10 seconds. It's just, yeah, I think DK picked the right bits. Destiny divorced, all abuse, cheating, and more in messy break. These fucking thumbnails though. More happy with her bull. What the fuck, man? DK is actually, god damn it. I've always said that if DK ever made like a combative thumbnail about me, I'd probably just cry and quit. I don't know. But the first, the intro to this video is really funny.
Desperate. Chad! Chad! Something's happened with Destiny and you... Chad! Chad! Oh, I don't understand how
it just summarizes my experience so well. I feel like he knows me. I feel like it speaks to me, that reaction.
Earth, you think you can make polyamory work? You know, I feel like we're missing the hatred of women aspect to this, you know? Allegedly, this guy apparently said, if you don't leave Destiny, I'm gonna top myself, which is kind of Giga Chad.
Wow. That's all the coverage I need, to be honest. Isn't it? Mm-hmm. More? No. That topic is all downhill from there, okay? That's all we needed. Imagine how you're going to make polyamory work. Uh-oh. I don't know. I don't think that's really an indictment of polyamory. Do people not realize that people in relationships meet other people and leave their partners for them all the time? Like, just because you put up a little fucking fence doesn't make that impossible, you know? If the only thing holding your relationship together is that your partner is forbidden from fucking seeing other people, that's probably not a good thing to hold. I don't know. Base take on the recent drama. This is just me grumbling because I'm showing people how to go to failure, or what it looks like when you're going to failure on a curl, okay? 1K likes. Jesus Christ, man. What an evil clip. Whew. Okay. Okay. What a... Sorry, I shouldn't eat when I just start the stream. It's really rude. But fuck you guys. Where is the YouTube plagiarism is pearl clutching? Why? It's just regular old plagiarism. It sure is more exciting than all the people who are like, oh my god, you plagiarized this song because it's uses the same 3 chords that my song uses, even though my song uses the same 3 chords as 18 other songs. Like, it's just so, oh god. This is so much more interesting. I remember one of the first plagiarism cases I saw was Joe Satriani complaining that fucking Coldplay had plagiarized them. Even though the Satriani version is so shit. It was so shit. It was just some stupid fucking guitar lead. And the Coldplay version was like a little bit similar. And it was, oh my god. Viva la vida. Yeah. He won that case though. Yeah, I know. Oh wait, did he win the case? It did sound like it might have come from it, yeah. Yeah, it was like it was a pretty similar melody, yeah. But I'm just like, are they really appealing to the same audiences? I feel like the world's a better place for the Coldplay song existing, right? Because I'd have never heard that melody if it just came from Satriani. It was called If I Could Fly, yeah. Yeah, sometimes someone has a good idea and you make it better. Fuck them. Yeah. There was this song by Tame Impala on the second album. It's really good. Like, it's a really good hook and like a good fucking chord progression and everything. But the song just ends so abruptly, out of nowhere, at like 2.5 minutes in. I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna steal this tune and make it and like finish it basically. um and I thought that was based. Apparently Frogan said something that was supposedly, but I couldn't see because it was okay. Let's see. A friend of mine called to cancel their monthly donation to Planned Parenthood after the statement, and the operator said, "Thank you for your support in Hamas," and hung up on them. Wait, what? Someone canceled their donation to Planned Parenthood. Oh, because Planned Parenthood made this statement. And the operator said, "Thank you for your support of Hamas." Oh no. Wait, what's the statement? On October 7th, Hamas unleashed a brutal attack in Israel, killing over 1,000 civilians, sexually assaulting women and girls, kidnapping over 200 people, many of whom remain captive. Planned Parenthood unequivocally condemns the atrocities committed by Hamas and rape as an act of war in any conflict. Our work is rooted in ensuring that healthcare is accessible to all and creating a world where people, families, and communities survive and thrive. We believe that all people should have a right to bodily autonomy, freedom from violence, including sexual assault, and the right to humanitarian aid during times of war and crisis. Those values hold true whether those families live in the US or abroad, in Israel or Gaza. I love Tame Impala, but it was one of the most deceiving live shows I've ever seen. Is that because he can't sing live? I don't know what you mean by that. Second album or third? No, the song was, it was called Under Toi, the second song of the second album. And it's one of my favorite tunes, but it's not finished. It doesn't sound like a finished song. It just ends out of fucking nowhere. And like, I'm like, okay. You know, if someone's not gonna finish it, I'll finish it. Fuck you. So I did my own version that kind of starts a bit like his one, and then it goes into like a middle section that's like out of nowhere, that's very different, and then it goes back to the like closing the first thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's like it's a little, it's not, it's noticeably similar, but yeah. They had to restart multiple songs during the show. Was that recent? That kind of been recent. Oh. Can we hear your version? Maybe at some point in the stream. Okay. They have the most pretentious hipster fan base. I know. Oh yeah. The war against Hamas in Gaza has now killed thousands of Palestinian civilians, including many women and children, and resulted in a humanitarian crisis in which the people of Gaza lack access to much needed healthcare, food, water, and other aid. We believe that reproductive and maternal healthcare is a human right and must be provided at all times, including during periods of violence and war. Now is the time to stand together against hate in all its forms. Planned Parenthood. Oh god, I remember. Sorry, remember when Tame Impala's third album came out? This is before their fans were like. This is before they were mainstream, basically. And there was this group. There was this band up from fucking Germany that was hanging out with us, and we went back to this flat, and they insisted on playing through the entire new Tame Impala album, Currents, and every single one of them and all their friends was in a denim jacket. I've just never seen so much denim in one room. Wow. Yeah, anyway. Just like 10, 15 fucking denim jackets. Like, the fuck? We believe that reproductive and... Okay, now is the time to stand together against hate in all its forms. Planned Parenthood patients and supporters with loved ones in Israel and Gaza are traumatized and grieving, while also experiencing rising hate and intolerance toward Jewish and Muslim communities in America. As the fighting in Gaza continues, we call for all parties to protect civilians, especially women and children, and to forcefully condemn anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in the United States and around the globe. What the fuck is wrong with this statement, bro? I thought Frogan didn't support Hamas. 45k. Oh my god. The fuck? Thank you for your support of Hamas. What did they say? They didn't call it genocide. Is there anything in the replies? I can't even fucking read them, man. Wow. Okay. It's also like, what are the chances that just didn't happen? We don't know what the person said to Planned Parenthood. And we also don't know whether Planned Parenthood actually said that. It's just... Okay. Right. It's also a base statement. It's the most fucking inoffensive statement I've ever heard. It's a statement that has of an organization that has a good PR team. I don't know. What's your debate power level? I don't know. I think I need to improve. Who knows? I think I need to focus my points better. US steps up criticism of Israel's military offensive in Gaza. All right, let's go. Let's see what Biden's got to say. Biden!
Washington has stepped up its criticism of the way Israel is carrying out its military offensive in Gaza. The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken said there is a gap between promises to protect civilians and what is happening on the ground. Israel maintains that it's taking steps to minimize harm. The UN's top aid official has said there's no longer any meaningful humanitarian operation in southern Gaza.
Hey, we have doubling up again. Nice one. Beautiful. Thanks for the sub.
But officials say there are promising signs that an Israeli border crossing, Karem Shalom, could soon be open to improve the flow of aid. It comes as new...
Oh, I know why as well this time. Hang on. I know why. Never mind, I'll figure it out. Okay.
Images appear to show dozens of Palestinian men stripped to their underwear with their hands tied behind their back.
Hey, Ranton. How's it going?
Being held by Israel Defense Forces. These images are at the beginning of Jeremy Bowen's report. A warning, you may find them disturbing.
Video emerged this afternoon of Palestinian men taken for interrogation. BBC staff recognized the town of Beit Lahia in northern Gaza, and we've geolocated the video there too. Palestinian diplomats said these were savage images, evoking humanity's darkest times. The Israeli army said only that suspects were being interrogated. Posts on social media said the men had been sheltering with their families at a UN school and that others were killed during the Israeli raid. In this photo, the men have been moved to another location, which we have not been able to verify. One of the captives, Dia Al-Khalout, is a journalist. He was forced to leave his disabled daughter, according to the newspaper he works for in London. Earlier, at Israel's parliament, a prominent government supporter told me that only Israeli forces can control Gaza, not the independent Palestine the Americans want.
I think that when we talk about two-state solutions, we are using 3 words and 3 lies. It's not two, it's not a state, it's definitely not a solution.
So what's the answer? An everlasting occupation?
First, occupation is not the word.
This is Smotrich's party, isn't it? Religious Zionist.
One cannot occupy its own land. Israel is not an occupier in Israel because that's the land of Israel.
So what about Gaza?
Again,
That's the land of Israel?
land of Israel, you cannot be occupying it. We're not occupying it from anyone.
In Gaza,
Jesus Christ, bro. Colonizer mindset. Holy fuck. That guy needs to settle the cock down. Jesus.
the civilians are lost in the rubble of Israeli strikes. So far, the world is not close to controlling the powerful, chaotic forces unleashed by...
The next question should be then, is like, okay, why are they not citizens? So why don't you give them citizenship if it's your land, you fucking asshole? Oh,
this
God.
war.
I wonder, I'll bet you if people call Israel apartheid, like, that guy probably likes that, right? Because it's just, that's the only, I mean, I know he doesn't, because he thinks that, like, he thinks it's all justified, but fuck me. Like, that guy is basically just like, how would that guy beat the apartheid allegations? I don't get that.
The UN Secretary General, saying international peace and security is in jeopardy, is demanding an immediate ceasefire. A Palestinian leader told me that the US and UK must not veto the next ceasefire resolution.
The United States of America and Britain now has the key. If they oppose a resolution about immediate ceasefire, they will not be complicit only with this aggression. They will be a participant in these war crimes. They have to approve the ceasefire immediately, because what is at stake is the life of 2.3 million people now. Half of them are children.
Without a political solution, this conflict will go on when, if, Israel declares victory in Gaza.
Okay.
The war will not have a neat ending. Two opposing forces are at work here. On the one hand, pressure for a ceasefire. On the other, the determination of the Americans and the British to give Israel the time it needs to achieve its objectives. And one Western diplomat I talked to was thinking about perhaps another month. Now, the UN Secretary General wants to hurry that process up by putting pressure on them and also shaming them into taking...
If they pass a resolution for a ceasefire, will that do anything? If the UN pass a resolution? No. What? Like, you mean like 242? I don't know. Of course not. I'm pretty sure 194 gets passed like all the time in the UN. And that's the one that Israel's never going to concede to. So, probably not.
Taking action sooner. As Gaza's food queues get longer, the UN says it cannot run a dependable humanitarian operation. With hungry people jumping warehouse
The
fences...
Security Council, could they push a ceasefire if they all voted for it? Even then, if the Security Council passed a vote for a ceasefire, how would they enforce it? Who's on the UN? Where's the list of Security Council members? It's not that big, is it? 5 permanent members: China, France, Russia, United Kingdom, and USA. 10 non-permanent members. I mean, yeah, what could they do? Like, they could all vote for it, but what would they do after? They'd have to put like and they'd have to enforce it.
years. Israel says world peace requires Gaza's liberation from Hamas, and that will take force. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, earlier we mentioned that the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, issued a new warning.
They would sanction Israel. Yeah, probably. But I don't know if that's going to enforce a ceasefire. I think it's a noble cause to try and push for a ceasefire, but it's not going to happen. They're not going to get all the way to the south of Gaza, occupying Khan Yunis, and you've got what's next is just Rafah, right? The big, as far as like populated areas go, they're not just going to get that far and be like, all right, let's turn around, Hamas, rebuild. Good luck. Yeah, it's fuck it. It's pretty sad, but it's like I just don't think they're gonna stop. I think I'm unfortunately on the fucking Andrew Neil train with that when he's just saying like, yeah, you can call for a ceasefire, but like what? Like,
Loner box.
they're not doing it.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
At Loner Box, honestly, I have no idea why Israel doesn't have a plan after the fighting. Will they watch over elections where only their accepted candidates/parties run? Like WTF, they need good exit plan.
Okay. Wait. Sorry. I didn't even read it. Thanks for €10, Distump. Really appreciate that. I have no idea why Israel doesn't have a plan after the fighting. I don't know how normal it is. Like, did people have a plan in 1944, like against the fucking like German? Like, as far as any war, do people tend to have a plan for like the end of the war, or do they just focus on winning the war and then plan later? Because when you win a war, you like a war like this, is you occupy the place and then you probably figure out what to do afterwards, right? Iraq war had a plan. Not a good one. The plan that Israel has now, so far, is I think they said they want to get rid of Hamas. They want to put a buffer zone in between the Palestinian side of Gaza and Israel. Who enforces that buffer zone, they don't know. And then after that, they want to de-radicalize Gaza. It's like, okay. Interesting. By the way, I've told people in the Israel-Palestine channel in the Discord, especially Chaki, that if they want to argue with people in the Discord, like on the stream, if they want to actually debate people in the VC, if they get too frustrated with just the typing, they're allowed to. You guys are allowed to. If you guys want to debate like each other in the Discord, you're allowed to bring it to me and do it here instead, right? Just so you guys know. Because I know that fucking David guy wants to argue all the time. It's like, well, yeah, go into the fucking Israel-Palestine channel, or I guess it's called Lego Fortnite now for some reason. Well, I know why, but yeah, I don't know. Just go in and say like, just like invite, like, basically do the whole, do you want to hop on stream? But it's my stream. Yeah, you can do that.
To Israel about a gap between intent and results to protect civilians in Gaza. Here's what he had to say.
As we stand here almost a week into this campaign in the South after the end of the humanitarian pause, it is imperative, it remains imperative that Israel put a premium on civilian protection. And there does remain a gap between exactly what I said when I was there, the intent.
I don't argue with people in Discord, only streamers. That's not true though, David. You fucking argued with that guy on Destiny stream, didn't you? What's his face? Axhole. You argued with him. You argue, fuck you.
To protect civilians and the actual results that we're seeing.
That's what I mean. On stream, as in you can get them from the Discord and get them on stream. Wow.
On the ground.
Well, we can go live
now. That's like your listening skills when I said that Israel's acceptance of civilian casualties is much higher than coalition forces against ISIS. And you were like, yeah, it's a little, Lonerbuck said it's a little bit higher. Fucking hell. Oh, never forget.
Now to our Gaza correspondent, Rushdie Abu-Alouf, who's currently in Istanbul, Rushdie, just bring us up to date. What are we hearing about the fighting that's been happening overnight in Gaza?
The fighting has been intensified in two different areas. The first one is in the north. It's Jabalia refugee camp. It's the biggest refugee camp in the entire of Gaza Strip. Out of 8 camps, Jabalia is the biggest. About
Look, the
250,000
article
people
that said
used to
that.
live in the camp. Many of them, or hundreds of thousands of them, will left the area. But according to the local authority run by Hamas, there about 100,000 people are still in the camp. Most of them now they live in UN and government school. They are taking.
It's even in the headline. It's even in the headline. The Jabalia strike indicates that the IDF's tolerance for civilian casualties is multiples greater than that of the US and the ISIS war. Multiples. I guess multiple sounds like little. A little, multiple, a multiple. All right, I'll put this in stream chat. Okay, I've milked that for a bit too long.
Taking the UN school as shelter. The humanitarian situation is really.
Your VODs are gone from the channel. What? Hang on. Maybe the editor has taken liberties and changed it to members only. In which case, Queen. Haha. Haha. Let me see.
Very serious in the north, since none of the aid that come from Egypt into Gaza Strip is reaching the north, because the Israeli tanks, we understand from sources there, are surrounding the camp from the four direction. The access in and out of the camp is completely shut. All of the hospitals inside the camp are out of service.
I think stream VODs are still there. I don't. Huh.
Service, except very small clinic run by the Palestinian Red Crescent. And we just heard from a journalist who was one of the very few.
Is it because the playlist is unlisted, but the playlist should be public, I think, but the videos are unlisted. Okay.
Remaining inside the camp, he said that for about 3 hours there was very heavy bombardment around the camp and in the camp city center. Another video he shared in social media showing a huge destruction in a mosque and a building in the camp city center. Also, he said that the Israeli tanks are firing gas and smoke bombs inside the shelters, where thousands of Palestinians are taking the UN school as shelters. Again, the communication with the northern Gaza is almost impossible, and very few people who still having Israeli SIM cards are able to send some of the picture, but it's very hard to verify some of the footage that been sent, and some of the information are getting from the camp. But it seems that the situation is very tense in Jabalia camp. This morning also about 4 or 5 airstrikes in Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is the second biggest city in the southern part of Gaza, where also the Israeli tanks are advancing towards the Khan Yunis city from east and from north. We understand that there was some movement for the tanks on the northern part of Khan Yunis, and also the humanitarian situation is also very difficult in Khan Yunis, with hundreds of thousands of people are taking Khan Yunis as a shelter. They, back before the ceasefire, they were told by the Israeli army to leave their homes in the north and go to Khan Yunis. And now the focus of the Israeli operation is in Khan Yunis. So very confusing for the people. They don't know where to go. Some of them, they went to the western part, and some of them, they are now far south in Rafah city near the border with Egypt.
Thank you very much, Rushdie Abu Alouf, our correspondent, our Gaza correspondent, who's now in Istanbul. Thank you for joining us. Well, we can go live to Jerusalem and our correspondent there, Yolande Nell. Yolande, thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the Kerem Shalom crossing, because Israel says it's going to open this crossing that it has into the Gaza Strip. Just how significant would this development be?
Well, it's really hoped that this will streamline the movement of aid.
Hang on. Where is that crossing? This is one that's been closed for years and years and years, I think. Kerem Shalom crossing. Kerem Shalom, sorry. where these crossings just look so underwhelming. Like, look at the that's what it looks like. The fuck. I guess there's a buffer zone in between, but damn, it's just a little gate with a couple of dudes, and yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, this one, the corner. Okay, I see. All right. Does that mean? Oh, this is to get supplies through, right? And I think Israel controls this one. Fuel for the Gaza power plant. Okay. All right.
Aid from Egypt into Gaza, where of course people now are desperately short on basic supplies. And what we've seen since the breakdown of that truce 1 week ago is really the number of lorries dropping from about 200 lorry loads of aid going into Gaza each day down to fewer than 100. And so the UN, Egypt, others have been calling really for weeks for Israel to open its Kerem Shalom crossing, at least for the screening of goods to take place, the security checks which Israel demands. The Kerem Shalom crossing is where, prior to the war in Gaza, most of the supplies that went into the Gaza Strip each day, hundreds of lorry loads of supplies, were going in. And so it is really customised for those inspections to take place. So we understand this development is due to take effect within days, and it's something that Washington has really been demanding, has been negotiating for weeks.
Thank you very much. That's our correspondent there, Yolande Nell in Jerusalem. Thanks for joining us.
Bro, I love these little. I don't. While I appreciate hbomb efforts, the fact remains that 90% of YouTubing/podcasting is reading from Wikipedia, white papers from the Center for American Progress. Stormfront? How many YouTubers are using fucking Stormfront? Without attribution. What he ignores is that adding, well, that happened, is transformative. The best YouTube has to offer is a guy watching those things instead of reading the Wikipedia on stream. At least that way it's more visually stimulating. I wonder why Hassan is talking about Destiny so much now. Why is he doing that? Because that's who he's talking about. Of course, like... Oof. Like, it's funny because even though I watch Hassan like a little bit, I also just don't know that much about what his community's saying. Maybe if what I see in the DGG Reddit is true, it probably means that Hassan is probably Hassan might have been getting a bunch of messages from people saying that they've left him to watch other streamers, one of whom would most likely be Destiny. I feel like that's maybe what's happened. Of course, Mike from PA is watching Israel's Assassination Factory. Okay. I can't be fucked watching that. Apparently, yeah, no, I can't be fucked watching that. It looks like Noah Samson has dipped his toes into researched videos with a bunch of references in the fucking comment section and talking about the war and shit. I think he's going over that AI targeting article that everyone's talking about. Whatever. But good for him, you know? Stepping things up. Let's see. Why is this link not working? I had a link that I wanted to watch. And it's not cocking working. Okay, this is the link. All right. Twitch. Why won't... Is the clip just gone? What is this? Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Hassan has been sub 20k for weeks now. So imagine being sub 20k. Okay. Cringe. Cuck. Why am I sub 1k? That's the real embarrassment right now. I think it's because I'm going to be at this crossroads now where it's like, keep on talking about what I want to talk about, which is Israel-Palestine, or become content-brained and move on to the next trend. All your viewers are still sleeping. 2024 election spike close. No one gives a fuck about my opinion on America, though, because I'm Scottish, right? They're right not to give a fuck. Why should they? The Vanguard. Pac-Man whines after get. These guys followed me on Twitter. I wonder if they want a conversation. Maybe. I wouldn't mind talking to them because they seem... They're called the Vanguard, you know? What's not to like? What could go wrong? Right, let me see. I need to find this. Where did I see this? There was a clip. I didn't even see what was in it. I just wanted to watch it. Oh, I saw the thing as well. Remember I spoke about the... What was I saying? Why did I just completely forget what I was saying? Probably because I'm dumb fuck. All right, hang on. I need to find... God. There was a Hassan clip that for some reason, I sent it to myself on Facebook. Okay? And I was like, I don't know, I can't remember watching it, so I don't know what it's about. But I remembered I wanted to watch it on stream. And now I'm looking for it, because I know I saw it on the Destiny subreddit. And all I'm seeing is... fuck me. Every single one of these. Jesus! Huh? But if I keep scrolling, I'll find what I'm looking for, right? Lauren Southern? Okay. Maybe I should fight with her again. I feel like there was good content in fighting Lauren Southern that no one ever saw. That debate that I had with her is just gone. It's wiped off the face of the earth. Fuck. Come on! There must be a... Bro, these guys are obsessed. Parasociality. Oh, God! I'm not getting it. Not getting it. Alright, whatever. We do a little memeing. I know, eh? Maybe try one more time. Hang on. Thanks for streaming. I had a horrible day at work and stream is comfy to listen to while driving my commute in pitch black winter evening. Yeah, that sucks, doesn't it? Driving home in winter, fucking... Control F, what you're looking for? I can't remember what I'm looking for. I forgot. Wait, what's this? Is this going to show me it? No. That's, like, for some reason, this link I sent myself just isn't the thing. Those Vanguard guys tried to shut in Dylan due to his Ukraine React video with Hassan. They didn't even watch Dylan's video. Wow. But that's just normal, isn't it? Isn't that just how you, if you're like a Marxist-Leninist or whatever the fuck those guys are, like a revolutionary socialist, yeah, that's what you do. You make comments without knowing anything. That's what you do. It's just so normal. What's wrong with that? Based. Oh, was it maybe... Oh. Was it Hassan goes mask off on an Israeli chatter? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I never said that. You made that assertion because you come in here and you think, oh, this guy is pro-Hamas.
Whoops. I was actually in some of the kibbutzim, not that it matters, but the consistent shelling, is an attempt to derail the convo. Baby in the oven, houses were burned to the core while people still inside. Do you object that? Oh, okay.
I'm going to catch him. I'm going to catch him on a lie or something.
Oh, wait. Israeli bot. Mossad got their agents in chat. Chatter IDF.
Go defend your fucking country by killing.
Well, wait, what? IDF have to go hard on the digital Hasbara because they know they get wrecked on the ground by Al-Qassam. What? Why? This person, bro, this person loves dead Arabs. That's the only explanation for why they would say that. What the fuck do they think is happening? Why do they still... Why do they think it's like... Why do they think this is still helping? Like, after all this? The IDF are down in fucking Han Yunis. Look how... That's really far down, bro. On the one hand, apparently they're like genociding a bunch of men in their pants, but it's like... Also... The fuck? All right.
Go defend your fucking country by killing. Go defend your fucking country by killing some children. Okay? How about you do that instead? Instead of fucking typing away in my chat. You sick fuck.
What did the person say? What did they say?
I never said that.
Baby in the oven, but houses were burned. Do you know that? Houses were burned to the core. I was in some of the kibbutzim, not that it matters, but the constant shell. Oh, is it because Hassan's saying not that it matters? Oh, the consistent shelling one-off occasion. Oh, okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. Interesting. The oven was false. Apparently, I haven't seen that story. The kid in the oven. I know people were set on fire, but I don't know, like, I don't know about the oven story or whatever. Sure, I'm not going to commit to it. Ugh. Anyway, former Israeli army general on civilian deaths in Gaza. This video is quite long, actually. Let's see. Is the US taking a firmer tone? It seems, maybe.
I'm Ben Fazulin. Welcome. More than 2 months of war between Israel and Hamas have passed, and the death toll continues to rise. Health officials in the Hamas-run Gaza Strip say over 17,000 people have died in the fighting, mainly civilians. That's stoking international calls for a ceasefire. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called on Israel to prioritize the protection of civilian life, again underscoring Washington's position on the war.
As we stand here almost a week into this campaign, and
it's a parody of the Palestinian boy that was thrown in the oven decades ago. I know there's the story about, is it Deir Yassin? It's one of the massacres where a dad was like apparently forced to throw his kid into the oven. Yeah, and then they threw him in afterwards. Yeah, but I don't know whether that also happened on October 7th. I know on October 7th there was like a mother and her child tied together and then set on fire. I saw that picture of the bodies.
The South after the end of the humanitarian pause. It is imperative, it remains imperative that Israel put a premium on civilian protection. And there does remain a gap between exactly what I said when I was there, the intent to protect civilians, and the actual results that we're seeing on the ground.
And let's go over to Tanya Kramer in Jerusalem. Blinken's strongest public criticism of Israel's conduct of the war on Hamas. The reaction there?
Well, we've heard over the past weeks there's more and more pressure by the United States and more pushback, to do more to protect Palestinians, by the civilian population in Gaza. Now, Israel has said for many weeks as well that they're blaming basically Hamas, that they are using civilians as a human shield, and they are saying, the military here, that they're doing a lot to protect civilians, to tell them to evacuate certain areas, to give them corridors to move. They also published a map, detailing, splitting up Gaza in hundreds of little districts. But I talked to people in Gaza on the phone, as we as journalists cannot go there. They're telling me this is very confusing. We have to understand that over an estimated number of 1.8 million people out of the 2.2 million residents in Gaza, they have been displaced. They all moved, many of them moved to the south. And of course now the ground operation also being expanded to the south, people simply have no place to go anymore to be safe. There's no safe area. That's what they are telling me. And even if there are evacuation calls to go to certain areas, there's still also airstrikes on other areas. So people are saying if there's no call for a full ceasefire, there's no safety and security for them in Gaza at the moment.
And Tanya, on the humanitarian front, we've heard that Israel's setting up a second checkpoint for trucks bringing aid to Gaza. How is that going to help?
Well, there's talk about the opening, or at least the partially opening of the Kerem Shalom crossing. Now, the beginning of the war, Israel had closed both of its crossings that are going into Gaza. So one is in the north, that's the Erez crossing. This is only for people to cross in and out. This one is closed. And there was also the Kerem Shalom crossing in the south, which has also been closed. This is where, before the war, usually goods were going in and out. Right now, aid is only coming.
Mom, can I have Hassan? Mom, we have Hassan at home watching Loner Box. Thanks for the 1790 shekels, Teb. You disgusting cuck bastard. Go defend your country by killing babies with bombs. You genocidal piece of shit. You have no dignity in your soul. Anyway, okay.
In through the Rafah crossing with Egypt. So there has been talk, there's no time frame given if this will actually happen, that the crossing, the Kerem Shalom crossing, could help with the screening and, the security mechanisms that Israel wants to see in place. But the other problem, actually, it's not just the crossings. What we're hearing from humanitarian organizations, from the United Nations, is actually right now the distribution of humanitarian aid coming into Gaza, because as there's heavy fighting reported also in the south, so most of the trucks that are coming in, and there are not that many coming in, but those are coming in, they cannot reach the middle areas or the northern part, or even in the south. It's quite limited what we are hearing from the United Nations. And we had the Under General Secretary Martin Griffiths saying that we do not have a humanitarian operation in southern Gaza that you can call a humanitarian operation. I'm paraphrasing here anymore, because this is very difficult now to get the humanitarian aid to people there.
And Tanya, you mentioned the fighting in the south. What is the military situation right now for Israel?
Well, Israel is pushing ahead with its ground operation. There's still fighting going on, also, of course, in the northern area of the Gaza Strip. But there's a lot of focus now on the south, especially on the city of Khan Yunis, where Israel is saying that they assume part of the Hamas leadership might be in that area. It's also the hometown of Yahya Sinwar, the Hamas leader, who is seen by Israel as the main architect of the October 7th terrorist attacks. So most of a lot of focus is on the southern area at the moment.
I'm just waiting to see the fucking "we got him" moment with that guy. I don't know. Because that's what God.
With bombardment, air bombardment, and ground operations, focusing also now on the whole of the Gaza Strip.
Tanya, thank you very much for the update. Our correspondent in Jerusalem. Our correspondent Tanya Kramer in Jerusalem, and we'll talk to the Red Cross in a moment in Gaza. First, Israel says it will not let up in its drive to eliminate Hamas, considered a terrorist group by numerous countries. Here's more on the fighting in the south of the territory and the dire humanitarian situation.
Physical and emotional trauma continue to rain down on the Palestinian people of Gaza. And despite Israel declaring some areas to be safe zones, airstrikes are a constant threat.
We are with children, old people, and women. I beg you not to bomb us.
You smarmy, cuck bastard.
She and her family are among the 1.8 million people who are internally displaced. That's 80% of the population. Places to seek shelter are ever shrinking. Those who are able to escape bombings with their lives are barely living at all. Food, water, and other basics are scarce.
We came here, and as you see, there is no shelter, no tent, nothing, and even water. There are no toilets. Look at our children, how they look. There is no place to shower them. Today there were fights with people because of a small place. We cannot set up tents, nor can we cover our children.
This is the Mawasi camp in southern Gaza. The Israeli military has designated it as a safe zone, but there's no aid. It's undeveloped land where already desperate people are living in squalid conditions. And strikes in Rafah near the Egyptian border have sown fear in those who have fled their homes to seek safety in the city's camp. Despite international calls for a ceasefire,
how can Lonerbox watch this when his friends with people who are for the bombings? Because the alternative to the bombings still isn't good, right? I don't agree with it, but I don't agree with the bombings, but the alternative to it is what? Like, they fuck off, and then what happens to the hostages? Nothing, like, or Hamas. Like, it's just Hamas wins. If the bombing stops right now, Hamas basically wins. Like, to them, a win is they keep hostages and get to exchange more of them or whatever, and they get to rebuild and try it to return again. So, and obviously, Palestinian statehood never happens as long as Hamas still exists. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there are disagreements that can be had there, unfortunately. The thing is that there's just like, you're watching these videos now, but and you can support the ceasefire, and I agree with you. It's just like, it's not like black and white at the same time. It's not like the ceasefire like solves anything. It's just, it brings like breathing space maybe to think of something better, but I don't know what's better. Like, anyway.
ceasefire, heavy urban combat intensifies.
We're in the midst of persistent fighting along the entire strip. We are advancing in stages of combat, eliminating terrorists, including senior commanders hiding in underground tunnels, and also destroying terrorist infrastructure.
The UN has warned that Gaza is teetering on a humanitarian catastrophe, with hospitals unable to care for the injured and the growing threat of disease sweeping through refugee camps.
Stephen Ryan is a rapid deployment coordinator at the International...
Didn't Hamas say they're ready to release all the hostages when the ceasefire ended? I don't think it's possible to call a victory for... I don't know about that, but Maybe. I don't think it's possible to call it a victory for Hamas given the damage done to Gaza. Well, I mean, Hezbollah and Lebanon got damaged a lot more than the IDF did in 2006, but no, it was a victory for Hezbollah because Israel didn't achieve their goal. Israel gave themselves the goal to get rid of Hamas, and if they don't do that, then that is a victory for Hamas. It's also it's a massive propaganda victory. They're gonna have no problem recruiting a whole bunch of fucking orphans and shit like that afterwards. And then what? Then it's just like back to business as usual. Just rebuild the tunnels, rebuild weapons, arm up again. Like, go quiet for a few years, try again later. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is there.
Committee for the Red Cross and joins us from southern Gaza. How dire is the situation for civilians as the focus of fighting extends to the entire strip?
Well, thank you for having me on this morning, firstly. And as your listeners will have just seen and heard, the situation in Gaza is indescribable. The conditions that civilians are facing, the loss of life that continues to happen, and the extreme challenges that organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, are facing in bringing aid in to Gaza and being able to distribute it safely. Under the current conditions, we've reached the limit of humanitarian action in an environment like this.
Stephen, with 1.8 million people displaced, how many people does that mean you can actually...
If your goal is killing me but you leave me crippled, it's not a win for me that you didn't achieve your goal. Again, it's a bit different in war, okay? I'm sorry. It's a bit different in a war. Everyone sees Israel in 2006 as a loss. It was a humiliating loss. And it was a huge W for Hezbollah, even though they sustained a fuck ton more damage. 1 million Lebanese people got displaced, 2,000 killed. Israel didn't suffer that many casualties. They didn't suffer that much loss, like as far as military equipment and shit like that. It was a loss because they didn't achieve their goal. It was a win for Hezbollah because they grew off of it. Yeah. So I think it's a bit different in these circumstances. Garrett Langer, do you think with a 199? Thanks very much. Do you think Israel is targeting civilians? I don't think we have evidence of that. No. I think they're targeting very loosely, but I don't think they're being like they're using that AI model to be like, let's find some random houses that don't have Hamas in them and just have families and let's take them out. No, I don't think that's how they're doing it. No. What I probably more worried, I'm not worried. I'm not like, it's not so much the airstrikes. Okay. The problem with the airstrikes is that they just have a very, very, high level of acceptance for collateral damage. The problem with the thing I'd be more worried about is soldiers on the ground. Soldiers on the ground who lost people on October 7th or knew people who lost people on October 7th, going in there, being fucking completely wired, having seen the videos of people celebrating when that girl's body was taken into Gaza and spat on and celebrated by that crowd. Soldiers on the ground with that stuff in their heads, that's quite scary. Because I don't think, I think it's quite easy to imagine soldiers just not giving a fuck about who they're hitting. And maybe even just taking some liberties and taking out some civilians out of fucking rage, like, because I don't really know it did, like 1,200 people can't have that many relatives. Israel's a small country. Israel's a very small country. And lots of people serve in the IDF. So yeah, it's very, very it's not even to mention, again, it's like knowing people who lost people as well. And also knowing that those people were killed, even if you don't know anyone, it's being a soldier and knowing that those people were killed for being part of your group. Being Jewish and knowing that, like, this is what they would have done to you as well. Like, yeah, like, soldiers going in and doing, and with that in their minds is pretty fucking grim. Yeah. The chances of rogue soldiers is very low in the IDF. This isn't Russia. I don't know, though. I know that, like, in Kasled, I think, like, 400 soldiers were investigated and maybe, like, one was reprimanded. I don't know. Again, it's not a mystery that Israel's mentality is, like, if you fuck us, we'll fuck you 10 times harder. Like, that's their mentality, okay? Like, I don't... So,
reach if you've already reached your limits?
Well,
that's not rogue soldiers being mad. That's policy. No, that's not a policy of targeting civilians. You can have your military targets that are embedded in civilian infrastructure and just make your own calculations about military advantage to collateral damage and just be like, yeah, there's a lot of collateral damage here, but, you know, tunnel, so bang, bang. That's not policy of targeting civilians. Like, I'm sorry. That's just not. The difference between targeting civilians as policy and what Israel's doing is actually it's huge. Okay, fuck. Unless, like, there's been any proof outside of, like, Amnesty International saying, yeah, this happened because some houses got hit that weren't Hamas, that didn't have Hamas targets in them. Which, again, that can be explained by bad intelligence, by recklessness, by disregard. Again, it's like... So...
These sorts of conditions, one of the things that we need
That's not
absolutely
policy.
is a greater degree of aid to be able to enter the Gaza Strip. Right now, many people are without food, water. As you've seen, people are without shelter. People are without sanitation facilities.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know as well. You guys love to do this with the apartheid stuff and whatever the fuck else. Even Bet Salem said this. Even Bet Salem said that, like, there's just no indication that Israel targets civilians as a matter of policy. That's not the argument. Like, you can make that argument if you want, but it's like, I don't know why the fuck you would make that argument when you have better arguments that aren't on the flimsiest of fucking ground. I don't know why you would do that.
And these conditions are absolutely inhumane. But along with additional aid coming in, while some aid is trickling in, there's a need for more, but there's also the need to be able to distribute it safely and to make sure that we're able to do this in an organized way. In these current conditions, while people are fleeing fighting from wherever they can go to wherever they can at least imagine that they might be safe, this makes humanitarian operations extremely difficult. Certainly, we have great challenges in getting the relief into Gaza, but the security conditions on the ground are not conducive to being able to provide humanitarian assistance. And this is utterly unacceptable.
How are you managing to stay safe and keep your own people safe while trying to help the people of Gaza?
Well, certainly the ICRC is continuing its activities on the ground with the limited resources that we have. In particular, our activities are focused on health. We're supporting hospitals here, and we have a medical surgical team who are providing assistance and operations and surgeries to people that have been wounded by the fighting. But these hospitals are overwhelmed. In recent days, I was visiting one of these hospitals, and they're full of people, jam-packed. I don't think that your viewers can possibly imagine that these places of safety and refuge are also places where hundreds of people are treated each day due to wounds that are caused by the ongoing fighting. In addition, people are struggling because many diseases are at risk of breaking out. People are very simple things like illnesses related to the cooling weather, related to the unsanitary conditions. And this is making it very difficult for them to access medical care because the number of people affected by the fighting continues to be extremely large. Our teams are doing their best that they can right now here in Gaza, but it's not going to be enough. We need much, much more access, and we need much more safety to be able to do our work.
And what about another truce? I mean, that helped the humanitarian situation somewhat recently. Do you expect any help from the UN Security Council when it votes later today on a push for a ceasefire?
Well, certainly our view is that this recent pause in the fighting was a moment of respite for people who have been devastated over the past more than 2 months. Anything that brings respite to the civilians who are affected by this conflict is a welcome step. But it's up to the it's up to the people who are at the Security Council, these leaders, to recognize that now we have reached a point where civilians continue to suffer to an unacceptable degree. We, the International Committee of the Red Cross, will remain here in Gaza providing assistance regardless of the outcome of any of these discussions. But right now, what's needed is a recognition that civilians are continuing to suffer deeply.
You're doing an amazing job, Stephen Ryan from the ICRC in southern Gaza. Thank you for being on DW today.
Okay. I'm just gonna get so brain poisoned by this shit. Like, is there any evidence that this happened? That these guys were shot in front of their wives and children? Like, I know that it looks like people are putting it side by side with these black and white photos of fucking World War II massacres. They were put in trucks and taken in horrifying if true. Alburo J Press. Okay. WAP Goblin. Okay. Like what? Why would you trust? I'm not trust. Yeah, of course I don't. Yeah, fuck. It's just that's the thing though. Is like I feel like because you have these stories. Like the evidence is a photograph that looks a bit like photographs that are taken before people are dumped in mass graves. Because it's got that little tilt as well. Like this looks like a ditch that was dug. Like it's just fuck me. It's like. I feel like if you just, how many of these stories it takes before you actually do think Israel is just like the Jewish Reich, you know? It's like, you probably only need like 3 or 4 of them, of this picture to be turned into, first of all, we don't know if these guys were combatants or if they were accomplices or if they were men of fighting age or if they were just civilian. We don't know any of that, right? Then we also, well, we do know that they were not all shot and dumped into here. We do know that didn't happen. But it's like, imagine if you just take that and you extrapolate this and you do that with like 10 stories, one a day. Yeah, you will very quickly just piece all that together. And that's why, again, people get annoyed that I get really pedantic about they sterilized Ethiopian women. And I'm like, well, yeah, because if you take stories like that and, you add those little bits of editorialization and you do that with multiple stories, then yeah, you are very quickly just building a case that isn't real. You remove yourself from reality so quickly with just like a few little additions, like, which are not even little, like, yeah. Men of fighting age just means 15 to 50. I know it does. Well, actually, I think men of fighting age in the Nakba was 10 to 50. Yeah, so, but okay, whatever. That's why, yeah, disinformation, it matters because it very quickly leads you into just adopting these fucking insane priors. Aren't you 55 anyway? Hey, good one, bro. Whoa. Amazing. Oh, sorry, I forgot to read one of these donos. Sad Pepe with the €2. Fuck you, I want my money back. Good luck with that. Send me a strongly worded letter and put it in the form of a super chat. We'll see what happens, you know? Oh, what the fuck is that? Is that my Twitch alert box? Oh, yeah. Let me get rid of that, because I think I don't need it anymore. Right. Because Streamlabs is being really weird. I don't know what's happening in Twitch chat. What's happening over there? There could be people we need to ban. There could be people who need to get banned. Oh, shit. Let me see. The story about Israel sterilizing African Jewish women had me thinking the birth control regimen they used actually caused sterility. No, like it's not even that. I think that contraceptive that they gave does actually have like it's a bit problematic because it has a chance, like a small chance of making you permanently infertile, I think. Even though it is like it's a birth control, it's recognized as a birth control, like bad birth control. But it's like it's not even that. It's that people make it sound like it was government policy, right? Like they were like, we hate Ethiopian Jews so much that that we want to limit all their births to stop them giving birth. And they're like, the fuck? But that's definitely not what happened. That's like miles away. That's like Action T4 shit or weaker genocide shit. But yeah, they didn't do that. That's not what happened. The problem was that it was non-consensual. Yeah, that it wasn't informed consent because of mistranslations in the transit centers. Or like language barriers, right? Yeah. It was negligence, yeah. But then you know what? Those Jews, they got into Israel, they got their citizenship, they stopped getting given those birth control things when people found out what was happening. And now the majority of them voted for Likud. So they're fine, okay? They're all good. They're actually, you know what? Probably some lefties wish they did get sterilized because they vote for Likud now, majority of them. All right. Shall I start watching the hbomb video? I kind of want to. Loner, what the fuck? What did I say? Am I wrong? What? That vid is long. I mean, I can just start watching it and see what happens. Streamlabs is being weird. I don't know why. It's not letting me log in. Why not? Every YouTuber has watched it. Have they? I haven't watched it. $2x and it's not, I'm not watching 2x speed. I'm not a zoomer, sorry. Die in your hair, sorry. Guyana is preparing to defend borders as Venezuela tries to claim oil-rich disputed region. Guyana's president said the country is taking every necessary step to protect itself from Venezuela, which has ordered its state-owned companies to explore and exploit oil and minerals in Guyana's vast and resource-rich Essequibo region that it considers its own, the AP reported on Wednesday. Ali shared similar sentiments in a Tuesday interview with CBS News, explaining that Guyana is preparing to defend the borders with Venezuela, so they remain as they are. When asked if he has requested military assistance, Ali said his government is reaching out to allies and regional partners, some of which Guyana has defense agreements with, to protect the Essequibo region, which makes up 2/3 of the country. Think Guyana is going to go into NATO? Is it possible? Watch the pod. We can watch more of those interviews, I guess, with the guy who interviews Israelis and Palestinians. Maybe? Oh, apparently Biden has said that they want Israel to conclude the war by the end of the year. Damn, that's not that long. They want the war to be over before Christmas. World War I. That's a bad that's a bad harbinger of that phrase, over before Christmas. Oh no. That means it'll be going on for another 4 years. Shit. That seems like a bad incentive. I know, right? Speed it up? Bro. until the end of 2023 to conclude the war. There's no way he said, wait, 3 anonymous officials in Tel Aviv, they said that this has been, what the fuck, man? There's no way, what the, how does that work? Wait, are they just like, I guess they just mean truce, but isn't that kind of a green light for the IDF to just go harder because they don't want to stop with Hamas still there. Speed run it, Jack. That's really scary, actually. What the fuck? Unless there were conditions, weeks to wrap up the fighting. Not been given. Okay, Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner that Washington. Okay, yeah, they've been told they haven't been given a firm deadline to Jerusalem. Okay. A senior Israeli official appears to brush off the prospect. They advised us not to go into Gaza, but we did, the official tells Politico. We went into Gaza because that was the only way we could destroy Hamas and free our hostages. They told us, don't go into the terror tunnels, but if we don't go into the terror tunnels, there's no way we can destroy Hamas. They told us not to go into the hospitals, despite them being used by Hamas as command and control centers, but we went into these hospitals and we did what we needed to do. And we'll do what we need to reach decisive victory. Okay, wow. Okay. Would this be backed by sanctions? I have no idea. Wait, is my editor leaving comments on my YouTube videos? Wait, hang on. Like replying to comments? Let me see. Okay, so she's liking comments. That's fine. Wow, that's an insanely clickbait title and thumbnail for one of the most calm and amicable conversations I've seen about this conflict in recent weeks. Editor here, our alternative idea was Lonerbox and Voss solve the Israeli-Palestine conflict, peace in the Middle East for 10,000 years. So why did you decide to withhold that truth from us? Bro. That was a good title, low-key. Who cares? People who leave comments on YouTube videos are insane. But keep doing it because it's good for the algorithm. Hey, all right. You should start leftovers too. Oh yeah, I'm actually a bit relieved that I finally spoke up about the whole "what did Malcolm X do" thing, because I get replies like this. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna do the streaming my responses to people's comments. 113. If you're not aware of Malcolm X's contribution to the civil rights movement, then you're severely misinformed on the topic. Not only was Malcolm X a big contributor to the civil rights movement, source, what example, but he and the Black Panther Party did a lot of charity work for their community, providing clothes and food to those who needed it in Oakland. Bro, mate, the Black Panther Party was founded after Malcolm X died. Why? And the Black Panther Party didn't even start doing the charity work thing until like 1969. Yeah, Malcolm X dies in what, 65? 64, 65? Then Black Panther Party formed in 66. And then they don't do the charity stuff until 69. This guy, David Nguyen. This guy just mixed. If that was Fred Hampton, this guy's just confused two black people. I don't know. Racist. Nguyen, yeah. I just, again, I should really, I shouldn't reply to the comments, should I? I just, oh. Ooh. Malcolm X founded the Black Panther Party and passed the Civil Rights Act using violence. What? Why won't you say he was a big? Why is he a big contributor? Why? Why? Explain how. That's what I asked. You didn't answer the question, fucker. Link them your video and nothing else. I don't know. I just. Oh God. I'm so. I just need to. I need to correct this person. I need to. But I'm medicated, so I don't need to. I'm not gonna reply to my own comment section on stream. Actually, I'm not gonna do it. If you see something, say something. Oh my God, the red pill sphere must be fucking. Oh God. Ugh. Watch Ask Project now. Okay. Hang on. Oh, this is the podcast with the guy.
So I'm here with...
All right, so we've watched these videos before, right? This is the guy who asks Israelis and Palestinians questions, and they answer it. Okay, that's the guy. Let's watch one example. Let's find a shorter one. Are you angry at the Arab world for how they treat Palestinians? What do you think of Haj Amin al-Husseini? I think a lot of them don't know who he was, right? That's what I've heard so many Palestinians saying, like the only time I like heard from about this guy was from like Ben Shapiro. I feel like they don't, because again, they didn't like he was he got his position through a combination of like a fucking stupid feudal system that was not democratic, and then appointed by the British. It was actually the British who made him the Grand Mufti, I think. So, play the latest video. Is it? No, I don't want to. How many times do we do the fucking genocide question? No, stop. Let's just do this. One's short, okay? Let's watch this one. And subtitles. Okay. They'll be down here.
Do you know who Haj Amin al-Husseini is?
Nope.
No. No?
Haj Amin al-Husseini.
I heard about him, but I don't know.
You don't know anything about him?
No, no, no.
Does she know who Haj Amin al-Husseini is?
حدا بيعرف مين حج الأمين الحسيني؟
No, on the side.
حج أمين الحسيني.
سمعت فيه.
I've heard of him.
بس ما بعرف مين بالضبط. سامع فيه.
I don't know who he is exactly, but I've heard of him. He's someone in history. He's important.
Okay.
حد فيكم سامع مين عن حج أمين الحسيني؟ عم بتدوري عليه هلا على جوجل؟ She's googling.
She's
him.
googling it. Have they ever heard of Haj Amin al-Husseini?
Bethlehem is in West Bank, by the way. Anyway.
عمركم سمعتوا
Jerusalem and Hebron is West Bank.
في
He's in
حج
the West
أمين
Bank.
الحسيني؟
حج أمين حسيني بتاع الأردن حج أمين لا
But he asked if he's Jordanian.
He's Jordanian, yeah.
لا مش سمعت فيه
Okay, no.
No? No one?
No.
Okay. What do you think of Haj Amin al-Husseini?
شو رأيك في الحج أمين الحسيني؟
حج أمين حسيني
So he doesn't know who he is? Okay, he was a imam like 70 years ago.
Fucking this guy's, yeah, he was not an imam.
In Jerusalem.
Okay, كان إمام في القدس قبل 70 سنة.
الحسيني صدقني على
الحج أمين الحسيني.
يعني أنت حكيت هيك اسمه خطر على بالي بس أنا كجيل صغير ما.
So when you said his name that way, Haj Amin Husseini, it kind of rings a bell, but as a younger generation, I don't really know him.
So, what do you think of Haj Amin al Husseini?
Haj Amin al Husseini, I don't know that much about it because our teacher doesn't teach us that much about it.
Okay.
But I know a little bit. That he's a good leader.
Okay.
He was a good leader.
Okay. Was it a problem that he tried to work with Hitler? Was it a problem?
You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that much about the things, you know, about what negotiation or whatever happened in the past. But as far as I know, just basic things about him. He was a good leader. He was a good leader.
Sorry. Okay. What else do you know about him?
That's all I know.
That's all you know.
Yeah, I remember his picture in our house when I was.
Oh, you had his picture. Okay.
Yeah, my dad, he used to have his picture. You know, just like Yasser Arafat picture, just like any leader.
Okay. What do you think of Haj Amin al Husseini?
شو رأيكم في الحاج أمين الحسيني؟
ما بعرف بصراحة.
Do you know who he is? You must know who he is.
هذا بالقدس. He's from Jerusalem, right?
Yeah, he was. In the 30s.
Here's a better video. Thank you. What is it? Is it one where Palestinians are being crazy? Oh yeah, you love this one, isn't it? We love it when Palestinians say crazy shit. Whoa, let's go. I wonder why David picked this video. I want to pick a video of settlers being insane just because you tried to do that. All right, hang on. Let's watch the first couple of these and then we'll go on to...
Do you know what a suicide bombing is?
لا بالإنجليزي هم بيحكوها عمليات انتحارية. عملية انتحارية. بالإنجليزي. بالعربي شو بنسميها؟ عملية استشهادية. We call it in Arabic. She said, I'm not sure. I said, martyr operation? She said, yes.
But a martyr operation where somebody blows himself up.
هذا يعني بفجر حاله. طيب. تمام.
Okay, do you agree with this?
هل بتوافقي هذا الإشي؟ هل أنت مع هذا الإشي؟ لا. No.
Why?
ليش مش معه؟
خلاص خلينا بدنا نمشي شو بدنا نسوي يعني.
It's just life and it has to go on. What can we do?
إشي مكتوب عليه من ربنا يعني.
This is something that is written from God. God has willed it. What can we do?
The occupation.
بدنا تروح العائلة بدنا نروح الأخوان نروح الأولاد يعني خلاص هي بدها تمشي يعني في النهاية يعني.
The children will be affected. The family will be affected. What can we do?
Okay. Would she agree to try to make peace with the Israelis?
هل ممكن تسوي سلام مع الإسرائيليين؟
Not sure.
خلاص واحد يعيش لحاله يعني alone واحد يعيش لحاله بدون يتعدى على الثاني.
Person wants to live alone without bothering the other person or the other side.
Okay. Do you agree with suicide bombings? How do you translate that?
What do you think?
What do you think of
شو رأيك بالعمليات الاستشهادية؟
martyrdom operations?
صح؟
لأن أنا رأيي بتوقع نسجن عليه لا.
I think I would go to jail for my opinion, so no.
No.
Who's jail?
عند مين تنحبسي؟
جهتين.
Both sides.
Does he agree with suicide operations
هل أنت مع
against the Israelis?
هل أنت مع العمليات التفجيرية ضد إسرائيل؟
أي واحد يعني.
عمليات فدائية هي تعتبر.
أول شيء ضد العمليات الأبرياء بس برضو إسرائيل دولة محتلة يعني تحتل الشعب يعني.
First, I'm against bombing innocent people. I'm against the death of innocent people. But Israel still is an occupier state.
So it's okay to...
فهل يعني برأيك أنت مع العمليات الفدائية؟
أنا مع إنه الاحتلال يروح من عنا يعني.
I'm with that Israel leaves us alone and goes.
إحنا عمرنا ما كنا شعب عنيف يعني. ضد العنف بس هم معتدين علينا يعني.
We have never been a violent people, but they are oppressing us.
Okay, and when he says the occupation goes, does he mean 1948 occupation or just 1967?
لما قصدك إنه إسرائيل بدك إياها تروح قصدك عن الأراضي 48 ولا الأراضي 67؟
والله هي محتلة 48 سبعة كلها أراضي فلسطينية عربية.
Well, Israel is occupying both the 48 lands and the 67 lands. It should vanish from all the Palestinian lands.
Do you agree with, what did you call them? Sorry?
Martyr operations.
Martyr operations is what you call suicide bombers.
Okay. How about What do you think? شو رأيك في العمليات الاستشهادية؟
أنا بالنسبة لي ضد هذا الحكي يعني في الدين وفي الشرع يعني.
I'm against this because according to religion, and Sharia.
هسا أنتوا على أي قناة بتشتغلوا؟
Which channel do you work with?
I don't work with any channel.
هو مش أي قناة، هو بس
على
شيء على
اليوتيوب. طيب.
فإيش رأيك فيهم؟ أنت ضدهم؟ أنت معهم؟
Why don't you stop watching dumb clips and learn something, bro? Okay, come into the VC, Raheem. Let's do some education, okay? You've got... I don't give you a set time, okay? Just come in. What do we need to learn? Let's hear it from the arbiter of truth himself.
أنا ضد الفكرة مبدئيا.
I am against it.
Why?
ليش؟
القتل بس في الحرب يعني احنا يعني ديننا الإسلامي ضد قتل الناس الأبرياء.
And our religion Islam is against killing innocent people.
Hey.
وأنا بتوقع يعني I think إنه جميع الأديان نفس الفكرة يعني ضد قتل الناس الأبرياء.
I believe all religions are the same thing.
I think at the height of the Intifada, I think it was like between sort of like it was a slight majority of people who said they opposed the suicide bombings. In the 90s, it was like 80 or 90% opposed it.
They are against killing innocents.
Okay. When there is a martyrdom operation,
I don't know what it is now.
does he speak out about it when it happens? When Palestinians do that?
What do you mean?
Does he say, I think it's wrong? Does he say?
طب لما يصير في عملية هل تطلع وتحكي أنا ضد هذا الإشي أنا مش
ما بعنيني.
I do not.
أنا بني آدم ما إليش علاقة بالسياسة.
I stay away of this.
عندي هذا الإنسان
out of it.
واضح. عندي هذا الإنسان ابني.
I have this human
ماليش
being,
علاقة.
my son, and that's all I care about.
Who's about 10, I guess.
Do you agree with suicide bombings, suicide operations? No?
No.
That was a no. Which part don't you agree with, the suicide or the operations? Or both?
Both.
Okay. So you don't believe that people should fight using, what's the word? Resistance, but violent resistance, like
مقاومة. هل أنت ضد إنه الناس تعمل مقاومة عشان يدافعوا عن
Who's going to say yes? People will say yes to that question. Yeah, people do polls on this shit all the time.
No, I do agree, but we use resistance in a good way, so no one is got hurt.
No one gets hurt.
Hey, Nelson Mandela. Beast.
Yes. That's what I mean. No violence.
Yes.
No. Okay.
Sean, yes.
Okay. Do you agree with suicide bombings? How do you say that?
هلا بالإنجليزي بيسموها عمليات انتحارية.
اوكي.
بالعربي شو بنسميهم؟
عمليات استشهادية.
Martyr operations.
Okay. Do you agree with them?
هل بتوافقي معهم؟
Not actually.
Why?
Because sometimes it means that you're killing yourself, but there's nothing in بالضبط return for you or for your country.
Okay.
It shows that you are fighting, you do something for this land, but we need real ones, not the ones we have gun and or knife. It's not. I don't know what's the meaning. عمليات استشهادية.
Martyr operation.
Yeah, you have to do something when you want to do something. Want real thing.
Okay.
Not just try to do it. You like.
Like, what should they do instead?
I don't have an idea, but they can do more than this.
Okay. Something more productive.
Yeah, more productive. That's right.
But you don't know what it could be, what that would look like?
I prefer not to say yet.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Say what you just said.
We have to do something. Actually, we have to fight. We don't have to just stay and say that we are occupied and we are happy with that and we are satisfied with that. We are not satisfied. We have to do something in order to change.
But could that change be negotiating a solution that works for both Israelis and Palestinians?
No.
Why?
Because this is our land, not theirs. That's it.
And you mean Tel Aviv is Palestine, Haifa is Palestine?
All is Palestine.
Okay. That's right.
There is no Israel.
Do you agree with what we call suicide bombings? How do you translate it?
Martyr.
Martyr operations.
I'm gonna ask what do you think?
Yeah.
شو رأيك في العمليات الاستشهادية؟
رأيي في العمليات الاستشهادية يعني أصلا المحرج.
This is an
Well,
uncomfortable.
the first one was Nelson Mandela. The second one was Nelson Mandela's wife. Yeah. Okay.
Or embarrassing question.
Why is it okay? Why is it uncomfortable?
ما تجاوب على السؤال تبعنا، احكي لنا ليش محرج. Don't answer our question. Tell us why it's embarrassing.
لأنه العمليات في فلسطين عمليات احنا بنعتبرها كفلسطينيين عمليات استشهادية.
صحيح.
أما الإسرائيليين بيعتبروها عمليات انتحارية وعمليات إرهابية.
Don't dig.
فبقدرش أجاوب عليه لأنه مشاكل بتصير أمنية ومش أمنية.
So I can't answer because if I do, I will have security problems. We Palestinians call them martyr operations. The Israelis call them suicide operations. So answering
Is
it.
this Jerusalem? Yeah. Well, that last one was. I don't know about this one. Anyway, hang on. Hey. You're gonna figure out the muting quicker this time.
Listen.
You're gonna figure out the muting quicker this time.
Listen.
I'm echoing.
Can you hear me?
Fix that.
Listen. Okay, why can't I hear you, bro?
You're listening to me on the stream, aren't you? You have to mute the stream and hear me on Discord.
Okay, got it. All right. So.
Yeah, you said we're just watching dumb videos and not actually learning something. So, what do you want to learn about? What should we learn about?
Well, that Corey Gil Schuster weirdo guy, he's just kind of like a. Wait, why can't I see you talk? Oh, I need to press play, but keep you on mute. Got it. Okay. Now let's refresh the app. All right. Okay. Boom. All right.
All right.
What was I saying? Yeah. So what I was saying was, you know what I was saying, right?
You don't like Corey, yeah, of course. So, like, what should we learn about
No,
instead?
he's cool. I mean, he's cool and all that, but he's not like he asks the same kind of weird questions for like 20 years, and the same answers come, and then he throws a little oil and pepper onto people, and you know what I mean? It's just kind of weird, you know.
What should we learn about instead?
We should, instead of learn about the IDF propaganda lies. How about that? Look at the Abby Martin interview from yesterday. I think it's her and Bad Faith Podcast.
Oh, Bad Faith Podcast. Okay, great. Tell us about IDF propaganda. What have you learned from that video?
Well, I want to learn. Oh, I want to watch the thing. I didn't watch it.
How do you know it's?
But it's.
How do you know we'll learn something?
Because I know, because that's what it said. That's what the title was.
So you don't know anything about IDF propaganda?
No, I know IDF propaganda, obviously, but what I'm saying
tell us
is,
about it.
Oh, like everything is everything is a lie, basically.
Everything is a lie.
And like literally, if IDF says the sun shines today, the sun won't shine that day.
I don't really know if that's the best rule to follow, right? Because then you're going to end up denying that the sun shines on a particular day.
So what I'm
it
saying,
is.
when I say everything is a lie, that basically means there are 97%. Yes.
What is do you know what Hasbara means?
Of course, I know what Hasbara means.
Okay, so
dude.
that's what I know. I know you know what Hasbara is.
Where Israeli trolls get paid like scholarship money to go and spread these stupid pro-Jewish talking points.
What does Hasbara? What does Hasbara mean?
What do you mean? What does Hasbara mean?
What does it mean in Hebrew? What's that word mean?
Well, who cares what it means? I'm telling you functionally what it means.
Do you not
what
know?
It means is propaganda, pro-Jewish propaganda. That's what it is.
So you're here to tell us about Israeli propaganda, but you don't know what Hasbara means.
Dude, I've known what Hasbara means for like 12 years.
Okay, so if you've known for 12 years, you've clearly taken 20 seconds to look up what the actual word means, right?
Why would I do that?
How the concept works. Because it's quite important to understand how the propaganda works. You know some propaganda is different from others, right? You know some propaganda is different from others, right? You understand that? Like not all propaganda is the same. Some propaganda is conspiracy theory. Some propaganda is lying. Some propaganda is actually telling the truth, but only selectively.
Yeah, Loner Box Live. It's called the freaking playbook of Hasbro. They have written a playbook, like a 172-page playbook of exactly how you answer things. Top 10 answers. Oh, it has the right to defend itself. In Congress, if you go, what do you always hear? Israel has the right to defend itself. Oh yeah, since when did an occupation have a right to defend themselves?
So you've known about Hasbro for 12 years, but you don't know what it means.
Well, answer my question. What? Am I cooking too much?
I'm just clarifying. You've known about Hasbro for 12 years, but you don't know what the word means.
Dude, it means whatever.
It doesn't mean propaganda. Don't guess. You don't know what it means.
No, I think it functionally means propaganda. Yeah, that's what I think it means.
I didn't ask you what it functionally means. I'm asking you what it means.
Who cares about actual meanings? It's not what an actual word means that matters. It matters how it's functionally used.
If it doesn't matter, then it's okay for you to admit that you don't know what it actually means.
Yeah,
do you not think that's a
do you not think
that's a bit of a problem that after 12 years your interpretation of Hasbro is lying 97% of the time? That's not what Hasbro means.
Wait a minute. So Loner Box Live is like the dude that's gonna tell a doctor, hey doctor, you know how everything you know about my life? That's cool, but you don't know what vitamin A does? After 35 years of being a doctor, you don't know what vitamin A does? You're not a doctor anymore.
Do you feel like your knowledge on this is that of a doctor when it comes to medicine?
Yes, I think my knowledge on Hasbro is unparalleled to any human being alive.
You don't know what the word means.
No. I know exactly what unparalleled and human and being and alive means. Yes.
No, the word Hasbro.
Bro, who? Are you serious? You're gonna keep bringing it up? Oh, let's Google it. Okay, hold up. Okay. Let's Google it.
Let's go.
Hasbara. Okay, what is this? All right, let's see. Hasbara Hebrew has no direct English translation. Boom! You're welcome.
Finish the sentence. Why did you wait? Finish the paragraph. Finish the paragraph. What's a rough translation?
It is a communicative strategy that seeks to explain actions, whether or not they're justified.
What does that mean to you? Because the rough translation of Hasbro is explanation.
Quite a bit about, oh, my country has a right to defend itself, and when it really doesn't, and it should be kind of like, like gone from the, like erased from the freaking human planet.
So
you have to tell everyone lies about it.
So why would there?
It's only democracy in the Middle East. Ooh.
So why would their propaganda? Why would their propaganda method translate to explanation? To explain their actions when you think they're just lying about everything. Why would you need to explain something if you've lied about it? If you're lying, you would just say you're not doing anything wrong. But apparently, why would the word be explanation?
If you sprinkle 2 words of truth and like 38 lies, you can confuse a person who's half dumb. But you can't confuse the real smart people because they'll pick you apart right away.
So I guess I'll just ask you again, why would you call your propaganda method explanation if you're saying all they can do is lie?
No, wait, I just read you the definition of it right there.
Yeah.
What do you mean explanation? It says right here. Has no direct English translation, but roughly means explaining.
Yeah.
It's a communicative strategy that seeks to explain actions, whether or not they're justified.
So whether or not they're justified, if they were just lying, why wouldn't they just say that everything we just do a bunch of things that are justified? Why would they use explanation as a propaganda method?
Because
they're
you
lying
ding dong, you're supposed to explain. When you're lying and killing 1 million people, you're not gonna go and tell people, you know what, guys? Let's be honest here. We are killing 1 million people. No, you know what you said? Oh my God, we've been in this land for 40,000 years, and we've had our, freaking noses up in everyone's ass. So, we like to kill Palestinian people. Oh, and then when they kill us back, by the way, it's terrorism. That's what you do.
So is that lying or explaining?
That's both, isn't it?
No.
Yes. A lie can be an explanation. Go ahead, keep up. I know it's tough for you, Loner Box, but you can do it.
But why would they say whether or not it's morally justified? If your propaganda technique was primarily lying, you would just say that you would just say that your action, you would just name a bunch of your actions as things that are justified, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you just say like we didn't do it? So with 1948, if they were lying, which I guess some of them used to, you would say, we were fighting against Arab armies, and the people who fled only fled because the Arab armies told them to. We actually wanted them to stay. And if they were lying, they would say what I guess they used to say, which was the people who fled because of radio broadcasts, because the Arabs told them to. We actually wanted them to stay. That would be a lie. Hasbara would be, we did expel them, but we expelled them because we would have lost the war otherwise. It was easier to move through these villages and establish military corridors if they were emptied. And because there was like some resistance from some villages. That's what Hasbara would be. That's not the same as lying though, right? You understand the difference between those two things?
So do you think functionally that makes a difference, Mr.
Of course it does, because then you're saying they lie about everything. That's not the same thing as
language here.
Yeah, because I think lying about something is not the same as saying, yeah, we did do this thing, but here's our explanation for why we think it's okay.
Listen, Loner Box, I don't know if you know this. On the web, okay, anywhere where Israel is discussed, they use this thing. It's called megaphone. Now, Google what that is. That's a technology where anything Israel is used anywhere on the web, any chat room, anything. These guys are going to be right there exactly defending it. So they get paid, they get scholarship money from the Interior Minister of Israel to lie and bullshit about their pro-Israeli causes and make everything seem not bad as it is. Because you have to lie. When you're doing this big of a genocide, when you're doing these sorts of things, you kind of have to lie. You know, they figured that part out quite fast.
So, what's like a couple of massive things very big things that they've lied about? It's like just flat out lied, like just made shit up. Is it lying as in denying they did something, or is it lying as in inventing stories? Like,
yeah, 800 decapitated babies. Or 40, whatever it is, right?
Was that the Israeli government who said that, or was that one IDF soldier who said it, and then no one, and then that was taken up, and the press just quoted him, and then is that
right? And they ran with it, and they didn't fix it. Biden then repeated that bullshit, right?
I think what they said was that
someone said they saw
40. Someone said that they saw 40. Dead babies, and some were decapitated. I think that's what they said. And whether or not they were referring to the babies being decapitated or other people, because I think some people were decapitated. There's literally a video of a Hamas guy trying to decapitate someone with a shovel, failing. So,
wait, you're saying Hamas was decapitating people on October 7th? Is that your claim?
It seems to be the case, yeah.
Oh.
I've seen at least one video. I've seen another picture of a decapitated person. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about any of that. You know, I think it's all kind of, AI messed up.
Why do you think that?
BS. Dude, because when somebody lies to me for 5,000 years, I don't all of a sudden pretend that this person now has become genuinely good faith and is going to tell me the truth.
Okay, so you don't believe the evidence today. Okay. So you don't. Wait. No. You don't believe the evidence. You don't. So you're saying.
One second. You one second. Okay. So
you're saying you don't believe the. No, wait, no. You're saying you don't believe the current evidence because you're saying they've lied before. So apparently your inclination to not believe the beheadings is because of lies that happened before the beheadings. So what lies have they told before October 7th? What's like a really big example of something that just turned out not to be true that they said?
I think you're asking the opposite question, bro.
No, you're basing your decision that this is a lie on prior lies. So what are the prior lies? What are the previous lies then? Seems to be that before October 7th, you've already believed that they were liars. So.
Okay. So what are the lies that they've said before?
Yeah.
Let's talk about we killed a medic, this Shirin Abu Akleh, this Christian chick. Yeah, we didn't kill her really, guys. Hamas killed her.
She wasn't a medic. She was a journalist.
Everywhere on planet Earth, that killed her.
She wasn't a medic. She was a journalist. Why do you? She wasn't a medic. She was a journalist. Why do you mix up?
No, wait. She was a medic. Are you dumb? Google it.
Was she both?
Shirin Abu Akleh. What are you talking about, bro?
Palestinian American journalist. Was she doing both?
I mean, she had a medic badge on. So
initially, Israel denied responsibility, and then they eventually said they
was
did
a
do it,
medic,
right?
yes? Good, got it.
Wait, hang on. I'm not...
Loner box.
You're welcome.
I don't. Well, no, I didn't say where was she a medic. I don't see that she was a medic. It said she was denied that she didn't have medical aid. No, where was she? Where is it saying she was a medic?
Dude, that's what she went to go and like help people out. That's what she was there for, or a journalist, or one of those things.
She was a
She's
journalist.
wearing the
She
press
wasn't.
vest, bro.
Yeah, but she wasn't a medic. Why are you saying again? I don't know why you would die on that hill. Like, you've got a good example in your hands. You were wrong about her being a medic. That's fine. So yeah, the IDF initially denied responsibility and blamed Palestinian
Oh,
militants.
my bad. I'm
But
doing hospital right now. Yes.
they eventually changed the story, and then they said that they admitted to doing it. So you've got one example of them lying for a period and then admitting that they actually did do it. So.
Oh, you want another one? Well, that's going to be recent example. So I don't know if you want it, but sure, I'll give it to you. That hospital thing. We did it. If funny enough, you know, Hamas has, I think, fired 10,000 plus rockets in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And how many people have they killed? 59, 69.
How
but
do you
all
know
of
that?
a sudden, that one day they killed 50 people because it's documented.
Number of deaths from misfired rockets.
Go ahead. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can thank me later, you know. Show it to the people, man. Show it to your little ill-educated little chat.
I'm asking you to show
moronic
me. It's your
clicks
claim.
are running away. All right. So how many people died?
I'm asking you to tell me. Where'd you get the?
No, you
how do you know
Googled
that?
it yourself. Wait, you just Googled it yourself.
So I'm on a Human Rights Watch
trust
page
you.
right now. Let me
Is
see.
it not? Is it less than 100? Can we admit that?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I've literally heard like 7 different times now.
From who? I know you heard it from that comedian guy yesterday, but he's a comedian, so I don't know. Also,
hey, he's a heart surgeon too.
Okay.
You may want to check his credentials.
Okay, again, okay. I don't know if being a heart surgeon qualifies you to say exactly how many people died in a
Speak
certain
facts.
thing.
Yeah, no, you can derive facts if you're a heart surgeon.
As long as I know where he got it from. I mean, it could be true. I just want to know where he got it from.
Oh, he must have made it up.
What's your evidence that the hospital bombing came from Israel? Why do you think that?
Because you don't need evidence there.
Do you think it's like 100% or 80% or 50%? How likely do you think it is that Israel did that?
Okay. So as a human being, I'm supposed to be fallible, right? So let's see. Let's call myself a human being, okay? And let's pretend that I don't fully know things. I'll say 99.99999999999%.
Why
but not
do you say
100%.
that? Where did the doubt come from?
Because I just gave you a statistic that you have to try to make sense of it, Loner Box. There's people listening to you and me. If 40 or 50 or 60 people have died out of 10,000 rockets, then one rocket is not killing 50 people. I know this is tough to understand. I mean, I know this is not mental level math that everyone else has over here, but that's very tough to do.
Who is
almost impossible to do?
So why do you think it was? Why do you think it was done by the Israelis?
Because maybe they've done like 23 other hospitals also.
Have they targeted those hospitals? I think all those hospitals are still standing, aren't they? I don't think they've actually like flattened a hospital.
Sure,
yet.
they're just taking babies out of them, and you know those babies are dying prematurely and all that. But yeah,
So
of
you're
course,
telling me
yeah, those
about
hospitals are
bombing
great.
hospitals?
Right, those hospitals are like totally, you know, creme de la creme. I'd want to work there, actually.
Why was the crater like so much smaller than the kind of crater that would be dropped from an Israeli munition?
You do know IDF doesn't have just one weapon, right?
Yeah, but you're saying if they did like for their airstrikes, the airstrikes are typically quite a bit heavier than just like a pothole, no?
Right, so it's possible that they also dropped a smaller weapon and didn't, in fact, go for the nuclear option on that hospital.
So why did they drop it in the
Which
car
eventually
park?
they did anyways, by the way.
Why did they drop it in the car park rather than the hospital? I thought the IDF were all
What do
really
you
good
mean?
at aiming and shit. Like what?
Wait. So you're saying that they didn't target the hospital afterwards? Because I know for a fact that they did. I mean, there's BBC reports, unless they're lying too.
Did the BBC say they targeted the same hospital, Al Shifa?
Bro, yes. What are we talking about? Can you Google this?
Wait, what was the it was Al Ali, wasn't it?
Dude, no, Al Ali was one of them.
Al Ali was the one
Remember
the
Al
big
Shifa?
contention is over. Al Shifa was not the.
No,
That's a
no,
different one.
Al Shifa, I think.
No, Al Shifa was the one they surrounded. They didn't bomb Al Shifa.
Bro, Google. What the
They surrounded Al Shifa. Like that. Those buildings are still standing, no?
Hold up. Al Shifa.
We're talking about Al Ali Hospital. These are two different hospitals.
Now you're doing Hasbara. Good job.
Why?
Confusing the topic.
No, we're speaking of. What do you think we were talking? You brought up the hospital airstrike, right? You're talking about the hospital that got hit from the air. That's the Al Ali Arab Hospital.
Okay, listen. Al Shifa right there. BBC goes inside Al Shifa hospital with the Israeli army.
That's not what we're
Israeli
talking
troops
about.
and tanks raid Gaza's largest hospital.
Yeah, raided. We're not talking about raided. We're talking about targeting from the air and bombing it.
What, bro? They've injured they've displaced the freaking hospital. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to ask you why you think Israel hit that car park of Al Ali Hospital.
Because if they saw one Hamas person and 8,000 other people, they will kill 8,001 people. That's the Israeli motto. Kill as many human beings.
That's the only
as we
indication
can.
you have.
Every
No,
Palestinian is not a human being, so let's kill them. That's
none
their
of
motto.
none of the cameras catching like any Israeli planes when the explosion went off, or catching any fucking drones. No.
Yeah, you mean like, the cameras that are supposed to be on 24/7 in a war zone that's going on, where people
there
have
were
dropped
camera.
10,000
That's what
bombs?
I mean. The
There's
explosions
going to
were
be camera
caught
footage
on a
of all
camera.
10,000 bombs that have been dropped by the IDF?
It
Mr.
was
Loner Black Live?
It was caught on a camera, wasn't it? The explosion was caught on camera. Why do you think most of the investigations said that it was most likely an errant rocket?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's BS. That's why when the top media gets convinced by the IDF, that's where you have a problem. That's where people like me have to, bring humanity back to the reality, right?
So one of
And
these
figure out who's a liar,
organizations was
who's not lying.
So one of the organizations that said it was most likely an errant rocket was Associated Press. Associated Press had one of their buildings destroyed by Israel. Why do you think they're in bed with Israel, and that it's in their incentive to lie on Israel's behalf?
I know you're
And
going
to
on
make
this
fake investigations.
Anti-conspiracy theorist.
I mean, you're
arc
doing
to
conspiracy
kind of, like,
theorist. You're
prove me
saying
wrong.
that all these
And
mainstream
you're kind of
outlets that
correct
aren't from
here and there.
Israel.
But what I'm trying to say to you is overall I'm right.
But you're telling me that all these mainstream outlets that aren't from Israel, that have actually criticized Israel quite strongly in the past, all just made up investigations saying that it was an errant rocket.
And then what did New York Times say 3 days later? Did they admit it or not?
New York Times. Wait, you tell me what New York
After
Times
3
says.
days, after 3 days.
You tell me
what
what
did
New
they
York.
say?
What you tell me if you're bringing it up.
Okay, hold up. Give me 1 second.
Raheem, I have 2 questions for you.
All right, who is this human person being thing?
It's Marutzi.
It's who?
It's Marutzi.
Oh, Rootsy, the mod person.
What would it take to change your mind? And who do you think controls the media?
What would it take to change my mind? Facts would change my mind.
Okay, so at what medium would those facts come in?
I mean, they can come through a VR. They can come through a biological weapon that drops on my head, and I can smell it. And there's a freaking realization of a fact that I've missed. I mean, there could be a million other ways to
what
get.
you're saying is to change your mind, Hamas would literally have to drop a bomb on your head.
Hamas would have to drop a bomb on my head, but I'm criticizing Israel for doing all this. Explain to me.
But
where the
what I'm
logic
trying to get is whether this is if there's anything, what is it, the falsifiable, whatever, I can't remember the wording. So I have some strong beliefs, but I have a line for each of those beliefs where I say, if this were to happen, I could be swayed either way, right? So what I'm trying to find is where is
As
your
do I.
line?
Right. As do I, yeah.
All good. Let me finish. And the IDF is all evil. then what would have to happen? What would either the IDF or Hamas have
Hey,
to
listen,
do?
when I say all evil, I mean like, yeah, it's pretty much like, yeah, all evil, 98% evil. I
Okay,
mean,
so
there's
what would
1%
IDF
clerks
have to
and
do?
1%
Or what would
janitors. I don't
Hamas
consider
have to
them
do?
evil, but the
Okay,
people
we
that are
got that.
targeting
I
innocent
don't care
people,
about your made
yeah,
up
that's
percentages
evil.
in your head. I don't care about the made up percentages in your head. I want to know what either of those parties would have to do to get you to change your mind. Like, would Hamas have to come and try to decapitate you with a shovel? Would the IDF have to hand you a check for a
Hamas
million?
would
Like,
never do that.
what would
Hamas-
have to
whoa, whoa, whoa,
happen?
whoa, whoa. That's an incorrect inference. That's an incorrect thought. That's an incorrect statement you just made. That's a
Yeah,
statement
I know,
of
because I fucking made it up because
intent.
I'm trying to find out what you believe. What would have to
Right. And the
happen
reason
to
why you're doing
change
that
your
is because
mind?
you believe of a certain thing that has happened, which actually, in fact, hasn't happened.
I'm
And I'm trying to
asking
make it
you,
clear to you it hasn't
what
happened.
would have to happen to change your mind?
Okay, is the question what can IDF do to change my mind? Or is the question what would have to happen?
It's both. So answer it for both. What would Hamas have to do
So
to
let me
change your
answer
mind?
both. First question, okay, let me answer both. What would IDF have to do? Nothing. I will never trust them, right? That's number one. Okay.
Okay, so what would
Number
Hamas have
two,
to do to change your mind? That they're not
first of all, I
you're
trust Hamas 90% more than I trust IDF.
Okay, I don't care how much you trust them. I think we all know that. What I want to know is
Because
what
they
would
haven't
Hamas
lied yet. At least whatever they've said so far has been like on the spot, on the dot.
What I am
Please
asking
tell me
is
where they've lied.
what would Hamas have to do to change your mind?
Hold up 1 second. What's going on here?
You asked me, sorry, Raheem, you asked me about the, I'll let you guys go back to this in a second. You asked me about the New York Times article. This is the New York Times article that said Hamas deliberately told the world a false story because they said that 500 people had died when the number was actually closer to 100. So why are you telling me about the New York Times? Why are you referencing them?
Because he thinks the Jews control the media.
The New York Times said the evidence on both sides was murky, but they also said, and I'll maybe ask you about this, is why did PIJ say that they had fragments of the rocket, of the munition that hit the car park, but then 2 days later, Hamas said that they didn't, that it had disintegrated and turned to dust?
Look, all that is just like...
If PIJ said that they had a piece of the munition, why didn't they show it to anyone? Why didn't they produce it?
What I'm saying is all that is salt and pepper, right? Whatever you're saying right now is salt and pepper. It's just, you're just adding flavorings to it.
Well, I'm
like
reading the article that you told me to read from the New York Times, and I'm asking you questions about it.
I'm pointing to you that New York Times came to a different conclusion afterwards. Or at least they questioned their own conclusion when they said, oh, it's going to be a stupid Islamic Jihad rocket that ended up freaking killing these people.
This is
when rockets have killed 69 people, 10,000 rockets have killed 69 people, but one rocket has killed 100 people. Can you make sense of this? It doesn't make sense, bro.
This is from the November 3rd, so this is after. This is them saying they don't know. This is them giving their newer conclusion that you were telling me to go look at. Yeah, this is from November 3rd. Did they change their minds again, like a third time?
Wait, so you're saying they're conclusively saying it's Islamic Jihad rocket?
No, I didn't say they conclusively said it. I said that they said
That's
the
what I'm saying.
evidence was
They
weak.
retracted a lot of what they said initially. That's what I was trying to get at.
What did they say initially?
It's like when media tells you something, media can also retract it, but the retraction is never seen.
So
right?
what did they say initially that they changed their minds on?
That they went with the same story that everyone else went with. That, because, these guys, IDF somehow tweeted about it. I'm sure they didn't lie.
The IDF
I'm
didn't,
sure it was probably
what did the IDF tweet?
You do know what, you know what a representative from the IDF tweeted, right?
What did he tweet?
Netanyahu's homeboy tweeted, right?
Wait, what
he said, we hit this hospital.
Wait, you just changed it. You just said, you went from IDF representative to Netanyahu's homeboy.
Representative would not be IDF? Would that not be IDF in your mind? Tell me.
No, he's not Netanyahu's representative. No, he's not. What does that guy do? The guy who said...
What are we talking about?
The guy on Twitter who said that Israel did it, do you know anything about him? What was his job? Is he IDF?
He was working for Netanyahu. That's all I need to know.
In what capacity? Was he working for Netanyahu at the time? Did Netanyahu okay that tweet or what? Was he working for Netanyahu at the time?
Did he also find Netanyahu's bones? Was he an anthropologist? Did he have a PhD and a master's degree to prove his thesis that humankind has like gone back from the crystal ages?
Well,
Wait,
I'm
please
asking
go-
you to
keep
tell
going.
me. Well, as far as I know, maybe you can correct me, is I thought that guy was like a former social media manager who was no longer a social media manager for Netanyahu. Like, so he's not IDF. He had no intelligence. He just said it because he just probably saw the story and said, "Oh well, if they did this, it's probably because we're killing terrorists."
No, from what I'm under
This
the
guy had
impression
no
was he was still
authority.
working
This guy
for
had no
Netanyahu.
authority to admit to or deny anything. He was just a social media guy.
A social media guy. What do you think a social media guy does? Lower Box Live?
He
Go
wasn't
ahead.
a social media guy for the IDF ever, as far as I know.
Oh, and Netanyahu and IDF are not connected at all.
He also was not. He was an
Hey,
influencer.
water is not ice, by the way.
He was
Lower
he
Box
used
Live.
to work for Net. Was he working? Wait, was he working for Netanyahu
Hey,
since October
water
7th?
doesn't have any temperature.
Was he
there.
working for Netanyahu since October 7th? Yes or no? Or do you not know?
I'm not 100% sure, but I heard that he was working for him.
So you don't know? Yeah, he wasn't. He was
See,
not working
no,
for
but I'm pretty
Netanyahu at the
sure that
time.
he was.
He was at basically his job capacity. His capacity since October 7th has been a YouTuber. He's a social media influencer. This guy has no authority or knowledge to confirm or deny anything. It's like if I said it. His word is as valuable as
you're
mine or
saying-
yours.
So you're saying whatever he said is like irrelevant?
Yeah, completely irrelevant.
Yes.
You're so lost in the sauce.
Tell me
bro.
why it's
This is
relevant.
hilarious.
Tell me why it's relevant. What was his again, you tell me, what was his job
Well,
description
because if someone
at the time that
worked
he
for
made that
someone
tweet?
else, and I don't know, they're on good communication terms. They may hear something.
Wait, why did you say that?
before
How do
the
you know
rest
they're on
of the
good
world,
communication
and then they
terms?
tweet
Hey,
it, and then
hey.
they want to be known as the people that want to spread facts.
How
really
do you
quickly,
know?
So then they go on this thing called Twitter box, and they may twit.
Why did you say they're on good communication terms? Do you know that? Did he tweet that because of something Netanyahu told him? Or is that what you're saying?
Do you know if they're not? Do you know if they're not? Why don't you prove to me they're
Is
not?
that your
Let's do the other
evidence?
one.
Okay, is that your
Let's
evidence?
talk about
Wait,
them.
just tell me
Oh,
now.
let's
Just tell me
debate-
now then. Okay.
debate back
So
theory.
your
Let's go.
evidence is
So
to
now
tell me it's not.
Tell me where's the proof that he's not? Tell me where's the proof that he's not part of the IDF? Tell me where's the proof that he doesn't know anything? Go ahead, tell me.
Do you want me to prove something that isn't happening? You want me to prove a negative?
Well, you're asking.
Do you
me to prove one way.
understand? Sorry, do you understand right now how you just did propaganda, right? Do you understand how you just?
No. I'm precisely pointing out the bullshit that you're doing. I'm calling out your bullshit very quickly.
Are you? By saying, prove to me that this guy didn't
You're
get texted by
saying-
the IDF before he made that tweet.
You're saying
Is that what
okay,
you're
so
hanging on
what
right
if he
now?
did?
Is that what you're hanging on right
Wait,
now?
wait. Let me ask you this, Box. What if he does know and he was on the inside and he maybe has a clue?
Oh, you
And
can't
that's why
prove
he
that.
tweeted at the time that he did.
Yeah, but you're just
Is
guessing.
that not a
You're basing
possibility?
that on nothing. Just to be clear, you're basing that on nothing.
Okay. No. I'm basing that on intelligence, on logic. If you have any ounce of this thing called logic, you will say, maybe this guy has an idea, but maybe he doesn't. But maybe he does.
But he's
because,
never-
he was just working there like last week.
Was
So
it last
maybe
week?
I'm sorry, 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry, 2 months ago.
Why
I'm
are
sorry.
you just saying?
wanna-
Why are you
you
just
wanna-
saying numbers? 8 months, 2 years,
Oh, there we
7
go,
years.
there we go. So
You
now you're
don't
trying
know.
to then go up
You're just making shit up.
He's been on Twitter for 5,000 years.
5,000 years. Okay, Maritza, you can talk to him now. He's fine. Yeah, I'm done. I'll just sit back.
Yeah, you totally got me there, Mr. Loner Ding Dong.
Wait, what would it take to change your mind, Raheem?
What would it take to change? Just like I said, facts. So if a few media
That's
organizations,
not an answer to that question.
but
What would
listen,
what action would have to happen? Because there's no evidence that you would even believe the facts. So what evidence would have to happen? What would you have to see?
Why would you,
What
wait,
would
wait,
have-
wait,
what
wait,
would
wait,
you
wait, wait,
have-
wait, wait. Why are you
you have to
making me
tell
into a conspiracy
here
theorist when you
change
guys were not
your
believing the facts here? Let me ask you guys this:
tactile
how are you
thing-
guys twisting it on me?
What tactile action? What sensory action? Something that you saw, heard, smelled, touched. What would have to occur to change your mind
About what?
about Hamas?
About what? You have to tell me the exact specific idea, and then I can refute it or not refute it.
About Hamas.
What about Hamas? They're humans that breathe and smoke and live.
Yeah, and
in
you seem
tunnels.
to be on their side. So what would have to happen?
I'm
for
on
you
the
to
side of
do it?
freedom fighters. I'm on the side of
Okay.
any freedom fighter in the
What would
world.
happen?
Yeah,
Okay, there we go.
100%.
There we go. There we go. What would have to happen for you to change your mind about them being freedom fighters?
If they weren't fighting for their freedom, what are they doing?
That's a good
Wait,
question.
let me
That's not an
walk you
answer.
through this thing.
Not an
Okay,
answer.
hold
Not an
on.
answer.
Wait,
Not
so
an
I
answer.
can't intellectually engage you because you now feel bad if I'm trying to mentally outpace you really quickly. But okay, so what do I
You
need to
just
talk?
didn't answer the question.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's do it your way. Go ahead. What?
So you called them freedom fighters. Most of the rest of the world
That's
calls
what they
them
are, right?
terrorists.
That's what they are, right?
Most of
I
the
mean,
rest
you
of the
can
world
call them
calls
whatever you want to call
Can
it.
I
What I'm
finish?
saying is they're saving Palestine from a colonial settler project that's going to fail.
How are they doing
Okay,
that?
so
Sorry, that's not my question.
By
Sorry,
maybe
sorry. I
fighting
shouldn't have said that. You
for-
guys go back to it. Sorry.
Go ahead.
it's okay. No, I just want to know. So you call them freedom fighters. Most of the rest of the people on the planet call them terrorists. What would have to happen for you to change your
No.
mind?
That's
Freedom
incorrect.
fighters are
Incorrect.
terrorists.
Incorrect. Most of the media that's influenced by, I don't know, certain people somewhere here and there. I
Then
don't
let's
know.
answer my second question. Then let's answer my
I don't know
second
where the
question.
media
Who
comes
do you
from. You know,
think
let me see.
controls the media?
Who owns CBS? Let me see who owns ABC. Let me see
Who
who
do you
owns.
think? Say it,
Let's see.
Raheem. Say it with your chest.
CNN. Oh,
Who do
CNN
you
head
think?
was part of the APAC. Oh my God, he was a representative for
Say it with
APAC.
your chest.
If
If you're
APAC
gonna
the
have,
same people that are bribing Congress.
if you're
Let me
gonna
see
be
if
a
I can make
bigoted
this
asshole,
connection.
be a bigoted asshole
Let me
with
see what I can
from
do
your
to
chest.
not make this
Who
connection.
do you
Let me do
think
the
controls
opposite
the media?
logic here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
Who do you
What else
think
did you say?
controls the media?
What? Who controls the media?
Yes.
Who controls the media? Go ahead.
I'm asking you, who do you think controls the media?
I don't know. I won't give an answer to that because you're trying to pull me into a trap.
Why would it be a trap?
I'm not at all. I'm just asking I'm asking you a question.
Okay. Well, good. No.
Show me a trap
Let's do it
if
this
you
way.
know what you believe is wrong.
No. I'm gonna again intellectually outpace you. Who do you think that I think controls the media?
I
Or
think
whoever
you think the
it may
Jews
be, or it
control
may
the
not be.
media.
Who knows?
Because I think
But
you're
let's,
anti-Semitic.
break it down. We can do that.
See how I said that with
Thank
my
you.
chat? I think that you think that the Jews control the media because I think you're anti-Semitic.
Oh.
Ooh, that really hurts my heart for you to say that. Oh my God!
It
Like
doesn't,
right
because if
now,
you
my
hate
panties are
Christians,
soaked out of
if you
so
think
much
if you think you're
the
right,
opposite of
if you
excitement
have
right now.
all of this conviction that you're right, then you should embrace that title.
No. Listen. First of all, anti-Semitic means one thing. Anti-Zionist means something else. You may be
Okay, but I
confusing
don't
the
think
two,
you're
but of course
anti-Zionist.
you are trained to confuse
You're
the two
anti-Semitic.
by the media, which is why you're a pawn, and you're a pawn, and you'll always be a
Who am I
pawn,
a
by the way,
pawn of?
to the media, and you won't be a smart, independent thinker.
Who am
You
I a
cannot be a
who am
smart,
I a
independent
pawn of?
thinker. You cannot use
Say
facts.
it,
You can't
Raheem.
use logical
Own
conclusions.
it.
You
Be
can't use
proud.
contrapositive to
Be
prove
proud,
the
Raheem.
other side of the coin.
Who am I
You
a
can't
pawn
do
of?
that. But guess what?
Who's
You're here to
pulling my
try to
strings?
prove me wrong.
Who's the puppet master,
No,
Raheem?
I'm like the
Come
daddy
on.
of the daddy.
Who's the puppet master? Who's pulling my strings?
I mean, you said it already, right? I'm guessing that must be
You
the
should have
answer
no-
because you know everything
And
about
you
me.
should have no problem saying it. If you're convicted in your
No,
beliefs,
wait.
you should
But
have
what
no
did I say
problem
yet so far?
owning up to
Did I
this.
say anything? No, I made you say it. I didn't say a word. But you did say
Because
something.
you're too cowardly. You want to have shitty beliefs. You want to have evil beliefs.
I'm not.
But you
No.
don't want to own
What I'm telling you
evil
is
beliefs.
facts. If you don't want to see and you want to put like these wool over your eyes and your ears, you want to put bandage on them and not hear or see whatever is going on, that's on you, sister.
And what's going
Not
on,
on me.
brother? Tell us
That's
what's going
actually
on.
not on me. And by the way, just in
Is
case.
there perhaps a satanic
Oh, and by the way,
cabal
whoa, let's stick to that point. Let's
drinking the blood of
first.
babies? Is there perhaps
Let's
a
stick to that
satanic
point first, okay? What you were
cabal
talking about.
of evil baby
I don't know
eating?
what you're saying. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so let's stick to that point that you were trying to make earlier. Yeah, let's get to it. So, who controls about 96% of news and news organizations? Is it Muslims?
Say it.
I mean, network heads and stuff, let me see. Eisner. I don't know. Moonvest. That's Moonvest. Okay. I don't know. What was CNN guy's name? Wolf Blitzer, who also, by the way, worked for AIPAC and who's now covering Gaza as a neutral third party, of course, according to you. And you believe that he's calling them terrorists. They are terrorists. Because, you know, Wolf Blitzer said
I
so.
think the Jews control the media.
So, do you know how
And I love that somebody is going to clip
brain has to be? Let me help you out, Rootsy. Your brain is warped by Western media. Mine isn't. I look at all facts.
Western media that who controls?
I'm going to look at left and I'm going to look at right. Okay?
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Which media do you trust?
That's where I draw my conclusions from. If I can watch Fox News and, you know, laugh for an hour, I can also do the same thing and watch CNN and do the same. And do the same thing with MSNBC too.
Who do
I
you
can figure these things out. This is not that tough. This is not like rocket science here. Right?
Why
This
did
is-
you
this is
why
very
did
easy to do.
why did you appeal to New York Times earlier?
What do you mean, why did you appeal to the New York Times? Because who are they? Are they not like one of the main publishers?
Yeah,
Lower
but
Box
you don't
Live?
trust them. You don't trust them though, don't you? I thought you didn't trust Western media.
What is it? What does me not trusting them have to do with them not being a big media organization? Go ahead, try to make me sound stupid there.
Why
please.
would you
Go
try
ahead.
to appeal to them to
No,
present your
I want you
case?
to try to make me feel stupid. Okay, you couldn't
think
do
I'm
it. Okay,
making
now
you feel
continue.
stupid?
What are you saying? Okay, now go ahead, continue. What were you saying?
I was saying, why would you appeal to the New York Times, to Western media, to present your case if you don't
Because they're
trust
big
them?
outlet. I already said that like 4 times.
Hmm?
You want me to say it 5th time? Because they're a big media outlet. New York
But you don't
Times is a
trust
big
them.
media outlet.
But you don't trust them.
Yeah, I don't trust them. That's me personally not trusting them.
No,
Right.
you trust them when they agree with
Society overall may trust them. I trust myself more than I trust a stupid person that's paid to write articles with a certain slant.
So
Or
I don't
he'll
trust.
get
So for
fined.
example, I don't
Guess
trust
what?
you.
Hey, guess
So
what, Loaderbox?
so
No.
so
Fuck everything.
so
Guess what, Loaderbox?
so so
Who was fired
so
from the New York Times recently?
so I don't trust
Do you know a
you.
journalist that was
I
fired from
don't.
the New York Times recently?
I don't trust
And
you,
know
which
the
is
journalist
why.
was pro-Palestinian.
So
Okay.
I don't
So
trust you.
know
So
that,
which is
right?
why
You don't know that. Okay.
I don't trust
now
you, which
go
is
and
why
Google
when
it.
I'm debating
Why
someone.
were they fired? Tell me why were they fired? And tell everyone. Tell your chat.
Okay, so I don't trust
And tell
you. So
me
when
who
I'm
Tell me.
debating someone, I would, even if you said something I agreed with, I don't think I would ever reference you because I don't trust you. Why would you do that with New York Times? Why did you only reference them when they said something that you thought you agreed with, even though they didn't? But yeah.
No, I was saying that they made a correction. You know, media organizations can make corrections and still be on the wrong tilt, by the way.
Well,
Do you
they
know
made a
what
correction
WMD
because they
were?
initially
Were you
believed.
alive?
They made a correction
Do you
because.
know what WMD was? Do you know all of media said WMD was there? You know, me, Ruti, when she was not alive, was saying these things. The WMD was there. Not right. Raheem, 20 years ago,
Are
she
you
called
okay?
me told me the exact same thing. And guess what? She
Okay, I'm
was
dipping again,
wrong.
sorry.
I was right.
Did
That's the
we hurt your feelings?
That's what we're
Are you
talking
okay?
about here.
Are you okay?
I'm perfect. What are you asking me? I'm okay.
Are you okay?
I'm just passionate and you know, being honest and truthful and stuff. Something that some people, you know, miss out on every once in a
Listen, Raheem, I think your beliefs are disgusting, but I would have a modicum of respect for you if you would just own them. Just be like, I don't like Jewish people. Stop with cows, with all the cow genes. Stop with all the, the string pullings and the.
You know, I
blah, blah, blah,
appreciate
blah,
these adjectives and
the little. We all
prepositions
know
and
everyone.
adverbs and conjunctions
Raheem,
and theatrics.
everyone
and
knows
these
you just
these
don't like
superb
Jewish people.
adverbs and adjectives that you're using to describe my belief system. I really appreciate that. You trying to soften me up and butter me up one way and try to take me out in another way. Like I can't pick up on that. Like this is so tough for me to pick up on. This irony is so tough for me to pick up on.
We all know that
Ruthie.
you just don't like Jewish people. Just say it. If you just admitted it, at least we would have a little bit of respect for you. But we all already know it.
Oh, you don't like Jewish people? Oh, that's good to know. Me, Ruchi Tutsi. Thanks for saying that. We didn't know that.
We
But
all
thanks
know,
for letting us
Raheem.
know that.
We all know. So I don't know why you're continuing to keep up the act. Either own it or admit that
keep up
you
what
believe
act? Hey,
something
listen,
that's so
I
disgusting.
only look at
You can't
facts.
admit that you believe it.
Listen, you can't admit that WMDs were there. You thought the WMDs were there. You wanted to go into Iraq because your brain dead. That's why. I mean, kind of, you know, basically. But yeah, you're kind of brain dead. So why was it not there? Because media told you one thing. but
Couldn't even
in reality,
vote
it wasn't.
when we
Right?
went into
I'm
Iraq.
you're not correct. I'm just making a simple point here. Let's stick to simple points. Let's not go all over the place and flake around and then try to make stupid jokes that nobody understands. And
I haven't been dropping little
and then one
tidbits
about
of
your
like,
stupid faces
oh,
laughing halfway.
if I were to hop on stream
No.
and be like, well, George Bush wasn't that bad, and yada yada yada, and all of these other little sprinkles of nuance and details, but we all know they're all pointing in one direction. If I were to do that about George W. Bush, then you would have something to a leg to stand on there, right? But I haven't, and you have when it comes to just not liking Jewish people. So just say it.
Wait. Let me ask you a question. Why is this really burning your intestines like so badly? I can almost smell the crap from like 8,000 miles away, wherever you are in this VPN universe. What's going on here? Really, it seems like you're trying to make a point or something about me, and it seems you're so mad that you're not able to get me to say something that you want. It really, really hurts my heart. Really, it does.
It's a little frustrating when we all know, but you won't admit it. Anyway, Lonerbox, if you want to pull David in, he's dying in chat.
Okay.
Who's David?
I don't. He's someone who wants to debate you. Are you okay with that? You okay with doing the rounds, Raheem?
Is he the Yakov Slayer? If he's a Yakov Slayer, I'm leaving. I swear to God.
He's not the Yakov guy. Oh my God. Okay.
Okay,
Wait a second.
all right.
I'll bring him in. All right. David.
Yes.
All right.
Working?
Yeah.
Mic
I
work?
guess it's your
Yes.
turn to talk to this guy.
He's gonna
No.
wish I was Yaakov. Listen,
To
Raheem.
talk to a genius. Go ahead. To talk to a genius. Go ahead. It's your turn.
So,
dear sir, or madam, whoever you
besides
are.
HamasNewsNetwork.com, give me one news site that you have any faith in terms of their integrity.
Whoa.
Give me one.
What are you
I'll get
talking
any of
about?
them that
Give
you're
me
like,
one
you
news
know what?
site that I
I
have
trust
any
this, but I'm
faith
gonna
in?
look it up after.
Wait, no. Why don't you do it right now so we can all see what it is? Because see, I like to be proven right or wrong on the spot. I'm not one of you pussy-ass people like Lonerbox Live that says 7 different things and then means one and then comes up and then criticizes everything else when he's wrong. And when he's right, he'll show you where he was right. I'm not one
Okay,
of those
so
type of
I'm really glad you ignored the question, but I asked you for a single source of anything that you believe in.
of anything that I believe in. So you're saying whatever I look at in news, you
Yes.
want me to
What do
share with
you look at to
you know
get your
what?
information?
Here's one. Here's one. Go on YouTube. I think it's called Hindustan Times. Okay, go look that
Genocide
up.
time. That sounds like a really good source to me. I
Genocide
think you
Times?
should
That's
switch to
what- no.
Electric Intifada.
No, let me
I think
spell,
that should be your
it
news
for
source.
you, little kid. Let me spell it for you. Midget. Hold up. I mean mental midget. Hindustan. Hindustan. That means India, in case you weren't aware, which you weren't, because you're not that smart. But that's okay. I'm making you smarter. Go ahead, learn. So Hindustan Times, subscribe to that on YouTube, and tell me what's actually happening with the war, and not what you're actually hearing from a select few media members.
Hindustan Time. Who owns that? Who owns that media network?
First of all, it's Hindustan, Hindustan. That's 9 letters, right?
Yeah,
You can do this,
I
I'm
got
doing
the
it.
site already. I already got Hindustan.
Wait, why did
Now,
Hindustan put out an article? Sorry, why did
Can we watch it?
why
along
did
with everyone?
why did Hindustan Times put out an article saying quoting Human Rights Watch saying that the rocket misfire was most likely from the Palestinian side?
Because they cover
I'm
all sides.
sorry.
They're not biased.
Because they're
They're
also
not
paid
biased.
by the Jews. That's why, right, Raheem?
Wait, is that what are you saying media are paid by the Jews? Are you doing what me Rutzi was doing and trying to get a same equal proportionate response from me and thinking that you're trying to make me fall into a trap when you're really not? And I'm
It's
able
not a
to really
trap.
pick it
You've
up
all
really
but said it.
quickly and then like deny it right there to your
You're just
spot,
pussyfooting
and
instead of
make
just
you
saying
look
it out
like a
loud.
dumber
Use your
idiot than
chest.
you thought you were, and then you thought that you were actually smart to try to actually disprove me when I'm like 4,000 levels ahead of you, little ding dong midget. Go ahead. What?
The only thing you're 4,000 levels in is the autism spectrum disorder. I don't know what you're
Whoa.
trying to.
Hey, shit, bro. Okay, wait.
Right, okay.
Baby girl.
Wow.
I don't know why that gave you like an orgasm, but it's time to take it easy, Raheem.
No. It wasn't an orgasm. It was a
What was
massive orgasm.
Okay, come on, wait. You've already done the who controls the media topic. Is there any other topics, or will I just end this now? 'Cause-
Okay,
What's with
so
that?
Raheem, I have a question.
So, okay, so now that you're proven dumb, go ahead, keep going. What?
Okay, I'm glad I was proven
Second,
dumb. You did a good job, Raheem.
No. What's your second attempt? Go ahead. David.
What happened on October 7th?
Well, let me see. Freedom fighters that were fighting an occupation for about, I don't know, 75 years, 56 years, whatever you want to call it, were actually trying to like this open air prison thing that they were living in. They were trying to like disrupt that, because humans, like males that have balls of steel, and not like you guys basically in the chat or any of you for that matter, actually have the balls to do that. You would submit to the IDF like PUSSIES. All right, but I'm not one of those. I'm actually a person.
So those who don't like to rape women just don't have enough balls of steel.
So what I'm saying is, you asked me a question, right? So do you not want the answer, or do you want to like go ahead and interrupt me and speak?
No, I let
Go
you give your answer. Actually,
you do your answer. What's the answer? What do I think?
The answer is a barbaric terror organization that oppresses their own people.
Why are you asking me? Why are you being like me, rootsy tootsy fruity?
Because I asked you for your opinion, and then you asked me for mine, so I gave you the opinion.
You said respect to answer it, so I could actually explain. Because you didn't want an answer. Because you thought you were gonna.
Literally went on for a minute, and I let you give your answer.
You couldn't do. I know. I understand this, man. It's really cool. It's cool.
Okay. Well, now that it's cool, you let me.
Any other scientific facts you want to bring forth towards me?
What scientific facts have you said for a
any
split
worldwide
second?
discoveries that you think I may want to know about, or like anything, or?
I don't know if this conversation is having you say a single thing. I don't know a single thing you believe, except for anything that says Hamas good and Israel bad.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just a fact. What do you mean, like that? That's
okay. If that's a fact.
Yeah, no. That's one. Please, let's not say that I'm being a PUSSY. I'm not. That is a fact. 1000%.
Okay.
And if Israel tells you the sun shines tomorrow, the sun will disappear. I promise you, the sun will disappear for 1,000 years. So whatever they say, I do the opposite.
These guys sound pretty powerful.
And I'm generally correct on everything.
Raheem, have you been mourning recently ever since you've seen like Hamas losing, or do you think that Hamas is going to do
Did you look at Hindustan Times? Did you play some articles from them? Could you play the time where like Hamas really kicked their ass really quickly, like yesterday and the day before, and they've destroyed like 90 vehicles in like 3 days? Or did you not hear that in your American media? Did Lower Box Lives?
The IDF is storming through Khan Yunis, deep into Hamas territory, and that the operation is going to be only speeding up from here. And the fact that Israel's lost like 90 people throughout the entire operation, and that Hamas is almost completely rooted out of the north. They're almost completely through the north, and the south is through like 6 days deep in the heart of
now
Khan
that you're
Yunis.
done with your fiction, in reality, Hamas will win the war.
What does that look
And
like?
how much you want to bet on this, by the way? Because I'm willing to bet. Like, I'm not one of these people that doesn't know what I'm talking about. I do know what I'm talking about, and I'll bet on it.
Since you're so confident, what would you like to give for the odds? Since you're so confident, Hamas will win.
Wait. So what? No. Since you know, right? You already spelled the news because you know. New York Times told you. So that means you're giving me 10-1 odds. $100, I get 1,000, and you get 100. Okay, I'm good with that.
As if I would trust you for a second, for a single dollar.
As if I would trust you for a second, loser.
Wow.
Okay.
You have anything else, David?
Do you have any topic you'd like to discuss?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Raheem.
No,
Raheem, I wanted to ask you. Okay. So you and me.
Okay, what? What's the question?
What? What does Hamas winning look like to you?
IDF crying in their panties and like running away, and like too many of them dying and like retreating and going and saying things like, "Oh my God, I don't know what's going on. We have all the weapons in the world, but these kids are killing us." What when they start talking like that?
They leave
Which
Gaza.
is what I
So
heard.
basically,
Which
they
is
leave.
what I actually heard. Hold up. Which is what I actually heard.
Okay, I'm sure you did. Okay, I'm sure you did.
Then I said, then that's what it is.
Okay, so the IDF leaves Gaza. I guess the wall goes back up, or like they fix the wall and then they just leave Hamas back in Gaza. That's Hamas winning to you, right?
Wait. Does okay? So IDF says we're going to dismantle Hamas, and they don't dismantle Hamas. What's the victory?
Yeah, I'm saying to you, that's Hamas winning. You'd be happy. You're happy with that result, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that helps.
If Hamas is still in power,
no, I'm asking you.
Then they're not dismantled, right?
So 20,000 people dying was worth that, right?
20,000? You could have, dude, you could have like 40, 50, 60,000 people dying. What does that have to do? A righteous cause should always be done, whether the risk of who loses their life. I mean, it's a sad state of affairs, but these things have to happen. This is how the world works.
So I'm saying, so that's what. No, wait, stop. I'm asking you. I'm asking you then.
Why, you know, when you guys were pro-apartheid, like back in like 30 years ago, and pro-South African apartheid, like when Mirutsi, was giving up the buns to every, pro-apartheid person. When that was the case, reality, the rest of the world was anti-apartheid. And guess what happened?
Okay, so when you're done with the fucking soy grandstand, I'm gonna ask you again. Let's say, I'm just gonna finish. I'm just gonna ask you then. You're saying Hamas winning is the IDF gives up on trying to get rid of. Can I finish? Are you scared of me asking you a sentence, like finishing a sentence? Is that unsettling for you?
You are really scared.
Are you trying to like throw me off because you're afraid of what I'm about to ask you?
Little Bucks, your words are so poisonous to me. My soul is.
So I'm gonna ask you. Hamas, let's say IDF leaves Gaza, and that counts as a Hamas win to you, okay? Right? IDF leaves Gaza. 20,000 Palestinians have died in Gaza, and half of the buildings are let's say Hamas wins. Hamas
narrative development with your own words and 3 more words, and then you don't really want to hear what the other person
says. So I'm gonna ask you. Hamas wins, okay? IDF leaves. Why are Palestinians in Gaza better off than they were before October 7th? Do you think they're better or worse off?
Because the whole world, guess what, is now talking about a Palestinian state. October 6th, who was talking about the Palestinian state? You're welcome, checkmate.
So 2 million people get displaced, 20,000 die, and that's worth it because the world is talking about it.
Dude, it could be like 50,000, like I said, 60,000, 70, 80,000.
Yeah, so that's that's what I'm asking you. 20,000 Palestinians dying was worth it because the world is now talking about Palestine. Is that correct?
To you, no, probably not. But to people with like dignity and that like want to live according to their own means and what their self-reliance is called, yes, it is worth it. Absolutely.
Okay, so yeah, wait, no, stop, fucking hell. I'm just saying. So, Raheem, you are anti-Palestinian. You want Palestinians to die in the tens of thousands so that the media talks about them more.
So the media talks about them more, or so they gain their freedom? Go ahead.
You think? No, wait. The media, the world talking about it is not the same as them getting their freedom. They are not going to get their freedom because of October 7th.
They will absolutely. If this happens with Hamas, within 10 years, there's 1,000%. No, I'm sorry, not within 10 years. That's a lie. Within 5 years. It's not possible if there's not a Palestinian state within 5 years. It's not possible to be a human being and live and see all this tragedy and not give them a state.
Okay, so just so we have that on record then. Palestinians are going to get...
Are you disagreeing with me?
Yeah, of course I'm disagreeing with you. That's fucking insane.
Right. No, so it's not insane. It's actually correct.
5 years from now. Okay, so 5 years from now. So
WMDs were not found, by the way.
So 5 years from now, Palestinians are going to have a state. That's what you think because of October 7th.
If everything we said right now, they leave. Yeah. 5 years from now, and Hamas is still in power, 1,000%.
Okay. Good. What Palestinian state? 6-7 borders or all of it?
What do you mean? They have to like negotiate over it, obviously.
You think Israel's gonna? So Israel, wait. If they're stop. If they're negotiating, Israel is
yes, no.
If they're negotiating, Israel is on one side of that negotiation, right? So you think they're going to negotiate? So you think within 5 years? You think within 5 years they're going to negotiate with Israel and get a state because of October 7th?
Their deal is going to be better than any deal that was offered before.
You think Israel's going to offer them a better deal than ever before?
Spin it and save it in your head.
Okay, I'm just asking you. I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. You think Israel is going to negotiate with Hamas and give them more than what they offered ever in the past?
Well, now you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you what the final result will be.
Yeah, I'm asking you. That's why I'm.
Palestine
So are you telling me?
More contiguous land than they did before.
Okay, so I'm asking you then, do you think Israel is going to do that negotiation with Hamas in 5 years?
First of all, I don't care if Israel is doing it or not. So
well,
that's
no, you just said it would be negotiated.
Yeah, it
with
has to be
who?
negotiated. You know who else to negotiate for Israel? USA, EU, UK, rest of the paid-off world. Yeah, they can negotiate for just as well for Israelis. I'm sure.
So what, the Israelis, they just don't have a say? What if the Israelis say no?
No, I'm saying you're making it a prerequisite. I'm saying that's not a prerequisite.
So you think a negotiation can happen for a Palestinian state without Israel at the table?
Without Israel, if they have an ally that knows exactly what they want and what they won't go for, it can be done by any U.S. government in the history of the universe. What are you talking about?
No, it can't. America can't control Israel as far as giving Palestinians a state goes. I don't know why you think that.
America is the daddy in this whole equation. What the F do you not understand? You keep talking nonsense, man.
It's just, you can't answer this question. So you think a negotiation is going to happen between Hamas and Europe and Hamas and the United States, and Israel just sits back and watches it happen? And then that's what's going to lead to them pulling the IDF out of the West Bank?
No, give us this deal, but they don't directly have to be part of it. You do know how negotiations work. I hope you're not this dumb as you're pretending to be.
Well, given that those negotiations involve things like whether the IDF leaves Gaza or not, or West Bank or not, like, yeah, I feel like Israel would be present at that negotiation. What the fuck are you talking about?
IDF will 1,000. Oh, no. That's not okay, now you're talking something else. That's not part of the negotiations. The IDF will leave because they'll get their ass kicked.
The West Bank?
No, we're not talking about Boston. We're talking about Gaza right now.
Well, I feel like if you're saying, I feel like if you're talking about a Palestinian state, the IDF would have to leave the West Bank. No.
No. Right now, I'm only speaking from.
You're talking about you think Gaza's going to wait?
No, I'm not. I'm not speaking from West Bank perspective because they have a different situation.
So you think Gaza's going to be a separate state from the West Bank? There's just going to be a state in Gaza, but not the West Bank. Are you a three-state solution guy?
It can be part of the solution, but I'm saying Gaza will be the main driver. West Bank will be the Robin on the journey.
So do you think there can be? Wait. Wait. Sorry. Do you think there can be?
How people in sandals, okay, and Nike freaking socks went and took over like the entire world's number 1 and number 4 army.
Do you think Palestinians are going to have a state with the IDF still in the West Bank?
I don't know. That depends.
No, it doesn't depend. They would have to go.
Of course it depends. Because guess who else lives there, you ding-ding? Israelis live there too. So IDF can just as well say, oh, you know what? We have a right to this area because our people are there. So we were going to, kind of have to take them back.
So you think the Palestinians are going to... do you think the Palestinians are going to accept a state with the IDF still in the West Bank, like where they are now?
So you think... Okay, so in your opinion, a state will happen without any IDF in the West Bank? That I can tell you is a bullshit.
Yes, Palestinians want a state. The IDF can't be policing it. No.
Troops can defend your own citizens. They can't occupy. That's the problem, is the occupation, not the defense of Israelis.
No, that's still... If the IDF have jurisdiction in the West Bank, that's still occupation. Yeah. What the fuck are you... What are you talking about? That's an occupation. The IDF are there to defend Israeli settlers in the West Bank. That's an occupation, and it's... Oh my God.
Just because you talk 4 decibels louder doesn't make your point any more cogent or,
I mean, I have to speak because you just cut me off all the time, but it's fine.
Oh, okay. Got it. So, no, Israeli army will be there even with a state or without a state.
So why is this offer so much better than... So why is this offer so much better than...
doesn't have to be taking over all the checkpoints. That's a nuanced discussion, like I just said.
Well, if they're protecting settlers, then there would be checkpoints. That's the whole point in the IDF being there, is to protect. The checkpoints are to protect Israelis. Yeah, that's the point in them being there. That's why the IDF puts them there.
Dude, but there's Israeli citizens that are there, and they may not be kicked out of those settlements. You do know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that the West Bank won't be all Palestinian. I think you know that, but you're not for some reason able to visualize that. I don't know what the problem is.
No, I know that. Yeah, I know that, but that's why it seems to be the case that settlements will be annexed and there'll be land swaps. So why are you saying this? Why are you saying this?
So now you're saying, wait, let me
let's hear it. Go.
Oh, good copycat attempt. I give you a 4 out of a 10. You're saying that basically annexations and land swaps are going to cause Palestinians to be segregated from the Israelis in the West Bank specifically. Is that your claim, yes or no?
I feel like that's what they want, right? I don't think
That's the
Palestinians want to
dumbest thing
share a
you've ever
state with
said in
fucking
the history of
Israelis.
Everdom. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said in the history of Everdom. That's the dumbest
Why?
thing you've ever said.
Why?
Because those settlements won't just dismantle you, dingus. That's why there's these things called land swaps. You just mentioned it yourself.
Why that doesn't contradict anything I said.
What? That doesn't contradict anything you said?
No, it doesn't.
Land swaps cause there not for a reason to be a segregatory environment. You get that, right? Land swaps.
What do you think? Wait. What do you think land swaps mean? What do they swap? What are they swapping the land for? They're giving. So a land swap would be Israel giving land to the West Bank that is not lived in by settlers. And what does Israel take in exchange? They take the settlement blocks.
Which means, what does that mean? That means some settlements.
It means the Israelis live in Israel, not in Palestine.
If you think Israelis will leave all of the West Bank settlements after all the while that they've been
I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying is a land swap. A land swap is when Israel. That's what I'm saying. It's a land swap is when Israel takes a settlement block and makes it part of Israel and exchanges it for land that is not lived in by settlers to the West Bank.
And guess what? That means Palestinians
That's annexation.
and Israelis could be living together right next to each other.
No, it doesn't.
Incorrect.
It means the settlement blocks would become part of Israel, and the swapped land, which doesn't have settlers in it, would become part of Palestine. It means the settlers would live in what would become incorporated into Israel.
Listen, even you are not that dumb, bro. Like
You don't
honestly,
know. You actually don't know what a land swap is. How is this deal so much better than what was offered in the
land
2000s?
swap does not mean people moving. Do you get that or no?
I know it means the border
know what
moves.
land swap is?
It means the border
What?
moves. Land
Yes,
swaps mean the border
exactly
moves.
my point.
Yes.
That's precisely my point.
Which
Oh
means
my God.
Israelis would live, Israeli settlers who live in the West Bank would live in what would become Israel, and then the land would be swapped.
And what happens to the Palestinians that live right next to them? They're in
That would be the West Bank.
right?
Yes. So the
your
Palestinians
claim
would live in
was
Palestine,
they
and
won't
the
be able
Israelis
to
would live in
live
Israel.
together. My claim was
It would obviously be a wall, mother.
And so I'm kind of correct, aren't I?
No, you're not.
What? How did what?
There would be a border wall that would separate them. It's not that hard
They'd
to
be
think.
separated by a border. That's what would happen.
But what I'm saying
They would
to you
move the
is
border
just-
so that the
there's
Israelis are on the
different
Israeli
borders.
side of the border and the Palestinians are on the Palestinian side of the border. That's what they would do. That's
So
not
you're
that's
saying
so
they're gonna
simple.
move away from each other. So you're saying they're going to move away from
No,
each
they're
other.
not moving. The border moves.
Thank you. Which means those people are still connected to each other. Which means settler sees Palestinian, Palestinian still sees settler. Yes, they're in different countries, but it's still the same
But
thing.
they'd be across a border. There'd be a border between them, which isn't there now. Yes, there would be a border between them, which is currently not there.
Wait. The way the situation is right now, it doesn't look like it. At least the way it is right now, it doesn't look like it. Sure, it may happen. You're right.
Right now, the border separates
But
Israel from
way
the
it
West
looks now,
Bank.
it damn sure is not about to happen anytime soon.
So that's why I'm asking you, why is this deal that you think is going to come out of October 7th so much better than what was offered in the past?
Dude, the best thing would be if like all the Israelis pack up and leave to 1948.
No, but they're not. Okay, but they're not getting that, are they?
So since we're now living in reality, I gave you the real life situation.
Which is what? That October 7th pushes Israel to give Palestinians a state?
1,886%, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and they're going to negotiate that with Hamas.
Like I said, they don't have to. They have
Well, they do have
allies
to.
that can also negotiate for them, or they could also be part of the negotiations. Yeah, I'm not having
USA negotiating for Israel is Israel negotiating. I don't know why you keep saying that as if that's like, oh no, it would be USA. That would be through Israel. They're not.
Okay,
USA
who's this
isn't going
mental
without
midget again?
Israel.
Who's this mental midget again?
Answer what he says.
I know I'm not hearing that from someone who's like 700 pounds living in his mother's basement.
This brain dead IQ negative 1,000%. Well, who am I talking to right
God,
now?
the
Hold
fucking
on.
shit slinging in here.
Negative IQ 1000%. Listen, bro.
D. David.
I don't know where do you live?
Desperate
Like
brains.
what country?
I live right. Ask your mom where I live.
Like this guy just lives in his basement, thinks about Islamic prophecies, and the jihad is gonna come
Yes,
and
that's
like
exactly
save the
what I do. It's not like
Palestinians,
I
and
do like a programming
that all
job
the
or like
Jews are gonna
making
disappear, and then
or like,
everything's gonna go amazing.
work
Like
on computers or have like 8 different contracts with different. It's not like I would do anything like that. No. I wouldn't do that. No, I'd be just an idiot like you. I totally would be. I got it, bro. Yeah.
okay.
All right.
I hope you
drink
have
some
a
bubble
nice
tea
time in your
and
dreams.
chill.
Raheem,
And
do you,
don't,
so
you know.
you think all these Palestinians dying in Gaza right now is basically going to help the cause in the end, right? Because it puts things in the media.
At the end,
Okay.
that's exactly what everyone thinks.
Okay, so
That's
why don't you go to, if you wanna, why don't you go and fight Israel then?
Oh, dude, well, like
If that's gonna help, if that's what does it.
Can you ask? Can you ask the Palestinian people if they'll take me?
Yeah.
You will? Will you pay for that trip?
Take a trip to the just take a trip to the West
I know
Bank and
you-
go
I
to
know
fucking
you're rich.
go to the
Hold
West
on.
Bank. Just go to the
I know
West Bank and
you're
go with
obviously,
fucking
like,
Lions Den. Why not?
Funding you like $4,000 a day and all that. So let's work that out. Let's work for the trip. All right.
Oh,
Let's
wait,
get my
are you
visa
saying
done,
the
let's get it
only reason you're not doing it is because like the Gaza's closed? Is that why? You would do it if Gaza was open and they were recruiting from internationally?
The only reason I'm not doing it is because no, there could be multiple reasons to a certain question.
Yeah. There's multiple reasons
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
not going to say the. I mean, you could, for example, you
Hey,
could.
Gucci just said, Raheem, I will personally buy you the plane ticket. I want it today, right now. Google it and send it to me right now.
You want to go to the West Bank and fight with Israelis? Fight with the IDF?
Fight with? You mean against? Please.
Well, that's a fight with means fight against. It can mean the same thing.
I mean, if you say fight with, then Hamas
it's just
would want
it's
to
like a
kill
language thing again. I'm saying like
fight
fight. Obviously, I
against,
mean fight
then
against
Hamas
the
would
IDF.
not want to
Okay, so you would like right now to go to West Bank and fight against the IDF?
Yeah, if I didn't have prior commitments, absolutely. Yeah.
If you didn't have prior commitments, what commitments do you have that are more important than
Prior
Palestinian
commitments
freedom?
are his mother's basement, by the way.
Oh, I don't
just
know,
so you know.
things like, work and like, I don't know, paying bills and, things like that.
Okay, so
like,
what you actually mean is you want other people to go and die for this fucking retarded cause so that you can soy out and be really happy that, oh, well, 20,000 of these people are dying, but, at least 2 million people losing their homes, but at least it's in the media now. Fuck you, man. You're, okay, bye-bye. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I just thought I would give him the boost. I think we've milked him for everything we have. I don't know how comfortable I am having fucking anti-Semites in my community, so we might have to ban him now. Let's see. Yeah, you can just ban him now. That's fine. As long as we got that concession out of him. That's fuck me. David, I love you. I'm gonna disconnect you, okay? Take care.
Okay, bye. Jesus, that was a lot. Bye.
Bye. Wow. Prior commitments. It's the end of an era. I know, right? You know what? Maybe I'm just not that good at this. I didn't even think to... I just thought he was some stupid fucking soy poster. I didn't think that asking him who controls the media would get the mask off that quickly. Fuck. Back to basics, eh? I mean, I guess you just meet people where they are,
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Okay.
In an
Donos.
attempt to move on from this nightmare, what do you think of the US pushing for Saudi security control of the West Bank as part of the Israeli/Saudi security convo going on right now?
I have no idea. I want to know what Gazans would think of that. That's the important thing, right? I know the reason Israel shouldn't occupy Gaza is because they would fucking hell. They would just be fighting like every fucking day, right? It would be fucking horrible for Palestinians because Israel. Like, what would happen? Is this what happened? One fucking IDF officer would get a rock thrown at him, and then they would destroy the entire fucking neighborhood. Like that's probably how that would go. So no, I'd rather not go down that road. I don't know. Someone's got to do it. It's probably someone's gonna have to rebuild Gaza. Like, it's not gonna be Israel. It's not gonna be Hamas. So I don't know. USA will do it, Giga Chad. I don't know. I know Americans like Americans, okay? But Arabs don't really like Americans. And I think they have pretty good reasons to not like Americans, so... I don't know how I feel about that one, Jack. I don't know how I feel about Chad McMichelson fucking trying to patrol a local souk. Some fucking dumbass cowboy spitting on his hand before he offers a handshake over a haggling deal. So, cultural differences, you know? Sorry. Other donos. There's a message that got retracted from this tier 1 sub, so I don't know who it came from, but thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. And Grolixes, thanks for the $2. Are the paid conspiracists in the room right now? Yeah. Gazanator, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Alex Jones of Palestine. Damn. Ak AZ, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Kendrick for the $20. How do I donate to Marutzi? She's cooking this guy. I'll send her $20. Sure. Maverick, thanks for the $10. In an attempt to...
You smarmy cuck bastard.
I would have donated earlier, but I had prior commitments.
Thanks for the $10, Scott Truck. Maverick, thanks for the $10. I already answered your question. Thanks very much. Kendrick, thanks for the $20. Really appreciate that. It's really generous of you. The Marutzi fucking wealth fund. Oh, I'm level 24. I didn't even realize I was level 24. The fuck? This is a slog, though. I am not grinding very well. Hang on. Okay, we'll watch this interview. And I'll get bored and then watch the hbomb video. That's how that'll go. Okay. So, this guy apparently who asks questions. Let's see if this informs us any more than that Raheem conversation did.
Corey from the Ask Project. Corey,
I know
again,
it's a tall
thanks
order.
for coming. It's great.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. So we were chatting a little bit about your background, and that's always obviously where I want to start. So if you could sort of just introduce yourself in your own words. Who are you? What's your background? And how did you get into producing the Ask Project?
Okay, so my name is Corey Gilschuster. I'm Canadian. I'm from Ottawa originally. I've lived in Israel for 20-something years, over a 30-something year span. How did I get into this? I was always interested in the conflict itself, more as an observer. When during the second Intifada, we moved to Canada because we newly adopted a child, and I just thought, I'm Canadian. I can't handle both being poor and being stressed because of conflict. And when I was there, after detoxing in a sense from this country, because it can be a difficult place, I looked for a program in the psychology of conflict and found conflict studies. I didn't know about what conflict resolution was, so I started an MA in conflict studies to understand what I had experienced from at least Israeli side, and to try to understand.
Hey, Mebut Far, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Holy shit. I really appreciate that.
How many people did he murder?
Oh, and on Twitch, Anonymous, thanks for the 5 gifted subs as well. Whoa. Coming from all sides here. I wonder what motivates people to gift subs anonymously. That's so strange. Okay, but thank you very much.
And the Palestinian Arab side. I also got involved in an Arab-Jewish dialogue group at the same time, which was kind of unique because the Arabs actually had the power. The Jews did not. The Jews were all Ashkenazi Canadian Jews, none of them had really been to Israel. If they had, they'd been for, on some trip for 2 weeks. They knew nothing. So everything was quoted from a Haaretz article, whether it was pro-Israel or anti-Israel, it didn't really matter. And the Arabs knew, because they were from Gaza, Egypt, Syria, they actually had a lot of on-the-ground experience or personal experience. And so it was very interesting to see those dynamics where the Arabs actually controlled.
I'm worried if the conflict will be over, you'll lose your income. If that happens, that'll be my fault for not being a good enough streamer, so I don't care. It's not like I haven't had the opportunity now, like I've got 1,000 viewers, so it's like, if I was just a one-trick pony, that's just how it goes. And we'll do something else. But I plan to stick around for if I can.
The power in the room, because they had much more knowledge than the Jews did, and the Jews just kind of felt guilty. That's what they did. So that was actually very helpful to understand dynamics of what's going on the Arab side.
And then when you started making the Ask project, that at first I imagine you had no vision of what it became today. It was just uploading some videos and then it evolved from there?
Yeah, so the idea was, it was actually during the 2011 tent protest in Israel, which is sort of like Occupy protest. And I was I was finishing my thesis for my MA, looking for a job and bored. So I was online. People were arguing about Israel-Palestine. None of them, of course, Israeli or Palestinian. None, of course. And they all knew everything because they saw video and they saw, they had a Haaretz article to prove their point. And I remember saying to a Canadian woman, no, I think I really wanted to bring Palestinians to this tent protest because I thought it's a good way to see democracy in action, or an aspect of democracy. And they could learn that, that they can have a voice too, or maybe they'd be inspired. I don't know. This is just this thought I had. And she kept saying, no, Israelis are so racist, they would never accept them, which is hilarious because I lived at the tent protest, I lived across the street from it. And there was the tent of 1948, which are Arab Israelis, Palestinians of 1948, who were protesting or rallying around this idea of remembering what was Palestine before 1948. And she said, what are you going to do? How are you going to prove to me that, these Israelis are really not that racist? Are you going to, do a survey, go around and do a survey? And it flashed in my head that I have a video camera. Why am I not doing this? Because I have these conversations with people all the time. Why not? And immediately popped in my head of, I should form it around a question. Somebody asks a question, form it around that, because if not, people just go off on tangents. It'll never end. And just ask, 6, 8, 10 people their opinion. And so I asked people in this forum, give me a question. Now, these are all experts, I put in quotes, experts on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. None of them had a question, not one. So I reposted. Nobody would ever ask me a question. Finally, somebody said something like, Israelis would agree to a one-state solution. I said, great. I'm using it as a question. And so I did that, and I think that was my first video.
Oh. Wow. And then how has that process evolved to today? So are people donating, and then you're choosing a question based on that, or you just have a ton of questions and choose what you feel is most?
I get a lot of questions. Yeah. No, most people who donate a tiny amount of money. Thank you.
Yeah. That's you guys, you broke bastards. I'm joking. I would never. Actually, your donations are usually very generous. Thank you.
Everybody, but they're small amounts, $10, $20, $30, that kind of thing, which is great. It helps, actually really does help, because I have to pay for a translator when I go to the Palestinian side. I have to pay for transportation. I have to pay for equipment. No, I choose the questions based on what at this.
Saving up to buy Raheem's plane ticket. Get him his little tin hat.
This point, this is 10 years later, but what I find the most interesting, what I are repeat questions. So if I get from a lot of people a similar type of question, I'll roll it up into one. So it won't be exactly as asked, but I'll try to generalize it into something that all those people kind of want to know.
This quest is horrible.
And then if I seem to get more on that, I'll go out and ask a more specific question about that. But yeah, I choose a question based on what I think is important to talk about, including because there's a lot of issues in this conflict that.
Does clicking the ads that play during the stream, I think you just watch the ad for rev share. I don't think they care if you click the ads now. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, fuck. Like during the streams, I don't know. Couldn't tell you. Thanks for those 5 gifted tier 1 subs though, holy fuck. From Toddley76. That's very generous of you, thank you. Anyway.
That no one seems to ever talk about. I'm very good at talking about the elephant in the room that nobody wants to talk about. I always notice this. And I think the fact that media
they got 7
and anyone else involved in this conflict, whether they're a propagandist or not, that nobody either they're talking about it or they're not talking about it in a semi-neutral, objective way and just asking interesting, curious questions. So that's what I try to do.
In terms of what are the main elephants in the room, I mean, from the Israeli perspective, I guess it's just the Palestinian issue in general. But for the Palestinians, what would you say the big elephants in the room are?
Oh, it's lots of things. There's contradictions in how they view themselves as Muslims who are seeking peace in their view, and how Islam is a religion of justice plus fairness and peace. And at the same time saying it's legitimate to kill Israeli civilians because of course, they stole our land. So justice therefore trumps. And then you go, but yes, but Islam, it says in the Quran, do not kill women, children, old people. And they say, yes, of course. And I can see in their eyes, there's kind of going, yeah, there's a bit of a, but no, I have to look good. And, I have to follow my Islamic principles and my core principles as a Palestinian. So I like to talk about all of those contradictions, both on the Israeli side and on the Palestinian side.
And do you feel most people are being honest with you, or at least mostly honest, or can you pretty much tell when somebody?
Well, on the Israeli side, I know. Basically, nobody's lying, but they might not be as brutally
holding back
awful as they would be if there wasn't a camera. But they're saying the same thing. They're basically saying the same thing, just not. And sometimes I'll throw in, okay, so what you're saying is this, and they'll go, yeah. Because I know the Israeli side much better. The Palestinian side, they are worrying about how they're going to be perceived by their parents and by their friends and community around them. So it's not about what the authorities will think, whether Israeli or Palestinian. So it's not about, a lot of people I see from comments think that people are giving an answer that internationally will sound good. Now, nobody's thinking about any of you people at all. They really aren't. They have no idea that what the internationals think. They don't care. That's not their way of thinking. It's really about what will my husband say? What will my father say? It's always about the men. Always. What will my peer group say? Will I get in trouble with this? Will I get arrested? That's another thing. Will I get arrested by either the Palestinian Authority or by the Israelis for what I say? These are the dynamics. The Israelis obviously don't care about that. They don't have that issue. Although every so often I do get somebody who was in a video who I happen to know, like from the supermarket. I don't know them, but and they'll say, oh, yeah, you got me in trouble because I said, and I'm like, well, you know what? You said what you said. I'm sorry. Like,
fuck, man. He's an entrapment officer.
As well. But no, nobody's thinking about these things. They're just in front of a camera, so they're acting a bit better, but not really thinking about what will, Americans think of me. Nobody's thinking about that.
Well, that's good. And then do you know if anyone's gotten in trouble from the Palestinian side?
Not as far as I know.
Okay.
I mean, in trouble in the sense of
arrested or seriously.
No.
An Israeli got in trouble. Oh, with who? With the law? What does an Israeli have to say to get in trouble with the law about the conflict? Or to just be like at work, maybe, if they work in like a multicultural part of Israel. I don't know.
No, nothing like that. Not as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
No. And I would actually feel bad, even if they said something horrible.
It's just that I'm just remembering the settlers. Like, why do you steal Palestinian land? And they're like, read book. It's our land, book. Read the book. Like, what book? Fucking. I think there's always this thing I hear from Israelis, like right-wing Israelis. It's always they reference the history books. Oh, if you read the history books, and it's like, they never say which ones. It's always just the history books. I'm like, at first, if I was like, really naive, just like, oh wait, is that just normal for Israelis to just read loads of fucking biased history books? And I'm like, I guess it's just a saying, isn't it? And it probably means be taught the same things I was taught in school. I can't kill two at once. Why did I even try that fucking moron? And I can't even gouge that person. All right, so we'll shoot that one. Hopefully gouge this one and not die. Come on. Pray for me. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Oh my god! Fucking... Cool. Okay. Give me a break. They're faster than me. And there's a gap. Oh my god, the gap's closing.
Remember the hall?
Wow. Shoot her afterwards with a stun? Stun gun?
You
Oh my
smarmy
god!
cuck bastard.
What's the fucking point? It's just, it doesn't matter. I'm in a place that I shouldn't be in. Like, my level's high enough, but fucking this game is... I think, isn't Scene Discovery, like, a bit harder? Isn't that what's happening? I think the mobs are stronger. Or I'm just coping. I feel like the mobs are stronger. It's felt like the way for quite a while. Okay.
Depends what they did, I guess. If they went out and killed somebody, no, I wouldn't feel bad. No, I would not, because I don't like violence.
And how is your experience going into Palestine for these type of questions?
Are
you
stronger.
typically welcome?
It's
Do
the
they
same.
perceive the questions as sort of with some animosity? Or
Zerberg, thanks for the €6. Thank you so much. Been meaning to subscribe to you, but what pushed me was the fact that Raheem's voice was the same as a friend of mine who's a sweetheart. What a trip. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Or are they pretty interested? Oh, yeah.
It's a mix. So first of all, they never know what the question is before on either side. Sometimes we kind of hint. Like, I'll ask them, what do you do? What do you study? What is your background in? So maybe I'll try to, if I know their history, like, you know, we've met people who are history students, and I'm like, oh, or someone who's a lawyer. And I'm like, oh, okay, I got something connected to law. Because they would just be... Because I know out of the 8 people I'm going to ask, you know, most people aren't going to know the answer to these things, so, or not going to have a really strong opinion on it. They don't know the question. When they hear the question, you can see sometimes they're a bit thrown off, and they're like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Okay, like relax, don't worry. I'm just asking your opinion." Like, sometimes you could see the animosity. You see that, you pick that up with both Israelis and Palestinians, where they are offended by the question. The most common one on the Israeli side is they make the assumption that I am a left-wing activist, that I'm like from Breaking the Silence, and I am there. They ask me, they go, "Oh, you're from, and are you from Breaking the Silence?" And I'm like, no, just have this YouTube channel. They don't believe me. They really think I'm trying to trick them, and that I'm going to edit them. And you can hear it in the video. They'll say, sorry, I'm going on a tangent about Israelis. No. They'll hear it in the video of them saying, now keep this. And I'm like, yeah, it's all there. Nothing is cut out. I don't cut anything out. Unless somebody said, look, you got to cut it because I'm going to get in trouble. And then I'm like, fine.
Plant seeds. Yeah.
So on the Palestinian side, nobody's ever asked me, nobody's ever said anything like that. They will sometimes contact me later saying, take me out. I thought about it, and my father would kill me if he knew I was, in something like this, talking about Israelis, because it's, family shame or giving, it's very public, and nothing is allowed public in Palestine. But in terms of, I was going to go on another tangent. No, forgot. Doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Worries. Are there any key memorable moments on either side, things that really stood out over the 10 plus years of you doing this, of somebody who gave you an answer that just shocked you one way or the other?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's lots. You want a negative? I'll give you a good one, actually, because, like a positive one. That's what I mean. I was just telling someone this before. So people often ask me, have you ever seen violence? I've seen 2 fist fights with Palestinians, like people trying to beat the crap out of each other just because, I don't know why. I don't even know the reason. I've never seen any conflict violence, ever, really. in this living here, except one other time when there was a protest and I happened to be there. What I did see was what really happens day to day in the conflict and in the occupation. In that sense, I was in a taxi, a Palestinian taxi, and I was going to a Jewish settlement to take a bus. And I figured, I'm already in the taxi. Let's ask the Palestinian guy who seems to know English. He's an older man, in his 60s. I'm going to ask him a question. So the question was, don't know this guy, no idea, just speaks English. And I say, have you ever experienced kindness from an Israeli? And he tells me a story about how during, I think it was the first Intifada or the second Intifada, I can't remember. It must have been the second Intifada, when his business of a kiosk, like selling, chocolates and gum and things like that, started to go broke because nobody was going out. Everyone was under lockdown because of the Intifada. All these things were happening. And he said he got all of his goods from some guy in Tel Aviv, and he said, I owe you, I think he said 30,000 shekels, I can't pay you. And the guy said, pay me if you ever can. And I said, wow, were you ever able to pay him? And he said, no, I was never able to pay him. I closed
30,000 shekels. Wow. I've been talking to the wrong Israelis.
The store, went bankrupt or whatever. There is no bankruptcy in that sense. And started driving a cab. And he's telling me this on video. And a Palestinian saying that he experienced kindness from a Jew is
pretty rare.
Very taboo. First of all, rare because they're Palestinians are rarely actually in contact with Jews, but to admit that publicly, wow, really nice. Okay, so he stops in front of Ariel, and I get out in the roundabout.
To be fair, that's about as many as that Teb guy is probably giving me by now. To be fair, my Mossad agent.
And as I'm getting out of the cab, a 20-year-old soldier, kicks his car. And I lost it because I have a temper. And I start screaming in Hebrew, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? And he's like, you're not allowed to park. He's screaming in Hebrew at him. You're not allowed to park here. You're not allowed to stop here. And I'm like, why did you kick the car? And he started getting in my face, the soldier, of, who are you? Get out of here. This is none of your business. This has nothing to do with you. And I kept thinking, okay, my temper is going to get this Palestinian guy in trouble. There's no point. This is silly. So I got out, and so his commander had to come over and kind of break us up because we were screaming at each other. And that is sort of a metaphor of everything that's going on. This guy was telling me, took a risk, in a sense, of telling me a story about how Israelis were compassionate towards him and showed him some kindness. And some 20-year-old Israeli guy who thought he shouldn't be a soldier, thought he shouldn't be stopping there and has control. So meaning you might get a cop in Tel Aviv doing something similar, but he would never kick a car. He might scream at you. That's common. I get screamed at all the time. But no one would kick your car because that's just going too far. Whereas he could do that with an older Palestinian man because, there's no one really to check up on you. There's no one really to complain. So that's one experience. And that happened about 8 years ago. So that's one experience that stands out.
The shame is that the positive side of that story, I'm sure, would happen much more frequently if they just had the chance to have more exposure to one another. There's as you said, there's very, very little communication between Israelis and Palestinians. And even the Palestinians who come in on work visas, they're not really interacting with Israelis.
No, not at all. Not at all. I see them on my bus every morning.
About that.
They're in the buildings because they live in the buildings that they're constructing, but they barely speak Hebrew, and they they have very little interest in interacting with Israelis. It's not really that they're looking for it, but it's two different worlds completely.
So do you hope mostly foreigners or Israelis and Palestinians are consuming your content? Because I guess both groups could benefit enormously from hearing the answers.
I wish it was Israelis and Palestinians. Actually, the original intent was to have a dialogue between Israelis and Palestinians because they can't meet. But I realized that neither side cares to meet. They don't.
Do you know of B'Tselem? Yeah.
Care. I get Israelis who recognize me. I almost never get Palestinians who recognize me. Because of asking the questions, I kind of hope nobody recognizes me because I think it's fresher. It's more real if they have no clue what I'm doing, or if they make an assumption. I'm sure I'm a leftist. They think I'm a leftist propagandist.
I can kill these guys.
Great. So tell me, what do you think? Tell me why. But part of me wishes that they would actually interact. They would actually get to know each other. But I don't see that happening.
And how do you, if you had to evaluate your own biases, how do you feel you stand on the conflict? Do you feel you're pretty in the middle? Because that's what it seems. Not so much.
No, I have my definite opinions.
And no need to share them, of course.
No, I don't mind. I have definite opinions, but I'm always faced with a contradiction to whatever I think. Always, and as we should be.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think a one-state solution will never work. And then every so often I meet somebody who that could work. That's the one person who, maybe that could work. But it's pretty rare. So,
how has the project just changed your opinion about the conflict over? Because I imagine from the beginning to now, there's been some big shifts in your perspective. Or maybe not.
It happened very quickly. And it hasn't changed since then. So, two things. First of all, my joke, or it's true, is that the right wing in Israel is more correct about the conflict than the left wing, by far. They have much better analysis. Now, it's based on their own, how they see Palestinians, but they just happen to be much more correct, meaning security is an issue. Security is a big issue. A lot of Palestinians really just want to get rid of the Jews. They have and the left wing thinking, no, once we have some settlement in place, it'll all be fine. I don't know. I hope, I wish, because I am that kind of left wing, but we should all get along. I'm very Canadian in that sense. But I think the right wing is more correct. And Palestinians, I didn't know anything about what they thought. And I realized they do not care about us or know Israelis in any way, or Jews at all. Don't care. They have a lot of mythology about Jews. It's based on what they hear in the media and actual knowing them in some way, but a lot of it is fantasy and in what they think, and I don't see that changing in any way. So I was a bit surprised by that, because I thought, well, you live next to each other. How do you not know each other? But you quickly learn that people don't. They don't want to know each other. It's easier to think in your own narrative because it strengthens your own sense of who you are. It's just easier. So, and that was I should have known, having studied conflict studies.
There's one interview that this guy did when a Palestinian was basically saying, why would a Jew have ever come to Israel if it wasn't just to take over, right? And the guy next to this guy, I think, just was with him, says, well, I'm Iraqi Jew, my family was my parents came to Israel because the rest of their family was murdered in 1940. And then the Palestinian just looks at him and he's just wait, Muslims did that? He'd never heard of it before. It was kind of a weird one.
I should have known that.
No, I feel like Israel is completely full of surprises. The main thing to me, before I came here knowing very little, is I definitely oversimplified the entire conflict, no matter how much I tried to learn about it sort of in advance. But when you get here and you spend any significant amount of time, you realize there are no words to express the complexity of the issue in every respect. It is truly, it's no surprise that this is one of the stalemate of stalemates, the never-ending conflict that still doesn't seem like it's anywhere close to being
Yes, and I don't see, there's nothing on the horizon. There's no leader with any vision. I can't even imagine what the vision would be. And I know everyone who's listening to this is going, no, it's really simple. 2 states, or no, a binational state, or no. And all of those have huge issues, which would quickly devolve into civil wars, easily. Yeah. Whether it's 2 countries, 1 country, doesn't matter. Because most of the people will disagree with whatever the person who's thinking this thinks.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do about that.
Yeah, it is interesting. A lot of these people think a statement like that is sort of politically motivated, and it's really not.
No.
It's no matter where you stand, what you said is true. It's irrespective of the political bias.
Yeah. Ooh, and you can't change human beings. Human beings are human beings. They think in these tribal ways.
Yeah.
So And I have ideas of how you can manipulate and change that to a certain extent, but nobody's going to use them. Nobody's going to use marketing. You use, you talk about the positive sides of peace. But is that really going to work? No, because we basically, in the end, when I hear Palestinians say, no, we want to expel all Jews, we want to kill the Jews, I'm like, well, you know what? My grandparents were right.
Here's an issue I do have when it comes to, I guess, like the security thing is like when people say, like, just end the occupation, just end the apartheid, and then like end the oppression, and that stops them wanting to kill you, right? That's the idea. I think people who say that, I wonder if I can use this more rhetorically as well, because I think it's quite good rhetorically, is to say like, people who talk like that are really downplaying the impact of oppression. If you say just end the oppression and end the apartheid and all that, then people stop wanting to kill you. It's like, that's not, that pain and trauma that is shared across generations as a result of occupation doesn't go away just because you give people voting rights. It's going to be like, that is going to have to be a factor that people have to account for even after peace, even after a deal is agreed upon, right? And it does kind of, it impacts the way you have to approach a peace deal as well, right? As you do have to, there needs to be assurances on either side that like there's not going to, about like how do you give this settlement without a huge backlash from the people who oppose it. Yeah, you have to consider that. That's why it's just not like, oh, just end the apartheid, just free Palestine. It's like, okay, well, it's like, it's not really helpful. Even if that's what we want. It's just like, if that's where your analysis begins and ends, it's dumb as fuck. It is downplaying. I think that's where I should put it. Is like, it's just pretending that oppression doesn't damage people in the way that it actually does. Of course, you don't mean keep the occupation. No, I don't. Obviously not. It's just that when we have these discussions and people are like, if you want to debate the solutions with people, or if you want to talk about like with the issue of security, I think a very common thing with leftists is to just dismiss the security question and be like, the only reason the security question exists is because of occupation and oppression. And the oppression, you end the security situation. That's a really naive way to look at it, because to me that is just acting like oppression is basically like, they hate you, they want to kill you and all that, and then you turn off the oppression and then suddenly they're fine. That's not like that at all. And the way, it's a very childish and like patronizing way to view like what oppression does to people. Yeah. But I think I've never really communicated that in a very good way, especially if I'm trying to communicate it to people who just don't understand the security concern thing. Whereas I think if I phrase it in that way, rather than just saying, like using an example like Rwanda or some shit, yeah. Anyway.
Everyone hates the Jews.
Yeah.
So it just feeds into what we already think.
Sure. And do you think something like the Abraham Accords are a meaningful step forward, or is that just...
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything positive is positive.
Sure.
I don't, actually, I give Netanyahu, who I cannot stand, I give him a lot of respect for...
Now everyone in chat like, yeah, but you have to do it either way. I know you have to do it either way, okay? I'm just saying, like, I'm talking about a very specific person here, like, or a specific type of argument, which is like, just end the oppression and then the security power problem goes away. When you're talking about, for example, like, okay, how did they transfer power with a way that doesn't just devolve into like fucking chaos like on day 2, right? Yeah, that's the kind of person I'm talking about here, right?
For manipulating this whole situation towards having peaceful relations with the Gulf countries.
It's for people who like, sorry, one more time. If you're having a debate, right, and you're talking about 2 states or 1 state, it's like, and someone says, okay, how do you, what's the security, how's that handled in this negotiation or this process? And if the answer to that is just, oh, end occupation, you end the security problem, that's what I'm talking about. That's like, it's not a good argument. That's why I wish people knew more about the Rwandan genocide. That's a really good example, because that's a group that was, the Hutus were historically oppressed. They were a majority of the population, but they were poorer, and they were under the like economic and political boot of the British of the empires. I think it was Britain and then Belgium. I think or Belgium and then Germany. I can't remember. Fuck. But yeah, like under the colonial government, they were basically under the boot, and the Tutsis, who were the landowning minority, had the wealth, they had a monarchy, and they had representation in the colonial governments in Belgium. Yeah. So, but then power transfers over. It's Belgium and Germany, yeah. And then a lot of, even as soon as the Hutus gain power, I think in the 60s, when the colonial government leaves, fucking the Tutsis, a bunch of them actually have to flee their homes. And then you have all this tension and civil war and military coups going on. And then by the time you get to the 90s, 30 years after, you know, the occupation is over and all that, like, and then the Tutsis get genocided, you know? Yeah. By the Hutu government. So, and it's kind of because, like, although the oppression had to end, there are ways that you end oppression that are just like, you have to, that don't consider what happens on day 2. And that's a really good example of it. Which is funny because I guarantee you if the Tutsis were, because I feel like the response people might have made to concerns from the Tutsis would have been like, oh, you're just doing white genocide, reverse genocide theory, right? That's when people talk about like, oh, this like idea, they always write off the idea of historically oppressed groups coming back to bite the historical oppressors in the ass. Like, it's like just like reverse genocide, it's just, or white genocide. It's just be like written off. But like, we actually have a historical example of that happening, right? And it was, yeah, so, fuck. Okay, I still need to fucking... Oh, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at all. All right.
With Morocco, it's better than war. If you speak to Egyptians today about Israel, Israel's Satan to most Egyptians. I was there 30 years ago, and they would say Israel is what do they call it? A lion or a tiger that wants to pounce and kill you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Nobody wants Egypt here. But it's better to have an agreement that doesn't create a war than having a war, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that with Palestinians as well. It just we're so intertwined that it's much more difficult. So I don't see how we could do that exactly.
Have you ever gone around to neighboring countries? I mean, you said you were in Egypt 30 years ago, but did you ever do any recording anytime
in
recently?
Jordan a little bit?
Jordan,
no,
yeah.
not recently.
Yeah.
That was at the very beginning,
yeah.
And it was more of I was doing it kind of stealth. Like I had my little tiny camera in my hand. You could barely see it's a camera, and it was more because there was all these anti-Jewish books, anti-Semitic books on every street corner. And the reason I did that is because in the Arab-Jewish dialogue group I was involved in Canada, there was a woman from Egypt who was telling me, no, there's no anti-Semitism. No, there's no, I grew up in Egypt. We don't hate Jews. And I was in Egypt, and on every street corner, there was a book showing tentacles and a Jewish star, and everything was about obsessed with the Jews and how evil they are. And I was like, you're either lying to me or she's lying. And I saw it, of course, in Jordan. I see it in Ramallah. I see it not as much in Ramallah.
Oh no. There's historical precedent for the tank hiding behind the person as a human shield. Remember? It's in South Park when they tried to use the black people as human shields. Fuck me.
Actually, interestingly enough. So that was why. But I would be worried about being arrested in almost all Arab countries because of this.
Even Jordan, you would say?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be doing anything about the monarchy, so I guess that I'd be safe from that. But still, going to ask Palestinians questions, I don't know. People are very paranoid. They will very quickly turn you into the authorities. So for some reason, Palestinians in the West Bank and Israel, it's not as big an issue. But I've heard stories in Jordan. I don't know. I want to try. I would love to try, but I would be very afraid.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Passing question, what do you think of John Aziz? He's the guy, the British Palestinian guy, who... I don't know. Like, I feel like I did follow him just because I thought it was really interesting what he was saying. But yeah, because he's like a Palestinian British guy who basically does like sort of centrist pro-Israeli points like all the time. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit weird. I don't really know what's going on there. I feel like if I was Palestinian, I would see him as a pick-me, but I haven't looked that far into what he says, so I could be wrong. I don't know. I mean, I know he's ultimately like he's one of those like, oh, a pro-peace guy. I just want like Israelis and Palestinians to live in peace. So fucking yeah. But like he's just a Twitter account. I tend not to judge people just as like I am just judging him. I just got the weirdest fucking text I've ever seen in my life, but okay. I don't think he's like horrible or anything. It's just strange to look at.
And in terms of, you said you already spoke on the one-state solution. Do you have any hope for a two-state solution, or is that also something?
I mean, theoretically, anything's possible. I still say the best of all bad solutions is the two-state solution.
Clinton parameters, is he going to say? Oh, he's just going to say
because everyone's been talking about it for over 100 years. They kind of know what to expect, more or less. We kind of know if there's going to be borders, where the borders will be. So it's the one solution that I say has maybe a chance, but I don't see it. No one's working towards it. Nobody wants it.
And the current political governmental upheaval that's going on in Israel at the moment, how do you think that's going to manifest in terms of impact on the conflict? No guesses?
No. I don't. No, I can't think of any connection. Somebody just asked me this about what's going on with the protests in Israel is connected to what's going on with the Israeli army targeting what we would call terrorists in the West Bank. There's kind of no connection. They think there are people protesting here against that. I'm like, no. Most Israelis agree with eliminating terrorists, people, because most of these people have actually either have actually killed Israelis or are planning to kill Israelis. And it's very hard to find anybody, right or left, who would say, no, we really shouldn't be doing it. They would say, come on.
But in terms of somebody like Ben-Gvir having more power and then the settlements expanding or that type of thing manifesting into...
Yeah. I don't know. I don't like giving predictions because every time I've heard a prediction from anybody, and these are political scientists, they're always wrong. It always went in a different direction, sometimes worse, sometimes better, but always wrong. So I don't know, but it can't help. So the fact that Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are part of the government does embolden.
This is from before the war, yeah.
A lot of people who vote for them. And so there are going to be settlers, Jewish settlers in the West Bank, most of who are quite moderate. Surprised me. That kind of surprise. That's another thing that surprised me because I expected them to all be Smotriches and Ben-Gvirs, and actually most of them are not. They might vote for them, but they are not. They're not people who actively want violence. Whereas Ben-Gvir and Smotrich are sort of these symbols of we're not going to take crap from the Arabs. We're going to show them who's boss. And so I think people vote for him because of that, because they love this idea of we control, and they cannot, force us into this. So then you're going to get those fringe people who are, and I've met them, they exist, who might feel that it's okay to use violence more. So yes, that could escalate things even more. So.
And then again, this is sort of along the lines of a predictive question, but in terms of the shift towards the broader Arab community and Israelis getting along, essentially just to combat Iran, that is often seen as something potentially very positive, just because it's, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That could cause some meaningful peace in the region, and then a defeat of Iran that produces some lasting peace. Same stance, just not sure.
I don't know, because if it's the leaders, it's basically leaders making peace, which is better than nothing. I don't want to, I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
But if the people all still hate each other.
But the people are all, the people in the Arab countries, in Saudi Arabia, most of them, can't say all, most of them are still anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian because they see Israel as...
I wonder if, how Israelis always complain about how we're the democracy and all these Arab countries are the dictatorships, they're fucking crazy. They never, we release their archives. They don't, fuck that. But also, I wonder if Israelis, if they think about it, Israelis should probably be quite grateful that Arab states are dictatorships, because I think in every Arab state, since the very beginning, since 48, the population has always been more pro-Palestinian than the leaders. Even in '48, there were protests, I think, in Egypt because before the war, because they felt like Egypt wasn't doing enough to send troops over to help the Palestinians. Like, that was in '48, and if you look at now, leaders like Saudi and Egypt or fucking Jordan making peace with the Palestinians. It's like with the Israelis, it's like the populations don't generally want that. So, yeah, I wonder if like the fact that the Middle Eastern countries are dictatorships actually helps Israel a little bit, because it's the leaders that make peace. It's not the public opinion that does it in any of those countries.
This foreign entity, it's going to take a lot for to convince people in the Middle East, because they've been sold this idea of the Jews invaded and they're colonizers, and these are not the same Jews that came from the Bible. These are not the Jews in the Quran. These are different Jews. These are Zionists, completely different. I mean, the same thing, the same people. Again, I still think it's better than active war or even a Cold War. And I know for a fact, because I do check who watches my videos, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia included, I have a lot of followers of Israelis. Whereas in Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Palestinians, I do not. So that's
sort of
interesting.
Makes sense. They're a little more connected to the Western world, I suppose, in the Gulf states than maybe.
Maybe that's why. I don't know what the reason is, because you would think Palestinians would want to know at least what Palestinians think, and Israelis think, but they don't seem to care. Whereas I get more, because I did the math, how many viewers I have, over 6 months from Saudi Arabia and from the West Bank and Gaza, divided by the population, and there are many more in the Gulf countries than Palestinians. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Another quick production question I wanted to ask. So when you choose a question or set of questions, one of the things that I think people who have not spent time here may not appreciate is the importance of going around to sort of a representative demographic throughout Israel. Because if you pick any given question, you come to Tel Aviv and you leave it at Tel Aviv, you sort of know what you're going to get for the most part. And same thing is for true.
Yes and no. I found it's not quite as, it's actually more diverse than I expected either. Because in Tel Aviv, I get a lot of right wing answers. You have more of a chance of getting a left wing answer, and in Rehovot, I met people who believe in a one state solution. Did not expect that.
Really?
Yeah, I did not. But I mean, I'm kind of self-selecting here because I happen to remember it because it surprised me. I noticed more of a difference between the coast and the mountains. So in Jerusalem, I get kind of like the much more extreme answers than I do anywhere between Ashkelon and and Nahariya with the Jews. So yeah, it really depends. But I really try to go to as many diverse places as possible.
And do you do multiple questions at the same time, or because it seems like a lot to go around one question at a time?
And where's my bag? I'll show you after. Yeah. I have a list of probably 30 running questions at all times, and I only ask one or two in each location. If I ask, because there are 30 questions. Yeah. So usually, if I go out for a full day, I only get 30 actual videos. And it kind of depends what the questions are, for religious, for secular, it depends what it is. But yeah, I don't ask in the same place at all. Also, because at the very beginning, people would pick on the videos and go, "Oh, you asked someone in Tel Aviv. Of course, you live in your little bubble." And I'm like, actually, it's not quite a bubble, because if you ask the guy who works in the hardware store, or and I'm thinking of the guy who fixed my bike, he was very right wing. He voted Smotrich years ago, and this is in the middle of Tel Aviv. But I still, just so people will not criticize, I really try to get as many places and as many types of people as possible. I actually actively stalk women, because women tend to not answer as often because they don't like the way their hair looks. I criticize women for this. Women have to stop this and give political opinions more often. Ethiopians, Black people more often, and Arab Israelis, because Ethiopians and Arab Israelis are the two groups that are the least likely to answer a question on camera. Palestinians, not a problem. Israelis who are not Ethiopian and not Arab, not a problem. Those are the two. So I spend more time, if anything, trying to get them.
That's interesting. Why, in the case of the Ethiopians, do you
Cultural. You don't. My neighbor was Ethiopian. I haven't posted this yet, but I said, what is it? And they said, it's a cultural thing. You do not talk publicly about these things. Do not. It's very, your community, your Ethiopian community is going to criticize you. And that's big. So I get people who you can kind of read who are Ethiopian and they're like third generation, second generation, who are less influenced by it. And there are some people who are very influenced by their community. So it kind of depends. But I try.
The different minority groups of Israel are a whole nother interesting facet to the country, and something that I think, again, if you haven't been here, you definitely have no idea about.
Yeah.
And probably the best example is the Druze, who I just find they're just fascinating, wonderful people. All of my exposure to the Druze have been awesome. And you have plenty of videos speaking to the Druze.
Yeah, they were also a hard one. They weren't quite as hard as
They're
Arab
secretive
Israelis.
people, though.
They're a little bit like, ooh.
The Druze they're like a spin-off of Shias, aren't they? Shia Muslims. Don't know that much about them, but yeah. But I think they're an offshoot of Shias.
What is my family going to say? And I would try to go, no, you're representing your people. And sometimes when I put it that way, to try to convince them, they still don't know what the questions are.
But they might also think you're fishing for...
Also, I'm pretty sure, although they are from Islam, I think the Druze in 48, and I read this from Pape, so I don't know. But I think he was saying that a lot of places, the Druze actually betrayed the Muslims in their villages. And they were let off. Maybe that's why Israelis like them? I don't know. Yeah. But I think they generally sided with the Haganah.
Religious answers, right? Because they keep all that quite close to their chest.
They do. Yes. Could be. Haven't really specifically asked them. Although, no, I don't think I've asked them any religious specific questions.
And how do you peg them sort of relative to Palestinians, Israelis? Where do they... Because they're sort of more a neutral party for the conflict and everything else, right? I mean, they got sort of divided in the north and they all fell across the 3 different borders, and it seems like they're all pretty comfortable where they are, like especially in...
Wait, why is he fucking red? Why is this guy red? I'm supposed to talk to him, am I? What's this quest? Deep cover. Oh, I have to pickpocket him. Oh, use the flare. Flare gun to signal your arrival. Perform this shattered salute. Okay, wait. /salute. He will attack he doesn't recognize. Okay, where is he? Oh, here he comes. He's coming to me. Okay. And he did the salute back. Okay. See that? Hey, there he is. Okay, go.
Israel?
Yeah. In terms of like how often...
Like their stance on the... Because they don't necessarily align... Because, for example, a lot of Arab people within Israel aren't serving in the military, but Druze typically do.
Yes.
So they're sort of a better integrated group, or they're more interested in Israel as a state than the average Palestinian.
So from my perception, and this is totally my perception, is they feel that they are judged as equally by the Jewish Israelis as an Arab Israeli would be. So they kind of sympathize with Palestinians to a certain extent. At the same time, they also feel this need that they have to serve in the army. So there's a little bit of a, and they are the ones who actually in the army are more likely to be serving at the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, Al-Aqsa, because they speak Arabic and they know a little bit about the Quran. So they can check if somebody's going in is really, there's a whole thing about only Muslims can go in to pray to Haram al-Sharif. So they're usually the ones, from what I can tell. There might be Muslims or Christians as well, but a lot of them are Druze. So my experience asking them questions is they feel they kind of get screwed by the Jews because they're interpreted as being Arabs. And I know this also because I had a coworker who was also Druze, and she really thought all the time that everyone was racist to her because she's Arab. And I'm like, no, there was no, I don't know. Maybe I missed it, but she would, I think she thought that a lot of things that happened at the university were because of racism. And that is not my experience, because I'm, again, the spy in the background who's always listening. What are people saying? What are people saying? And they were never saying anything about her or about Arabs. I've never heard anyone say anything. It doesn't, it's not part of how people think.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was interpreting it that way.
Okay.
So that's my experience really with Druze, is that they, and which is, I would look at Jewish Israelis as saying, guys, you really have to get your act together and show more appreciation, active appreciation for people who are a little bit different, Bedouins and Druze and Christian Israelis and Muslim Israelis, saying you're not against them. Or if you have an issue with them, what is that issue? Be more honest, because Israelis love to show how direct and honest they are. But it's interpreted by the Arab different groups as that they're against them. And I don't think it's actually true as much as they think.
Yeah, no, I've seen
this guy's kind of weird. I always find that about people who just there's a thought process behind people who are very discourse pilled. Like you know, they just they feel like they just love talking to people and and just getting different opinions, like the Lex Fridman kind of thing, or even the Joe Rogan thing. You know, is that they live for the discourse, and it's maybe like they're I guess less likely to do research and things like that. I don't know. I remember that happened with Lex because I made that video about him and about the Netanyahu thing, and people in the comments were being pretty harsh on Lex, but he was just in there like he donated to me as well. He was in there just like thanking me for the video. It's like I feel like I could have just shat on him like really hard, and Lex just being like happy that discourse happened, you know?
I think things with that myself, like I'll be with a friend or my girlfriend's family or so on, and there will be some encounter one way or the other, and I can tell that what was intended is totally different than how the person perceived it.
Yeah, and I relate to this as a Jew, as a Canadian Jew who has a mother who, as I constantly joke, and it's true, comes home from the supermarket going, everyone's a Nazi. They all hate the Jews. They hate me. And I'm like, why do you think in the supermarket that they spoke German? I'm like, well, they just spoke German. Doesn't mean, no, they gave me a look. They could tell I was a Jew. And I'm like, no.
Discourse
they don't know you're a
pervert.
Jew.
Yeah, I had my family, the first time I visited Germany, they just couldn't, the Jewish side of my family, of course, couldn't understand why I would want to go.
Yeah.
You know, and this was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the 70s or something. So it's I would say that would be one of my biggest criticisms of the Jewish people on the whole is maybe a hypersensitivity towards anti-Semitism. I think it's very counterproductive.
Like to the paranoid sense of being. Now I have actually encountered.
The fuck out. Hey. Ooh. Okay.
Actual
it's real.
anti-Semitism.
It's real.
Turns out to be real.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say there isn't. I'm just saying,
Sure.
yes, we tend to see it in places that it doesn't exist. And that's what I'm witnessing with Arab Israelis and some Palestinians, where there are people who are absolutely racist in Israeli society, or subtly racist. It's actually much more common. But the norm is actually not. They are not even perceiving what the Arab thinks is going on.
I guess that's the problem, though, is it is founded in reality. It's not a totally unjustified paranoia, but at the same time, the paranoia is unhealthy.
Yes.
There's not a lot to be done.
That's right.
To try to mitigate it.
That's right.
And then also between Palestinians and like Muslim, Arab, Israelis, do you notice a big distinction in responses in general there, or?
What the fuck is this?
A little bit, because I'm doing it in Hebrew.
You can get wolf. What the fuck? Amazing.
Also, so it's not quite.
Not neutral, exactly.
Yeah, so I do when I'm in the West Bank and asking Palestinians, and I can tell usually the person in front of me is actually, I say, from my side, like meaning they're Israeli Arabs. I have my second list in my bag of Arab Israeli questions, so I'll ask there in Arabic, and I don't think I'm getting any different answers. It's always like a little bit of a test, you know, is would that same person answer me differently in Hebrew or in Arabic? And I actually don't think I'm getting different answers because
only for this area.
They often say, I don't want to answer that.
Kind of sucks.
And I think they feel that they're between the Jews and their Palestinian brothers, and they might get in trouble with either.
Hey, Rakshi, 500. Thanks for the $5. Really appreciate that.
Side or both sides or so.
Loaderbox, you smarmy cuck
I don't know.
bastard.
I mean, I don't know what they really feel. I think they feel like they have a foot in both place in a sense. And I think they do feel that because I've heard them say this to me, the problem is I notice with Palestinians, if you ask them a question directly, they don't actually answer honestly, or the way I think of as being honest. But if you ask in a very indirect way, or you don't even ask, they'll tell you things. So, for example, I was in Bethlehem once, and this woman who was wearing very low-cut shirts was I thought was Palestinian from Bethlehem, and I thought, wow, maybe she's Christian. I guess they're, they dress very, provocatively, like what we would think of as normal, but for Palestinian society, it's provocative. And then she realized or the guy said, no, he's actually lives in Tel Aviv. She switched to Hebrew, was like saying, yeah, these people, pointing at the other Palestinians, they're strange. They're not like us. And I was like, us? We're like, we have some, and she turned out to be Muslim from Haifa. And she saw probably it was a snobbery thing. It was more of her looking down on them so she could feel more elite. She felt more, or she was showing me how we're so much more alike than she is alike to them. Would she say that in Arabic? Probably not. But still, I just thought that was interesting.
It is. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of sort of Uncle Tom type accusations being thrown around within the Arab community for the people who are more interested in integrating and
maybe. I don't know. I don't know enough about that, and it would be super interesting. I know definitely that West Bank Palestinians kind of look at them as like, well, I don't know about sellouts, but they, look how they live in Israel. Look, they have so much. They have more money than we have. I know one of the things they talk about in the West Bank is if they have.
I don't want to stop streaming just now. Maybe I do. I don't know. It's been almost 4 hours, but and I do have reading to do, which I don't want to do on stream. My fucking body is so sore. I went back to the gym this week. Did chest and then back over 2 days, and everything hurts somehow. So I'm just sitting here like I just feel so stiff all over. And I guess it's because I took a long break. It's like even my bone, there's a vertebra in my spine that just feels like bruised. Oh god, it's disgusting. Ugh. I'm thinking if I should just stop and maybe walk around a little bit. But I feel bad leaving you guys because you're with Uncle Lonerbox today. I don't. Remember to stretch sometimes? Yeah, shall I just fuck off for 10-20 minutes, get a bite to eat, and then come back and finish this? I guess people do that, right? Does your gym have a sauna? It does, but I never go there. Just chair me, Mus. I could just put the chair on, or the waiting screen. Unless there's anyone who wants to, 2 people who want to debate, that I can just bring them in and they can talk. Because I know people have perms, but I don't know if all the people who have perms can talk. You. No, not you. You'll get me banned. Make sure you have a mod to watch over the debate. Well, I know Mirutzi has the power to drag people in, I think. No, she doesn't. She's not a mod on Discord. She's just a perm holder. So I don't know. Oh. I could give her the power. For sure. Is she even here? She might not even be here. Do what's best for you. Oh, that's so sweet. Well, I'll mute myself, but I'll leave the... I guess if anyone with perms wants to come in and steal the show, they can, but Yeah, fuck. I need to definitely move around for a bit because I feel really horrible right now. I think she's watching Vouch. Oh. Smugbug.
Yeah, go for a walk. We'll take it from here.
Oh, what? You'll take it from here?
Yeah, fine. Let's go.
Yeah.
Wiz is into it.
Do you want me to put you in so you can screen share? Do you want to do that?
I don't know how that works. Hang on.
Well, if we just went into I'll show you. If I just take this call, or will the call do that? No, it won't. Never mind. It's going to be too complicated. Whatever.
Yeah, this is going to be too confusing.
But yeah, okay. I can bugger off and you can do what you want, all right?
Perfect. All right, let's go.
All right, I'll turn you down. Hang on.
Where's Wiz? Turn me up, motherfucker!
No, you're loud enough. You're good, okay?
All right, fine.
All right. Have fun, guys.
Oh god, I don't even know what's on stream. Okay, can you put some like a groovy visualizer in the background or something? Yeah. Or you can just, I guess you can just stream the Discord like voice panels thing. You don't know how to open Discord. There you go. Yeah, you got it. All right, perfect. Oh, gotta get the cobwebs off. It's been what, a year? It's been a little while. Okay. Yeah, I know how this works.
Okay,
I
there you
bring
go,
on
yeah.
the two most insane people and let them platform their crazy ideas for free.
Wait, no, you can't bring people into this channel though, because you're not a mod.
What? Unbelievable.
Is that what you wanted to do? I thought you just wanted to talk yourself.
Oh, what the fuck? I mean, I thought you wanted to like drag people in. Get fucking, where's Maruzzi?
All right, no, I'll do it. Don't worry, you're here. I'll give you the privileges, okay?
Yeah, well, look, we'll just run through. We'll speed run this group, all right? They all want to talk to you. It's a good way to disappoint every single one.
Just test this, okay? I'll give you the role.
All right,
you have the role, so go click and drag someone into the channel. See if you can do it.
Oh, Wiz said that he'll run this. Hey, you know what, Wiz? Get your ass fucking in here. Come on, let's go. This is a trial run of the podcast. Don't be lazy. You can be the mod. Come on.
Can you do it? Are you able to drag someone in, just in case?
Can I drag someone? I don't know.
Click and drag
Let's
someone.
drag in this person. Nope, they left. I don't know if that was because I dragged them or because... Hang on. Jackson? There you go.
Okay.
Hey, Wiz.
Wiz, you can drag people in, can you?
Yeah, there you go. Wiz will handle
I can absolutely drag people in. Who do you want first?
Yeah, drag in Jackson.
Jackson.
I have no context for any of these people, so this is going to go really badly.
Okay, well
Hello,
done.
Jackson.
Have fun, guys. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye! All right, Jackson, what's your shit?
Hello.
Hello. I was kind of expecting more energy than that.
Oh, hello there.
That's better. All right, what's your problem? Have you just been AFK looking to speak to a schizo Islamist?
Who's the Islamist here?
Wiz, I'm pretty sure.
Whoa.
I'm like 80% sure that you're a radical Islamist.
Jackson, what do you want to talk about? Why were you calling in?
Well, I'm here to chat with my favorite Lebanese Zionist. As
Whoa. Well, you've got us instead, so what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, we're all pro Hamas here, so actually this should be fine.
Really? Okay. Well, I'd say you're both pro Hamas. Why are you pro Hamas?
I don't know if I can say that on YouTube.
Okay. Well, okay. Why are you sympathetic? Let's say.
I mean, Israel has all the power, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah.
That was easy.
All right, that's pretty much it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Next caller. Lavish, how's it going, buddy?
Lavish, please say hello.
Wait, has my audio been dunked? Oh no. I actually have to shout this whole time?
Hello. How's it going?
Hello,
How
Lavish.
you doing?
What do you want to talk about?
I was just hoping to argue with some crazy Islamists, basically.
Oh my god. See, this is the problem, right? You ban the content and now there's no one left to argue with.
Right. It's too rational over here. I don't have any like crazy, stupid ideas.
Oh man, where's that David guy when you need him? He can fill a room with nonsense for an hour.
Morty might have some crazy ideas. He's a crazy
Oh
guy.
no, are you seriously just going to be dragging people in random? All right, kick Lonerbox out. Oh no,
We're
wait, no,
gonna
don't
put,
kick him out. We won't be able to bring him back in.
We're gonna put Daxon back because Daxon's not said anything. Bye bye, Daxon.
You
We're
tried.
a lovely guest. We're a lovely guest.
There we go. All right, if you want to get dragged in, just go into the fucking waiting room. Jesus Christ, it's not rocket science.
This is a wild misrepresentation. I am in no way, shape, or form delusional or deranged, okay?
Okay, no, that's fair enough. All right. So listen, I'm going to be honest, okay? I'm actually a total neutral fence sitter on the Israel-Palestine issue. I am fully swayable in either direction, depending on the arguments you give me. I have done no reading. I know nothing. My head is empty. All right? Now, who do you want me to believe in?
Which overall side? Israel,
Yeah,
Palestine?
Yeah, I know nothing, okay? I have refused to do any reading. I don't care. Make me care. I have no idea.
Have you just talked for like the last minute? Because this is gonna sound really rude, but my internet cut out just for your whole monologue. So
All right. Listen, here's the pitch. Okay?
I'm so sorry.
I will repeat the premise. Okay, I have no fucking idea what the fuck is going on in Israel Palestine. Okay, I don't care. I'm bored. I don't like it. It's not interesting. I don't give a shit about either side. Make me care about one of the sides so that when I come back to streaming, I've got a very strong opinion based on a bunch of shit people told me. All right, I need help here. I know nothing.
Okay. I am very sorry to disappoint you, but I will probably not gonna be able to do that.
Does anyone in this fucking waiting room believe in anything?
Well,
Jesus
I can.
Does anyone believe in anything? Oh my fucking god, David!
You disprove something.
Okay, you know what? We're gonna give. Okay, fine. Give this guy a go, and then we'll grab David because I know that they can convince me to support the Zionist project.
Well, I was watching or listening more or less earlier, and a lot of the stuff was still about this. Well, indiscriminate bombing. They don't care about civilian stuff, and for some reason, this seems to be quite prevalent.
What is it indiscriminate? Isn't Hamas indiscriminately throwing rockets back? Right? Aren't they both? Isn't it both sides?
No. This is the exact point.
No, wait, sorry. Hamas is not throwing rockets.
No, the other way around. One is indiscriminate because it's unguided rockets into, well, it's Israel, so anything that it hits is good. And then because of that, the other side, so the more pro-Palestine, I don't want to call them all pro-Hamas. These people are now trying to equate what the bombing campaign before the ground invasion, they want to now label that as also indiscriminate.
Okay.
I am.
So the Zionists are saying that Hamas has been indiscriminately bombing, which means that now Israel can indiscriminately bomb back.
That would be the argument for the Palestinian side. They say, oh, something happened, so now now they think they are also entitled to do the same.
Okay, I think David is literally about to combust if we don't bring him in. He is schizoing out so hard in chat.
David is in. David is in.
David's in. Okay, all right. David, help me out here. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Bruv, first of all, let me introduce myself.
Of course.
am both the Theodore Herzl and Ben Gurion of DGG Zionism.
Those are two names I don't know.
You don't know DGG?
I know nothing. My head is empty. Okay, I am a fucking tabula rasa. All right, just make me care about one side or the other.
Okay, so, what do I make you care about? The Zionism or care about the war?
I don't know. Convert me to Judaism or Islamism. Just pick something.
So,
all right, I know nothing about either side.
Okay, so the war is just because Hamas is a genocidal organization that has in their charter to kill the Jews across the world and has the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh, Muslim, please kill me! There's a Jew behind me." And then I'm literally not hyperbolic. This is literally their charter.
Okay.
And then in October 7th, they committed the worst massacre against Jews since the Holocaust. And then
worst by
at that
worst, do
point,
we
they
mean like
signed a
the
death warrant.
baddest? Sorry, when you say worst, do you mean like the baddest or like the most kills or what?
Most killed.
Both.
Most kills.
The most kills and the worst. Since
Okay,
the
how many Jews died on October 7th?
1,200.
Okay, how many Palestinians have died in the last like 10 years?
Is that what we care about? Is it numbers?
No, I'm just asking.
or
I
is
just
it
want context.
intention?
I just want context. I literally have no idea. I'm just asking for like a vague ratio here because I know nothing. Okay. Do we have like a rough sense
Okay.
of like how many Palestinians die every year? Just the cost of doing business, keeping Gaza a thing.
Well, before this war, I think this war has basically shored up the deaths of the like entire conflict just from this war, which is expected when you're going through a.
Well, sure, but like before October 7th, I want to know like how many Jews were dying randomly due to bottle rockets, and how many Palestinians were dying day to day based on. And I'll be a little bit more lenient on the Palestinian side, as in like, you know, if they're dying because of starvation or whatever, well, we can maybe count that as some war shit, right? But like, I just want to get a general sense, like how many people on each side roughly were dying like year to year because of the conditions that are in place.
Less than 100 on both sides year to year, unless there was like a massive war. Or like
really? Okay, so it's just like kind of little pockets of like terrorist attacks or like IDF going too far. Like it was just like
but like or settlers getting fucking insane. But to speak about October 7th, bro, I'm getting killed by a fucking zombie. Hold on, 1 second.
So October 7th was like a 10x multiplier on like being mean to Jews.
Well, it's very important because it's not just about death toll. Death toll is like the least important thing out of all of this. The most important.
I think it's pretty important.
Like I'm talking about if there was 1,000 terrorists that died, that wouldn't matter. Would that matter a drop?
Okay, can I explain? Let me explain why death toll matters to me. Okay, because what I'm asking is, okay, what's like the normal amount of murder that's happening, and then how big as like as a ratio, right? Like how much more terrible was this escalation by Hamas? Because that just gives me a sense of like how significant October 7th is. If it's like a 10x what would normally be happening in a year, then that's pretty significant. If it was like an attack and it's comparable to like previous terrorist attacks that have happened, then it sounds like it's a more a continuation of the state.
It is called the 9/11 of Israel. So
well, yeah, but 9/11 killed Americans, so it's not quite the same.
What?
You can read that in either direction you want.
No, I think it's pretty clear what that meant. Okay. But essentially, this was the worst terrorist attack in Israeli history. Okay. And that, like, despite everything, the most important factor in this was the brutality and the intention behind those killings, and that the fact that the Hamas charter calls for the genocide of Jews, and the fact that on whatever scale they had the capability of doing, they tried to get as far as they could in genociding Jews. And that's clear in their killing of children, women, their reported rapes, all sorts of like not indiscriminate, but intentional targeting of civilians. That's not indiscriminate.
Okay, so is there a roughly similar amount of support from Israelis for like the far right Netanyahu government and for Palestinians for like the far right Hamas government? Are they like comparable in terms of like the amount of support they have in their own states?
In which
in their areas?
No, I would say no. And first of all, I would say that even the far right of Netanyahu would be nowhere near like the far right of Hamas.
Really? Because I've heard some crazy shit from some of the far right. Like I've heard some like taglines pop up, like, you know, a nuclear option and all this dumb shit.
Yeah,
like
that's not even that. That's like not even Netanyahu. That's like far right. That's Smotrich and Ben Gvir, and those guys have like less than 10% support in Israel.
Okay, Netanyahu is not far right, is what you're saying.
No, he is far right, but he's like that's like saying Bush. Like Bush is far right, but that's not like.
Whoa! Wait, hold on. I don't think Bush is far right. What are you talking about? Bush is like a regular, like, you know, conservative, right? Like he's not particularly special.
I mean, like as in like a hawk. Okay, sorry, not Bush.
Oh, okay, sorry. Like I would say, okay, right. You're thinking in terms of like foreign policy. Who was that freak who wrote a book about Trump after being like the secretary of whatever, the guy with the mustache? Like I guess that you'd say that was like a far right hawk.
Okay, so what I would say is like Bush would be like a neocon and a hawk. He wouldn't be like a genocidal maniac. Like
okay, sorry. When I say
except
far
he would be
right,
a
I'm
little further
usually
and a little bit
thinking.
more fucky.
Yeah, sorry. When I say far right, I'm leaning more towards like the Fuentes memes, not like just extra
less
conservative.
Fuentes,
Okay.
more like over hawkish and security state.
Okay, so Netanyahu is more comparable to like some of the Giga Hawks. Whereas
who's
this
that one
nuclear
guy
option
from?
guy is more like, I don't know. I don't have a who's the craziest like foreign policy freak in the US? I guess that would be kind of like a
Essentially,
MTG.
yeah. Like
I guess MTG is not. Yeah, but like, do they even have foreign policy takes that aren't completely schizo? I guess that's the point.
No, not like Marjorie. He wouldn't be like Marjorie Taylor Greene. He wouldn't be just like a conspiracy theorist. He'd be like like someone who wants to always like send action first in order to like.
Okay, but so they do have. So you're saying like 10%. Okay, so they have some level of legitimacy, but not much. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like that. And even Ben Gvir, I'd say like that's even at their worst, most scummy rats like Ben Gvir and Smotrich. Like those still wouldn't compare to like Hamas that are actively have in their charter to genocide people. Instead, they would be like, let's say Hamas is genocide, they would be on like quiet ethnic cleansing level.
Okay.
They still wouldn't be the same threat, and they would have less like 10x less support.
How many Hamas militants do you think there are right now in Palestine?
There's estimated to be about 40,000.
20, 30,000? Okay, 40,000, sure.
Okay, so how
20
many
to 40,000.
Do you think there's still that number, or how many do you think Israel has killed by now?
Well, it's reported that there's been from Israel, so take that with a grain of salt, is reported to have killed anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000. That's the numbers.
6,000 to so like 25%.
That was a few days ago.
So if we were to go at the same rate of casualties, like how many civilians would die to kill the
that would
rest
be
of
like a 3-to-1 ratio, which is similar to the war against ISIS when you're fighting in an urban area with human shields.
Well, hold on. Is it comparable to ISIS? Because I feel like ISIS doesn't. They didn't like.
ISIS wouldn't be at the same degree.
Well,
like ISIS wouldn't be at the same shields as like Gaza, so they would be doing like better.
Now, look, like Asoy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like you would probably expect more civilian casualties fighting Hamas than ISIS because of the population density and because they're like embedded deeply within the civilian population in one area for like a longer time compared to ISIS, which I feel like had a broader like kind of roaming range that they could fuck about.
Someone asked a spectacular question. How do we know something worse won't just replace Hamas? The fact is you have to do an occupation. And not from Israel. It would have to be something like a Saudi Arabia or a United Arab Emirates occupation in order to make it a third party that's going to actually like improve the situation in Gaza.
So I just want to point out that you're saying like if we take the Israeli numbers like at their face value, then we have like 5,000 Hamas civilians, so like 3-to-1 ratio. Right, and then that would be presuming that the same rate that they could kill the same rate.
Actually, that'd be a 2-to-1 ratio.
Possibilities. That's a pretty
like 10,000 to 5,000.
I don't know. That number just sounds crazy to me. That like all of those missile attacks, like how many? Because like what percentage of that was children? Let's run those numbers because like
I guess
children are obviously civilians, right? Because then you've got to take the child population out of the number of like people who died, and like because then that would be an even more extra like they're just like are Hamas just like gathering groups of like 10 like completely away from like civilian infrastructure, because that now it's seeming like that just doesn't seem.
Wait, can I just ask? Is there any point in trolley probleming this? Like, is the conversation like? Does anyone really care about the conversation of how many multipliers of Hamas soldiers should we like kill in terms of like civilian casualties? Like, does that actually matter?
I mean,
at the end of the day, you have to eventually eliminate Hamas. Like there's
I mean, the rules of war are there, but obviously you can't.
You have to minimize as many civilian casualties as possible to make it as few as possible.
Obviously, you would say it wouldn't be justified to eliminate Hamas by like if the only way to do it was destroying everybody in Gaza, like killing everybody in Gaza is not an acceptable, weight to eliminate.
Yeah, but
Hamas.
obviously that would never happen. So it's a stupid it's a stupid argument. That
Well,
obviously
then-
you wouldn't want 2.1 million deaths.
Exactly. And then we
There's
bring
a
it back,
threshold
like-
where eventually you'd say, I don't know what that threshold would be, where you say like, you know what, we'll let Hamas stay here forever.
Yeah, because
Well, I mean,
even if you had
don't-
like.
Well, hold on. I would think. Sorry, I'm just asking questions here. Okay.
Mhm.
With Hamas, like, I mean, surely the idea would be that if you murder a bunch of them, obviously there's just going to be more popping up, right? Like that's the issue. So why isn't there like some alternative method that Israel could do from its position of strength to like create peace with them? Like, why hasn't that worked? And again, I'm a fucking moron. I don't know any of the history.
I don't know why didn't UK create peace with Adolf Hitler? You don't make you can't make peace with someone who has in their charter.
Well, yeah, but there's a difference between Adolf Hitler, who's running an entire fucking nation state with an entire fucking like organized military, and Hamas,
Yeah, they have an organized state.
group underground. And I appreciate they have an organized state, but it's not
They are
nearly
the
on the same
government.
scale.
Hamas is the government
I
of
know they're the
Gaza. It's
government.
not like
It is not the same thing though.
But, yeah,
as
I don't
like
think you can
like Nazi Germany was able to like secure its borders, defend itself, control its like trade. Like it had all the powers of a nation state, and Adolf Hitler had no reason to like disabuse himself of any of that power, right? Like, and the people had no like reasonable way of like, you know, if you change the
Hitler's
conditions of how you
approval rate?
treat Germany, you can get the people to like overthrow Hitler. Like it's not the same situation at all.
What was Hitler's approval rating?
who knows? It doesn't
It
matter.
was
'cause
very
he
high.
won.
It was incredibly high.
Okay, so
Like
that's
in the
another
peak of
difference,
his,
right? Like
in the peak of his thing.
Well, I don't know if well, hold on, wait. Before you say there's a difference, the October 7th massacre has a 75% approval rating from
well,
the Gaza
hold on
and the
now,
West
because
Bank.
even I've seen some of those polls, and it's not like the question is, do you love it when we murder a bunch of Jews like on October 7th?
Yeah, it was
It's
like, what do
usually
you think about their
do you-
operation on October 7th? Are you favorable or unfavorable?
Yeah, or like, do you think that it was positive for like Palestinian outcomes or whatever? And like, there's a lot of ways to
It
interpret
wasn't
that kind
if
of
it was
question.
if it was positive for outcomes. It said it was like, was it good?
Sorry, the polling you're referring to was October 7th good, or was it? Do you have a favorable opinion?
And you're
towards
talking
October 7th?
about a West Bank poll, which is very different than a poll.
No.
of Gaza,
They
which
took
is a
it. They
place
took
that's
an
actually
aggregate
being
of both the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay, all right. We had that schizo Islamist on earlier who was saying stuff which I don't agree with, but there is some level of point there, which is some people might say that October 7th was a good thing because it led to more attention, more worldwide like kind of pressure on Israel.
Yeah, but
and even though
if
Israel
you
is
say that
bombing
it was
the
a
shit
good
out
thing
of
to murder
Palestinians,
babies because it hold on. If you say it was a good thing because like murdering babies, but it helped us out, and I would still say that
I would guess the vast majority of people in that poll did not believe that they murdered babies on October 7th. Like,
yeah, they probably believed in the Hamas propaganda, which is that it was yeah. I mean, like they might have thought it was like some hipsters or whatever.
Nobody
but like
thinks
beyond
their side
that.
is murdering babies.
But
Like,
wait, hold
that's
on.
the
They
thing,
know that they kill civilians. That they know. When you ask them,
they know that they killed civilians. Civilians is a completely different thing than murder. They like people
look
can
at the-
think of civilians and think of like settlers in the West Bank.
That's the thing, right?
who-
That's
you
the
know.
propaganda, right? Like civilians become enemy combatants when you treat them as settlers. So like that is the propaganda that's driving that idea that it's okay to kill them en masse.
okay, I'm still saying that this is a huge dehumanization campaign that they have huge support for. Even if your best case scenario.
Okay, no. Stop. What kind of evidence do you have to say that the Palestinians, all the Palestinians, are dehumanizing the Jews in Israel?
It's a poll.
When did I say that?
There was a we were
There's a poll.
discussing
No,
a
but
poll.
that's your whole point. Your whole action, your whole commitment is that Hamas is all of
This guy
Palestine,
sounds like
and
Mohammed
hence
Hijab.
all of Palestine deserves
fuck
what
out
they're
of here.
getting.
Pedophile.
Yo, that's
Okay,
that's,
hold
that's
on. You've given
big,
go 2 sentences before calling someone a debate pedophile. All right, sorry, Mahad, you were saying.
Okay, so
I just saw the
the
warning
whole
signs.
your whole argument this whole entire time was that
accent?
Hamas is this genocidal out there with like CIA level, has the economic power of the Nazi.
No one's called anyone CIA, okay? All right, we're not
I know,
going
but
that
like
far.
they
We'll
have
compare
the
them to
control of.
Nazis, but never the CIA.
Sorry, they have the control of everything in Gaza. They have the control of all the people. They everyone can become human shields all of a sudden, and is the amount of control that Hamas has to have for your fantasies to be real is impossible.
Wait, sorry, what is the
amount?
what's the fantasy? Wait. Explain the fantasy, please.
The
Explain
fantasy
what you
that
think
every
his
single
fantasy is.
the fantasy that every single Palestinian agrees and wholeheartedly supports Hamas
No one
in
said
the
that.
operation.
I didn't say that.
Wait. No one said that. Here's what they said. They said that the polling showed that the majority approved of
Yes.
the October 7th action, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Do you disagree?
Does that mean? Does that mean?
Do you disagree?
No.
that's
Does that
likely?
mean? No. Does that mean that all those
Hold on,
people
can you
suddenly?
answer?
No.
Can you answer before you do you think that poll is bullshit or not? Just like, can we? before we
No,
move
I don't
on?
think that poll is bullshit.
cool.
I
Fair
believe it is correct. But does that mean that all those people believe wholeheartedly the Hamas charter that all Jews should die? Is that it?
Oh, I don't
Is
think
that
so.
your
I don't
point?
think anyone's.
No,
I
but
don't
that
think
is
anyone's
his
claiming
point. That's what he's saying this entire time.
He's saying Hamas believes in the Hamas charter. He's not saying all Palestinians believe in the Hamas charter.
No, he
right?
said that 74% of people who agreed with that, agreed with Hamas action, agreed with Hamas's charter, agreed that they should kill.
I said they agree with October 7th.
Just October 7th, right? Just October 7th. Okay, no
Yes.
one. I don't know what the polling on Hamas's charter is. Maybe someone. Can
The
pull
polling
something
is
up.
a lot lower.
I bet it is because Hamas's
Wait,
charter.
hold
is
on. The
fucking
only time when
unhinged.
the polling for
I know.
Wait, let me quickly refute this. The only time the polling is very low for Hamas is if they believe that they can properly govern Gaza, or if they believe that they're helping the Palestinian people. When it's
Who's
asking
helping the
about
Palestinians?
when it's asking about like doing attacks on Israel,
Okay.
or like committing like suicide bombings and whatnot, it has very good polling in support.
What does very good mean? Give me numbers.
Like over 50%.
Oh, over 50% is good for you.
Well, I mean, it's just majority. If we can just go with
I know,
majority.
I know.
I don't.
Okay,
yeah,
let's
I,
go with the
I don't want to
majority.
get into like data mail shit. All right, like majority
Sure,
is good enough for me.
sure. All right, over 50%. Over 50% of Israelis want Gaza wiped off the face of the earth. What are you talking
No,
about?
is it true?
absolutely not.
That's the
Hold
poll.
on, wait.
That's the poll.
Wait.
That
Okay,
is- that is a poll.
Listen, I trust you, buddy, but I need you to explain what you think Israelis think. When you say wipe Gaza off the map, do you just mean
All right,
like
there's
the
a
one state
there is
solution
a
where Israel has a
fuck, let me
majority? Is that what you mean?
No. So there was a poll.
Like annihilated, like bomb it to dust and like genocide the Palestinians.
No,
That's what you mean.
continue the operation. Keep bombing Gaza until Hamas is removed.
That is completely different to what you said. That is not even close.
Okay, no.
Yeah, bombing
Okay.
Palestine. Bombing Gaza until Hamas is gone is like a completely different thing to wipe them off the face
Okay.
of the map. They already
Oh,
got
no.
25% of
So-
them. They only need to
they
wipe
did.
half of
Okay.
Gaza off the map to get all of Hamas.
How?
Probably.
How are you gonna remove? How are you gonna remove Hamas?
More bombs.
Oh, that's gonna work. That's great. You've only got
will.
what 5,000 in 2 months?
Hold on, you can't deny it works. Like if you drop enough bombs, it'll kill. You probably only have to kill half the civilian
Yeah.
population to get rid of Hamas, right?
Yeah, true. That is very true. Just have to kill about
cool.
1 million people. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So,
You actually don't have to do that either.
it's not wiping. It's not wiping Gaza off the map. Then it's only wiping half of Gaza off the map. Let's be reasonable.
Oh, my bad. Yes, only
Okay,
half.
so to not be bad faith, if you, at the worst case scenario, if you lined up the death tolls, which would start dropping as Hamas numbers went lower and lower, like at the absolute worst, we're looking at like I don't know, like 50,000-60,000 deaths. If the war continues and Hamas doesn't surrender no matter what, and like
David,
go through the entire.
David, I have to try and push back here a little bit. Do you know what's happening right now in Gaza? Do you know how the situation looks?
It's
like
an
at
open
this
air
very
prison.
moment? No, not
You
the
know
not
that
the open air prison.
75 years
No.
of open
That's
air
what it
prison,
means.
apartheid state, genocide.
It's okay, whatever. No, I'm talking about right at this moment in the last 2 months. There's no running water. Diarrhea
There
is
actually
rampant.
is running water. There's less running water.
Diarrhea
And they actually
is
turn back
rampant.
on the water in south. In
The
southern Gaza.
bombs are not what's going to kill these people. The
Okay.
disease is.
I think this is a fair
Okay.
point, right? Like, yeah, they've blockaded, they cut off a bunch of shit. You know, they had the
There-
Israelis had a bunch of rhetoric of like, yeah, we're taking away all their toys, all of their food and water until they stop having Hamas there. Like, yeah, this is probably going to kill people.
And I condemn that. I condemn turning
Sure,
off the
I'm
water.
sure you do, but like, Yeah, so that could easily add another 100, 200,000 dead over the next year potentially if that doesn't change.
Do you not understand that?
Well,
that's
they're
the
allowing
situation
aid to supplement the water,
Palestinians
and they've
have
turned
been
back the water in
Oh,
South Gaza.
aid.
So I
Okay.
forgot about that.
How much aid? How much aid was
radicalized
going into
people
Gaza
completely,
before this?
Well,
And how much aid is going into Gaza now?
Wait, sorry.
Just-
This D guy wanted to make a point, just real quick.
Oh,
D,
sorry, mate.
what's up?
Sorry, mate.
I'm not sure how loud I am, but I'll try to be louder. Okay, David, you were making this point earlier about how the Palestinians are sort of agreeing with October 7th, and they are like so radicalized and kind of genocidal to some degree, or agreeing with the genocidal actions of Hamas. Would you condemn the same genocidal rhetoric that's very popular, considering just how the #1 song is about basically like killing Bella Hadid or something in Israel as well?
That's, by the way, that's big propaganda. That is not true from that song. That song
What do you
just
mean
like,
it's
talks about
big
killing Hamas.
propaganda? It's the #1 song that's
It's the
in
#1 song.
country.
It's a war song about destroying Hamas, and that like Bella Hadid is a snake for like her disgusting comments about October 7th.
So it's the song.
And
Okay.
her previous one.
If
It
now,
has nothing to do with Palestinians.
if now I polled the Israeli population, they would not be supporting the murder, the ethnic cleansing of Gaza.
No, they don't.
Would
even
you
wanna,
honestly
It's
say-
actually unpopular for them to do a long-term occupation of Gaza. That even
No.
is-
He's not asking you what Israelis think the international community thinks of them. He's asking what Israelis think.
I'm
themselves.
saying what they want.
No, I'm talking about Israelis.
No,
Israelis
listen,
don't
by the
want
way-
to occupy Gaza, even.
Really, you honestly, in good faith, are gonna tell me that? No, listen. By the way,
Yes.
I'm not saying that this is something to judge the Israelis on. They've been through an attack. Of course, they're gonna feel that way. If
You're
that's
saying if they had a magic button to like transport every Palestinian without like killing them, yeah, sure, they would probably take the button.
okay. Right now, well, they're mostly. I would say right now they're mostly supportive of what the IDF's actions are in terms of like. Let's say.
Sorry,
the,
just so I understand. Sorry, I just need to. This is the non-harmful ethnic cleansing button.
Oh yeah,
basically.
this is the Justilic's ethical.
Or even
ethnic
harm.
cleansing.
Okay.
Sure, but let's say if it's harmful. Let's say.
Well,
No,
so sorry, you're saying most Israelis would opt for an ethnic cleansing of Gaza?
No. If there was a magic button where no one would get hurt and they would all just disappear, sure. But obviously, that's not. It's not.
Wait, what do you mean ethnic cleansing is?
Like they
what
would
do you
disappear, they would all transport to Jordan, and they would live happy lives there.
That is ethnic cleansing.
I'm an idiot. Sorry, for the sake of
the area.
Wait. Sorry, let the moron speak, please. Okay. So, as I understand it, an ethnic cleansing is when you make a society like ethnically homogenous, right? It's not murdering them, but it's like we're going to kick out all the brown people, so we've got a white country.
Expulsion.
That's an ethnic cleansing.
Yeah, it would be expulsion.
That's what I'm describing, but that's the fancier word.
Yeah,
for it.
do you not
Yeah,
think
sure.
that if the Palestinians had a button to transport all the Israelis, that they would?
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like
This is obvious. Wait, hold on. This is obvious. So I want to
Okay.
get a quick answer out of you.
What?
Out of me or D? D.
Both of you. If the
Oh, God,
Palestinians had a button to transport every Israeli to a different country,
Okay.
would they do that
Yes,
button?
and I think a lot of Palestinians
If
would probably
going by your own.
Okay.
Yeah, they would prefer the peaceful approach, and they would probably like at the moment. I think Israelis and Palestinians would opt for like, I don't care, kill them if you have to, just get them out of here. Which, by the way, is understandable. I don't agree with it, but understandable. It's understandable on both sides, considering they both went through some traumas. I would never judge the populations based on the actions of I would judge the leaderships. I would judge the government's actions more than anything. I would judge Hamas's actions more than that. And you bringing up the point of the Gazans supporting the actions of October 7th, considering that Gaza's been under a blockade for 20 plus years, is insane to me. These people have been oppressed. And you can't judge them based on the actions that they've been put in. If you were in Gaza, you would believe the same thing. And I wouldn't judge you for it. I would say that ultimately
I
your
actually
actions...
would judge you for it.
Oh.
How
wow.
would you?
Such brave thought.
Yeah,
So
I don't know. It's really
good for
brave
me-
to like
Condemn
judge
him
someone.
now.
They have agency. It's not that hard. Like they
You have agency.
but they're not like
Oh,
retarded.
Oh, hold on.
Please,
Here's the
just
thing.
don't say that word right now, please.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, save it for later.
If I pulled
It's not that
if I
heated yet.
pulled right now any Israeli and asked them, "Do you think your government is killing children in Gaza?" They're gonna be like, "No, of course. Our IDF would never do that. They would never kill children." People
They
want to
would say,
live in
of
denial,
course there's
thinking that
children
their
dying.
side
It's a
is doing
fucking
something that
war.
is right.
They
Yeah,
wouldn't
they're gonna
wait,
say,
you're
"Oh,
talking about
children are
targeting
dying, but
children?
we're not killing them, and it's part of it's part of war." They're not gonna believe that we're willingly killing children. My side is willingly killing children.
Of
Same
course
thing.
they, because that's not true. Do you have any proof that they're targeting children?
Okay.
Wait, hold
There
on,
are-
hold on. Wait. Sorry, the Israelis targeting children? Is that what you mean?
There's no proof that. Can you prove that Hamas targeted children in that case? I fucking hate being the person who's.
Because they took
fucking
guns
festival,
to
I mean,
children
like-
and shot them in the head.
Yeah, they fucked up like the kibbutzes, right? Like that's
Right.
There was plenty of
Children
children there, right?
have died, and that's the case. That's true. That's
They weren't
fine. That-
collateral. They were kind of targeted. Like that was a very civilian population with like families and elderly. Like you can't say that wasn't.
They only fought Israeli
damage.
forces to get to the juicy civilians on the inside of the towns.
Okay, the idea of targeting children. Let's say the case that there's a building that has 100 children, but has one Hamas militant in it, and IDF opted to destroy that entire building. Would you say that's targeting children?
No, but what I would say is that if the IDF wanted to target a residential apartment complex with no military targets within it, then I would say yes, they were killing children if children died there, and that's what Hamas did, right? Hamas were targeting civilian populations. There weren't IDF hanging out in the fucking kibbutzim. There aren't IDF tunnels under the cribs of like the babies' rooms in these fucking like kibbutzes, right? Like they attacked them because they're civilian populations that were easy to target and terrorize.
Yes, exactly. And by the way, we're never gonna disagree. We're never gonna disagree on Hamas being pieces of shit who kill
Sure,
people.
yeah, I'm not implying that
Yeah.
you agree with them, but I don't think you can compare the Israeli behavior in that sense to the Hamas behavior, right?
Israeli behavior is that how they've taken this whole the power that they have in terms of like I'm gonna target a fucking, let's say, Hamas militant in this building, regardless of who's in that building.
Wait, you know things and tell them to like leave the buildings, right?
Oh, okay. No, stop. No.
Hold on. I feel like I've got more legitimacy here because I'm a moron, okay? Even I know that shit doesn't fucking work, alright? I know nothing, and I know that the knock bombing and the like, oh yeah, evacuate
hold
last
on.
minute
Why-
with none of your fucking
If that
shit
didn't
ready.
work,
like-
hold on. If that didn't work, and you're in New York City or Manhattan, do you think the death tolls would be in the 16,000s if the warnings didn't work? You could say they're not.
Are you kidding me? What the
If I
fuck
was
are you
bombing
talking about?
Manhattan,
Sorry. No, we have different definitions of a warning working. All right. Yes, a warning will reduce the civilian casualties. It's not sufficient to reduce the civilian casualties to a point that I think most people are happy with.
there's less than there's like less than an average of one person dying per like strike. I would say that these are pretty strong warnings.
That's a
And
very
only some strikes end up having mass casualties when the warnings aren't working correctly.
Right?
Okay. No. I shoot the floor underneath you and then I shoot you. What are you saying? This is just some of the stupidest shit I've ever heard. I shoot the floor around you and I say, you have 2 minutes to run. Go run. And then the next time I shoot, I'll be shooting at you.
I'll give you 2
What
minutes.
is this bullshit? You have 2 minutes to run. 2 minutes to get moving. Get moving.
I'm gonna extend let me try to reach across the aisle here to David. David, you know what? I actually kind of agree with you. I agree that Israel's kind of doing the best it can given the circumstances. If they had to use firepower, they're probably using the best rhetorically and actions that they can to minimize civilian casualties. In terms of if they actually wanted to use firepower. Now, don't you think there's a better approach to all of this, considering there's even hostages involved in those potentially civilian areas?
No, I'll tell you why not. Any approach you do where you start off by instantly negotiating and not doing a complete destruction of Hamas is a victory for Hamas and is an inspiration for another worse October.
George W. Bush has rotted your brain.
Please finish this point.
George
Before
W.
you
Bush
interrupt, let me
has
finish the
rotted
point.
your brain.
Hold on, let me finish the point.
Is this actually we do not negotiate with terrorists meme? Are we actually doing that?
Hold on, no. Let me explain word for word why. Hold on.
All right.
After the Lebanon war, when Israel did not complete its objective and they pulled out, even though Hezbollah was completely bombed the shit out of, they didn't finish off Hezbollah. They did a half job. They completely devastated Lebanon, but didn't finish the job, and they didn't control Lebanon after. And what that cost them is the Hamas victory, because they believed that violence and terrorism was going to give them more rewards. So
they should have continued the occupation in Lebanon. Is that it?
Rewards,
okay, can I make a horrific and poorly thought out analogy, please?
Go for it.
Okay.
Please don't.
If I have a dog that bites me once because it's like scared or angry or whatever, some fireworks goes off, right? And my solution it's a horrible analogy, I know, I'm gonna go all in. Okay? If I start
dogs.
If every time that dog bites me, I hit it round the fucking head, do we think it's gonna be less or more likely to continue biting me until I fucking kill it?
That is an awful analogy.
And yet, I would like to hear your rebuttal.
Because it's just like not even similar to the situation.
Well, it is. That's basically.
Let me just explain why. Hold on, please. When you look at any situation between Israel and its Arab surrounding states, every single time Israel has gone soft, they've only had to pay the price with worse massacres. Like when you look at the.
Wait, is that true? Was that? Hold on.
Yes.
Wait.
Look at the peace they made with Egypt.
I need to ask a good faith question. Okay. All right. Hold on. So, we've already said that October 7th was like the worst thing that's happened since the Holocaust to the Jews, blah, 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 okay? So this is clear, this is the biggest bad thing that has happened, right? Was there a period of like Israeli softness leading up to October 7th that reinforces your view that every time Israel goes soft, they get rewarded with a worse massacre?
Yes.
Okay, so Israel was getting soft, really?
Yes,
weren't they doing some wild like settler shit? Like weren't they actually pushing pretty hard recently?
They didn't destroy Hamas years and years ago, and they allowed them.
No. Explain the softness.
Yeah, what
explain the softness
here
before October 7th. Explain what that softness is.
Let me just hold on, wait, please. Let me just ask this one more time. What specific policies was Israel doing in the, let's say, the year or 2 years leading up to October 7th that you feel demonstrated Israel was being more soft, more willing to negotiate, however you interpret that, and resulted in October 7th because it was seen as a sign of weakness? What policies? Because I feel like Israel's been stepping it up recently.
What policies? Well, some would argue that Israel allowing... first of all, they would say that the last negotiation with the prisoner swaps, where they gave thousands of prisoners for a single kidnapped Israeli, those people that they gave back caused the October 7th massacre. They literally were the perpetrators of October 7th. And if they didn't go so soft and start negotiating by giving thousands of prisoners back, they wouldn't have had such a good situation where they felt so incentivized to kidnap.
Why did they, wait,
two Israelis to kidnap more than 40.
Thousands of prisoners for free? That's what happened?
They negotiated. They gave back thousands of prisoners in return for one soldier. They were way too soft.
Yeah, one of those prisoners was also was Sinwar. Wait. One of those prisoners was Sinwar, the guy who literally like leads Hamas in Gaza. So yeah.
Okay. So and we're
I don't know if it was that exchange, but yeah.
You mentioned.
Okay.
Also, sorry, I'll just because I think there's like just for the sake of symmetry in this discussion. Another thing that they could say about going too soft would be the work permits, because the work permits from Gazans increased, giving them more people the ability to get work permits to work in Israel, and that was the kind of thing that usually gets advocated for by like liberal or left-wing Israelis. We now know, or it's very likely now, it's very likely that those work permits were used by Hamas people to gather intelligence. So.
Okay. Okay. All right. So then I'm happy. Okay. All right. I'm happy to accept this. So hold on. Sorry, but I just because David was making this point. Like, I'm happy to accept this then. Okay. So Israel going softer seemed to, maybe we could say that made it more likely for an October 7th event to happen. Doesn't that play exactly into what Hamas wants, right? Hamas doesn't want peace with Israel. They don't want a position of like, continue. They don't want any of these kind of like state solutions. Sure,
them
right?
But doesn't allow them to do that.
Well, okay, hold on. But even if they destroy Israel, right? I'm not saying this is their plan, but like, I'm not saying this is like their long-term plan, right? I know their charter says it, but even if they destroy Israel, right? Like a fruitful Palestinian state would not be a fantastic place for an Islamic fundamentalist group to survive long term, right? Like they need that conflict, they need that constant violence, they need that to build up recruits and to radicalize people nearby, like any terrorist group, like ISIS, right? That's
No, they don't care. They just want their Islamic state. They're not thinking about like, will I be able to recruit people after I destroy Israel? That's not their goals. They only see one thing, and that's the red to destroy
On the
Israel.
southern Lebanese here, you've mentioned Hezbollah and the 2006 war. The thing is, you're kind of right. Hezbollah and Nasrallah actually took that as a win, and I witnessed that war. I was in that war when that happened. The problem was, and that it did kind of like give us that edge in the sense that like, oh yeah, we can fight back against Israel, and that kind of radicalized people way more in that sense. You're right in that, true, but the problem is that if Israel, and as the years went on, we never really had a huge conflict going on with Israel, their power started to lessen. Up until last summer, Hezbollah was very, very unpopular. Take it from me, everyone was revolting against them, or most of everybody was revolting against them in the streets. There were like riots and shit like that.
They're still much more powerful now.
And
they still want to destroy Israel.
They are powerful. I'm talking about popularity. How do you destroy their power in a lot of ways? You take away their popularity. Same thing with Hamas. If Israel wasn't increasing their settlements, if they had stopped their settlements, if there was some kind of peace process, if the Gazans were allowed to have their own autonomy, Hamas wouldn't have that much popularity.
That's exactly what I've been trying to say.
They would still have all
the
their power, and they would still have the ability to do terror against Israel.
Well, so, sure, they would have the ability.
Their core power is their popularity. Don't you agree with that statement?
How does not allowing
To an
basic stuff
extent.
into Gaza reduce Hamas's popularity? I'm sorry.
You're forgetting that
understand
there's not just the oppression side of it, but there's also the radicalization and like indoctrination.
If I can't get baby food for my kid,
And
I will get
they don't even-
radicalized
hold
against
on,
the people stopping me
hold
from
on.
getting
They
the
don't
food.
even know. Most Gazans or most people in the West Bank don't even know a Jew. They just see their televised version
wonder
of what
why.
a Jew is through like Farfour.
It's almost like they've been like segregated out from the Jewish population, which makes it way easier to demonize them.
Even before that, even before the what's it called? Even before the what's the word? Blockade. Even before the blockade, even throughout, they only have a from birth, they have been propagandized about what a Jew is.
Okay.
Would you say the same?
What do you
about
think?
the
What do you
Israelis?
think? No. Yeah.
I would
sorry.
yes, I would say the same about the Israelis to a lesser extent, but still to an important degree.
Okay, but that's the look. I would never judge the propaganda. Okay, I would judge the propagandizing. I wouldn't judge the sentiments of the people because they're living in a conflict. And specifically,
if Israelis said they wanted to kill all Palestinians, I would still judge them. I don't care. That doesn't matter. That's not a good excuse.
No.
Like, I don't care how much oppression you have. You still shouldn't try to kill everyone. It's not that hard.
It's not a matter. No. It's not a matter of killing. We're talking about hating. Hating is understandable when the other side has been subjugating you to some degree. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, you can have some.
Can you judge the Jews with their hate towards Germans and what was the fucking was it the Poles?
No, but I would judge them if they supported like raping like people the second they got out of the
Hold
war.
on. I feel like we're going off track. Can I translate this
and
back
that's like
into
a
moron?
worse scenario.
Please, can I just
Do you
translate
think
this back into
genuinely,
stupid
if
so I
you
can
ask
understand it?
Palestinians
David.
or a Gazan right now,
Wait.
do you support the raping of Israeli women? They would say yes, I 100%. That's based. Or they say no, I don't believe that our people would do that. I'm saying a normal Gazan.
Yeah, okay.
They would say, no,
David?
I don't believe they would do that. Do you believe they would say that? Or they would say, no, yeah, fucking rape those Jewish whores. That's based. What do you think they would say?
That's some pretty scary fucking
To some
rhetoric
degree,
in
they're
Gaza.
living...
Have
There
you
is
seen
scary
Farfour?
rhetoric also on the Israelis, but I wouldn't judge the
No,
people
have you
for
seen
it.
Farfour?
Who?
Well, hold on. Anything that filters to the top enough that you see it is going to be biased towards the more extreme end, right? Like that. If that's the stuff that's getting floated around, a regular Gazan on the ground.
It was popular throughout the entire Gaza Strip. It wasn't like a fringe thing.
Well,
Like,
okay, when you say
Farfour-
popular, right? When we say popular throughout the Gaza Strip, like there's kind of a difference
Like
between
the
that's like
most
saying
popular
like,
channel, Al Aqsa TV.
Okay, and what they were saying, rape Israeli women.
They had like full segments about how a mother like did suicide bombings and a whole song about how inshallah will be the next generation to carry the torch. Like
Well,
it was
yeah,
like actually the most disturbing.
they're fighting the oppressor. That's pretty normal rhetoric for like an oppressed group.
No,
that
it's not
is using
normal rhetoric to
terrorism
tell your
fight
children
back.
that I can't wait until we can also put on the vests.
We'll agree. I'll agree with David. That's pretty fucking shitty, and I
Yeah,
agree
that's
with
rhetoric, but it's
problem-
also pretty par for the course in that kind of situation, right?
I don't know. Wait, it's
No,
Smug
it's
Bug.
not par for the course.
I don't know if it's par for the course,
You
right?
need-
The ANC rhetoric wasn't generally like that. Like, and
So,
when
sorry,
when they
let
had their
me-
worst excesses doing that shit, they reprimanded them and fucked them off, right?
Let me rephrase that. What I mean is, it's
I
easy.
agree.
It's easy. If you
Wait,
wait, please let me save myself here. Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is, if you say, do you believe in like doing suicide bombings against the nightmare oppressive state of Israel, people are going to be more supportive of that than a more humanizing question like, do you think we should rape Israeli women? Right? There's a big difference between those two things. One of them is like a bold fighting against the big state infrastructure, and the other is, do you want to subject an individual person on the side that is oppressing you to like an inhumane treatment? Right? There's a bit of a difference there. Yes, the end result is similar because the suicide bombing still kills people, does harm, etc. But there's a bit of a difference in how they're going to interpret that. Right? Am I crazy?
No, I agree with you there.
I guess so.
I
You
think
guess I'm
what
crazy?
you're,
Okay.
I think what we
point.
can maybe agree on is that although most Palestinians seem to support October 7th, it also seems to be the case that most of them don't actually. Most of them seem to deny a lot of the worst excesses of it, right?
Yeah, exactly. They don't think that civilians were like raped for no reason. They feel like it was, settlers being killed and like murdered over the oppressive state that Gaza's been in for so long.
It's like Hezbollah,
So they're
like
gonna-
fucking Nasrallah's speech
What
where he's like,
other
yeah, it was
thing can
awesome,
we
but also all
support?
the civilian deaths were done by the IDF, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
right,
the
yeah.
expectation that the Gazan civilians have the same information diet that you have is kind of insane. to be
Exactly.
honest.
Yeah, like that is. I mean, fuck. Like none of us even have the same information diet. There's no way that they're gonna feel the same.
Well,
They're gonna have the
we-
same access.
Am I supposed to? When someone like does the Holocaust didn't happen and you deserved it? Like, am I supposed to be like, oh wow, well they don't have the same information
Who
as
the
me?
fuck says?
Wait. Let's dodge. Hold on, I want to dodge that one. D, what were you saying?
So when someone says like,
D,
oh,
not
it
David,
didn't happen
D.
and they deserved
Sorry,
it.
Who the fuck's D?
D got talked over. I don't know.
Oh,
It's just D ... I don't know how the fuck to. Just
Jackson?
D.
Okay.
Jackson?
Jackson? I don't fucking know.
Jackson.
Change your name to something legible.
It says Jackson for everyone else, dude.
Jackson, yeah.
Wait,
Oh, is
what?
it?
Why is it D?
Your Discord thing is fucked. It's doing that thing where it turns everything into an ellipsis.
Oh, wow, okay.
I don't know how you fix it. but yeah.
Oh shit.
Anyways,
Oh, just
I gotta go in like
You
12
wouldn't
minutes.
judge an oppressed group the same that you would judge any kind of group. Like, I wouldn't judge the slaves when they were revolting and their lack of information in general. Now, of course, it's not one-to-one comparison. It's not the same. They're not Gazans are not slaves, but their general knowledge is not the same as Israelis or any other population. Given that they are been blockaded, they can't fucking leave Gaza.
Wait,
they
you know
can't-
they have like access to the internet, right? Like
No,
they
they
have like
have-
full
Oh,
access.
come on, dude. Seriously? They don't have access to the
Christ.
same internet that you do. You live in the fucking
They do.
Anglosphere.
They don't have like a
No, they're
restricted
gonna have a
internet.
completely different... How many fucking Palestinians in the Gaza Strip are on fucking Twitter every day?
How many fucking Palestinians speak English? What are you talking about?
Dude.
Yeah, they're
Many
watching like
Palestinians-
Arab Al Jazeera, which is mental, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like their diet of like their media diet is gonna be completely different. I don't think you can really hold them to the same standard with your access to information.
In Lebanon, we have very limited internet. Very limited electricity. I can't imagine how less electricity there is in Gaza. And by the way, the electricity in Lebanon is pretty fucking shitty. It's insane to me once I've moved out. Just how much people just live normal lives in a way. Like how much you can be way more productive, way more absorbent of information. Once you just have regular fucking 24-hour electricity. That, to this day, I'll never truly appreciate just how incredible that is. And what truly is amazing is that Gazans will never even have the level that I've had in Lebanon. Not to mention what I have here. So that it is, not to invoke the whole privilege thing, but we are very, very privileged. And we're judging a very, very less privileged group of people by standards that we have. Meanwhile,
Okay.
when I was,
I
It's
was
still not gonna
feeling your
absolve them.
Lebanese privilege throughout this conversation. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah, say it again. Smoke.
Sorry. That didn't deserve a round two. Okay, so I wanted to ask earlier, like, it sounds to me that there is some kind of threshold that needs to be passed where Israel just kind of has to take some shit in order to reduce the radicalizing, oppressive force that ends up reinforcing Hamas, right? So, like, even if you're getting softer and your enemy who wants to be bombed
Wait, hold
because
on.
it's useful for their radicalizing,
You know that I have a
propaganda.
question for you. You know that Israel will never have a two-state solution while Hamas is in power, right?
I don't know what that is, and I don't care. Let me just finish my point. So if if Hamas isn't getting like bombed and oppressed, and Israel is like starting to soften up, I think if I was Hamas, I would go, oh fuck, we need to do something big to like regain the status quo, so that we can make sure that we continue to have this like infinite conflict that's very favorable to us. So if you then
it's
just
not going to
play,
work if they're dead.
well, hold on, but if you respond to that with more of the violence, aren't you doing exactly what is most beneficial to Hamas in the long term? Because everyone that you fucking kill is going to end up, Gaza's like got a shitload of young people, right? They're all going to grow up in this nightmare realm of like Israeli bombing, and they're just going to be the next generation in 5 years. They're all going to pick up guns and start killing Israelis too, right?
Yeah, so I'll answer that perfectly. So the idea isn't to just like kill Hamas and then fuck off. The idea is you kill Hamas, you have
and then kill all the children that witnessed you killing Hamas, and then kill everyone who saw you kill the kids.
Smudbug, let him finish the sentence. Holy shit.
Sorry, but
wait,
like,
I'm sorry, Smug. Did you just say you don't know and don't care what the two-state solution is?
No, I was just skipping over it because I don't want to get into the details.
Okay, David, you talk.
I'm role playing someone stupid.
The idea is that they destroy Hamas. They have a third party that's going to occupy the Gaza Strip. They're going to implement policies like after Nazi Germany, where there's some sort of de-radicalization campaign to like show that, and whatnot. And then from that point, you like there doesn't matter that there's more radicalization. The Gaza Strip has passed radicalization.
Oh,
At some
okay,
point,
okay, no,
you have
no,
to take
okay.
out-
Wait. Sorry, Mahad. Yeah, you can take this one.
Wait,
that was
so
fucked.
I'm sorry, but like, let's forget the premise of like an imaginary third party occupying Gaza, just for a second.
That's not imaginary.
At what point would you believe that the Gazans are de-radicalized enough for you to even be able to start to think about a two-state solution, or even a solution in general?
Well, hold on. You would start implementing that in the West Bank to begin with. You would have to also do the carrot and
so you have to do
you have
another
to also-
occupation on the West Bank as well.
No. You would give the West Bank. You would start making negotiations to turn the West Bank into a state because they did not do October 7th.
Can I just clarify something real quick, David? You said forget radicalization. Hamas is beyond radicalization, or Gaza's beyond radicalization?
The Gaza Strip is like 90% believe the Holocaust didn't happen. They have far forward for their entire lives.
Okay, sorry. So the way your rhetoric is going, right. So if Gaza is beyond radicalization,
you should be trying to prevent civilian casualties. But not the radicalization thing is just like it's a moot point.
Okay.
There's like
what do you do? What do you do with all of these?
They hate Jews already. It doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. So now that there is an unsolvable like brain virus of Jew hate in Gaza, what do you do to solve that radicalization? Because it sounds like from that rhetoric, it's similar to the whole left wing. Well, once they go to a certain level of right wing, all they can take is a bullet, and there's no solution. You can't change their minds ever again. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from you right now.
You undergo a like I said, a third party occupation through the UN would be shit, but hopefully like the United Arab Emirates or Saudi Arabia.
A re-education camp.
In the UAE, in the UAE they started implementing Holocaust education.
Re-education camps, but okay.
Well, how do you de-radicalize them without bullets?
I'm not talking about
how do you de-radicalize them in general without
actually like
quote-unquote
changing the schooling curriculum to stop putting in like you murder a Jew here,
It's an open every education camp.
I'm like talking about changing the curriculum. Like the education camp thing is a good meme, but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, so you change the education in Gaza. What do you do with all of these currently radicalized, 14-plus-year-old people there? What do you do with them?
Humanitarian aid. and you help rebuild the Gaza Strip.
But didn't you just complain about? Wait, hold on. Didn't we just? Wait, sorry, you didn't complain specifically. But giving them aid, isn't that like what led to the attack? So how is this like? How would they justify that?
Because they've already destroyed Hamas. They've destroyed the terrorists and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. They've destroyed the terrorist organizations
wait.
and there's just civilians left.
Do you think destroying
You've destroyed it.
At that point, genuinely,
You've destroyed the organization, but not the idea. That's the problem,
Yeah,
right? Like
that's-
it's just
Yeah,
gonna
then
radicalize
you
a
would
new
work on the
group.
idea after. You would start doing aid and other things, but you have to first get rid of the group that is currently there.
Okay, and in the process of removing that group, you're already killing hundreds of thousands. You're currently killing thousands of people, displaced hundreds of thousands of people, and in that essence, you've already created more terrorists than you had in the first place.
It's a fucking Hydra.
They would
Every
have
head you
no-
cut
they
off,
would
two
have
more
no
are going to grow
capacity
back.
to-
You can't just keep
They would
cutting
have
off
zero.
heads.
Hold on. You know that Hamas isn't just the idea of Hamas; it's also the capacity to
So
view
we just
terror
remove all the
and
Palestinians.
destroying their
then, is that it?
infrastructure, which they have gathered for decades.
Was the
Well, not
Hydra not
decades,
in
they
the
gathered for
Torah?
a decade and a half.
Wait, can we just agree on
is
one thing?
important.
Can we just agree on one thing to make sure? Because I feel like there's maybe a hurdle that needs to get crossed before we get into this one. Is that like, do we all agree that there is no future for Gaza as long as Hamas is still in power, right? Because not only does, if you're going to say that Israel radicalizes Gazans by bombing them, well, Hamas radicalizes Gazans by making it so that the humanitarian aid is all stolen for fucking making weapons, right? Because it's not like they were lacking aid money; they had plenty of it. It got put into their fucking. They haven't stopped firing rockets. They've still got enough rockets, all right, even after 2 months of this happening. So yeah, there's no future for Gaza as long as Hamas is still in power, right? Do we all agree with that? Or does anyone disagree with that?
I might disagree, but I just need one question, which is: was there ever a version of Hamas that wasn't like a freaky genocidal terrorist organization? Did they ever have like a reasonable version of themselves in power that seemed to actually be willing to negotiate with Israel? Did that ever happen?
I mean, some people say that, but I think now that we've seen what they do is that they actually had the chance to. No, when they were Majam al-Islami,
where we can never trust them to do that again.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
There, but I don't think the first step
Leonard
needs
Books.
to be to get rid of them. You can get rid of them by taking a different initiative from Israel's side. I think.
Yeah,
I
I don't
do
think
think
you
for
need to-
lasting peace they can't exist.
You're not
right,
going to kill
but
them with kindness.
I
You don't
don't
kill.
think
You don't kill ISIS with kindness.
That's
on.
how you
That's
create
not
more
co-
militants. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. You can't.
Because unlike,
yeah, you don't.
unlike in Iraq where they can just disperse themselves into the middle of the desert, this is a fucking contained area. You're
Yeah,
gonna
they
just
can only
create
disperse themselves
more
into the
militants.
civilian population and
What are you talking
make
about?
it even worse.
Yeah, but you don't let them disperse. You let them sink to the
What do you mean you
graves.
don't let them disperse. They have fucking tunnels.
So you
Yeah,
just want
they're
to kill
in-
more
hey,
people
they're
just
doing.
to kill
I don't know
more
if you know
people?
this, but they're on a ground invasion right now, and they're destroying all those tunnels. It's not just a bombing campaign. They're going throughout the entire strip to root them out.
Always viewed the population that they were inhabiting is that as terrorists as well. You're never gonna get the same treatment from the Palestinians because to the Palestinians, Hamas was their only alternative to ever any kind of change whatsoever. Because Israel's not fucking helping them out, the PLO is not helping them out, and here Hamas comes along like promising some kind of change through some radical use of force. Like,
Yeah, that changes to like kill all the Jews and take out Israel.
Well,
That's not a good
hold
change.
on. I think the point that Jackson's making, I think, is
doesn't
that
that.
you don't
As
extend.
long
Hold
as
on.
Israel
You
can
don't.
give some kind of assurances to the and some kind of help to the Palestinians.
Yeah, you don't
That
kill.
would
You don't.
de-radicalize Palestinians. That would de-radicalize and
You know that Israel did a good faith negotiation to try to create two states at some point.
Hold on,
right?
forget that. Wait. Sorry, I have to. Wait. Hold on. The point they're making is that it's not about killing Hamas with kindness. It's about giving the population they're radicalizing an alternative to Hamas, right? That's always true when you're dealing with like these kind of like radicalized groups, right? Nazis don't leave their social groups because they're so toxic that the regular society will never touch them again, right? Like Israel needs to extend a hand to the Palestinians. Those work permits were probably a good idea, right? Building ties and bonds and economic bonds between Palestinians and Israel itself is going to make them less
Didn't do them much
likely to.
help.
Well, not in the short term, maybe, but long term, that's how you solve the problem, right? That's how you prevent more people
the
being
problem
radicalized.
was that they didn't get rid of Hamas and they kept those things, so they were still getting radicalized even when they came to Israel. because they literally just had nonstop propaganda, and they were taught from their
They
childhood
took
that the
2
Jews are
steps.
the enemy of the world.
Hold on, it sounds like they took 2 steps in the right direction. They got slapped, and then they went 5 steps back. Right?
No, there was no right direction while Hamas was still in charge. That's the point.
No, I mean,
it wasn't
sorry,
the right
I was
direction.
talking about Israel. Sorry, you're saying Israel wasn't in the right direction? You were saying Israel wasn't
No, it
going
wasn't
the right direction.
Well, it was. That's a good thing to do, but
Work
that's not a
permits.
good thing to do
That was the
while
wrong-
Hamas is still in charge.
Okay, so they shouldn't have done the work permits, is what you're saying. They should have maintained like a
No, they
greater
should have
level
done that, but they
oppression
should have
on the
gotten rid of
Palestinians.
Hamas first. That's it. It's that
Okay,
simple.
so what you're okay, so how okay, right. But the problem okay, this is the thing though, right? Like if you kill Hamas, there's gonna be collateral damage, yes?
Of course.
David, okay, great. That collateral damage will lead to more radicalized people being produced, yes? David?
Obviously.
Okay. So
I've already
we
admitted
have
all
a
of this so far.
I know
I've
you
just
have,
explained
but you're
what's
not
going to
putting
happen after.
But you're not putting the pieces together because your solution is to bomb the shit, fuck up Hamas, blow up the tunnels, bomb them, do
No,
what
not
you need
fuck
to
up
do.
Hamas. Completely destroy them to the point where there's nothing left of them,
Sure,
and there's
fuck up
only
Hamas.
people.
How
with the
do you
idea.
destroy an idea? I don't understand.
Wipe them from the face of the planet, whatever the fuck you need to say. Once you fucking wipe them out, you're just going to end up with 2 or 3 civilian deaths at best per Hamas soldier that you kill.
Okay, wait, Smugbug. Sorry, I'm just gonna put a little hat on. Okay, my Zionist cap.
All right.
Okay.
If someone comes up to you saying like, "Don't bomb Japan," you'll just how do you kill the idea of Imperial Japan? No, it seemed to be the case that bombing the fuck out of them and then occupying and then setting up a new regime actually kind of worked. No.
Well, hold on.
no.
Nuking them worked. If you literally wipe
Well, they didn't have to
everyone
nuke. Didn't have to nuke Germany. This happens with countries quite a lot. Okay, you don't have to nuke them. I'm just saying, like you can.
Yeah, but the civilian population wasn't what you were fighting. You were fighting a military infrastructure. It's not that people in
Japan was in total.
You know that, right?
No, wait. Japan was in total war. Okay, and Germany was fucking conscripting fucking everyone by the end. Okay, so he kind of yeah.
Yeah, in desperation at the end to reinforce like a nation state. Like that's a very different situation.
What if you radicalize even more Nazis if you keep fighting them? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, but the difference is that you've got like a massive state infrastructure that has gone beyond the point where you need to annihilate it. And we all agree that the Hamas government, has to be removed, right? Like clearly that has to be part of the problem, part of the solution.
And then we also should agree that you're never going to do that by being nice. You're not going to nice away.
You don't need to be nice to Hamas. You need to give the Palestinians a reason to build ties in Israel so that they are able to. And yes, there is a risk associated with that, but there's a risk associated with every solution. There's the risk associated with bombing the shit out of Gaza and radicalizing the next generation of people who will make the next Hamas.
And that risk is infinitely lower than the risk of trying to be nice to Hamas. And we I think anyone with the brain can agree to that.
Oh, David, that's like the 9th time you fucking strawman that. No one's saying be nice to Hamas. They're saying extend.
That is what you're saying.
Being
nice to the Palestinians after Hamas does an attack is being nice to Hamas.
Hamas. This is sus, bro.
David, Hamas is not Gaza. Hamas, let me repeat that again. Hamas is not Gaza.
You keep trying to do both. You're trying to eat and have your cake at the same time. You say that Gaza, you say Hamas is an idea of Gaza, but at the same time, Gaza is not Hamas. Like, pick.
No,
Gaza is a group or Gaza is an idea. I mean, Hamas is a group or idea.
Bullshit. No, David, you're not doing this mirror bullshit, okay? We're saying extend a hand of kindness to the Palestinians while doing
after the massacre.
No, not after the massacre, before. We're saying that the work permits were a good idea. If Palestinians
it didn't change anything.
Please. But not in the short term, because then Hamas
or the long term. Or the long term. It didn't help at all.
But it helped Palestine start to build.
You think the permits were enough?
But Palestine didn't build anything because Hamas took all the resources. They made nothing out of the state because of Hamas. I don't know how hard it is to fucking say this.
Do you think that Palestinians will have a better or
footing?
Wait.
If
wait.
Their aggression on through
David,
the idea
you're fucking unhinged.
Whether in the West Bank or in Gaza. Sorry.
Let's get like another pro-Palestine person because I don't know how many people have to argue with it.
David, I have a question. I have a very important question for you. The blockade on Gaza. What do you think it did? Like, what do you think was the point of the blockade on Gaza? Like, explain. Because you keep saying that Hamas was stealing all this money, taking all these resources, blah, blah, blah. What do you think the blockade on Gaza was doing in the first place?
Well, you know why the
Could
blockade
they bring in concrete?
Place, right?
Could
Wait,
they even
hold
bring
on.
in
You know why
pasta?
the blockade
What are
went
you
into place,
talking
right?
about?
Wait, what do you mean in the first place? As in, like, the blockade came after Hamas attacks?
Okay, well, it was strengthened when it was genuinely strengthened.
Yeah, but I mean, people say that people say that the blockade was like before Hamas took power, but even then, it's like it's not like Hamas were doing nothing before they were elected, right? The first rockets were being fired since 2001. The second Intifada was them doing the suicide bombing.
I'm talking about before October 7th. I'm not talking about the Intifadas. I'm not talking about 2006. I'm not talking about 2007. I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about October. I'm talking about October 6th. What do you think the blockade was doing at that point? Do you expect that Hamas was suddenly
They were
going to be
weakening
able
Hamas,
to
so they
create?
wouldn't have the capacity to do as many terror attacks, but they were able to sneak things through.
Oh, so
I
they
don't know
would
what the
sneak
point is,
things
and they
through,
got-
but people couldn't have pasta. Is that it? Is that what you're saying?
What?
Like, there was certain amounts of certain staple foods, certain
Wait, I have a question. Why
materials that could
does
not be
Egypt
brought
also do
into Gaza.
the blockade? Why do you think Egypt also does the blockade?
Why
Is it
are
to
you
punish- Is it because they
deflecting?
hate Palestinians?
Why are you deflecting from this very basic
No. This is
question?
extremely important to understand why the blockade happened. Why do you think Egypt did the blockade?
Brother, if you don't want to answer the question, just say so. If you don't want to talk about the blockade, go for it. I don't care. But
David,
you
why
have
did
to
Egypt do the
realize
blockade?
you have to realize that you are blocking from your head, from your mind,
Egypt
a
did
whole
the blockade
aspect,
because
a
they
whole
knew
aspect of
that
the
Hamas
situation to
was
try
a
and justify
nightmare
your
terror organization.
deluded belief that everyone in Hamas, and everyone that is in Gaza is Hamas for some reason. And that the kindness to Hamas is somehow kindness to Gaza, or the other way around, which is some stupid belief that no one holds, no one here holds. Only you do, for some weird reason.
This is literally like in the Hamas like rule like playbook is that any single thing that is gotten after a massacre and after terror attacks is because of Hamas, and that only
So they can't have
emboldens them
pasta
and
because of
allows
that.
them to get better
So hold on,
recruitment.
wait,
They
can I
can't
just
have
ask-
they can't have
or being
concrete
weak
to
will
repair
also
their
increase
buildings
their
because of that.
recruitment.
Mahad, give me a second. Sorry. So David, do we think that maybe if the only language that they have to get any kind of like reaction from Israel in a positive direction for the Palestinians is terrorism, and there's no
hold on.
alternative?
They had reactions. Wait, hold on. There is ways for them to, like, there was so many opportunities to create peace. And
What, in the
obviously
last
they had a
few years?
shitty leader and they fucked it. In 2000, 2001, 3 times between those periods. I understand. I would say 47. I understand people would say, "Oh, would you expect them to do that after they thought that they could destroy Israel? Would they take that deal?" Okay, so not 47. But I think even in 2008 was like a generous offer on the table. I don't know much about that one though, so I'm not gonna put my whole plate on that. But there has been, but for sure between 2000 and 2001, there was extremely generous peace
Do you think-
proposals
do you think-
that
do you-
didn't have to do with any violence.
Okay. Do you think? Okay, I just want to get like a level set here. Do you think that Israel? And I'm not asking. It's not a trap because again, I know fucking nothing. Do you think Israel does have more responsibility to like kind of take more shit in order to achieve peace in with Gaza with the Palestinians?
No, I don't believe they have more responsibility to take shit.
Just so we know as
Okay.
well, sorry, come back to the pasta has been allowed into Gaza since 2009, no?
Yes, it's no. It was. I
Yes,
think it was
it's been allowed since 2009, isn't it?
Was it 2016 or 2017?
I'm reading an article from 2009 here. Pasta, which had been forbidden in the past, is now allowed because, John
Okay.
Kerry, yeah.
Cement was allowed in 2021.
Cement,
yeah, I know.
So cement is a much. So again, if you're talking cement, it's because again, this is not even from Israel.
I know,
It's from
it's tunnels.
Hamas. It's not tunnels. It's not even just tunnels. It's also that like when their buildings get destroyed, they will use secondary items and like leftovers from the buildings to recycle into military apparatus, right? So yeah. But then I'm guessing. I don't know why. I don't know why pasta got involved in that blockade, but I would imagine it got involved because when you are suspicious of imports, then the idea is that any importing party or any vessel that comes in with like extra kinds of goods that's adding more to what you have to check, and that's maybe why they restricted it to things that included pasta. So unless you're saying they just hate Palestinians so much that they don't think they deserve carbs, yeah.
No, that's not it. But there has been very how do I say this there's been very dangerous rhetoric from people within Israel about the blockade itself. So it's just been
I would agree that you should
interesting.
ask me questions like that. I would say yes, those people should be tried for
But
incitement
I'm
to
not
violence.
talking about the rhetoric. I'm talking about the blockade itself.
What about the blockade?
Do you think the blockade is like just some willy-nilly thing that just allows anything into Gaza and hence allows them to develop economically amazingly? And that's the only reason they will not develop
that they
economically
get enough,
is because of
they get
Hamas.
enough
For some
financial
reason.
aid to wait. Hold on. They're like the biggest receiver of financial aid, or what's the word I'm looking for, Lonerbox? Because that's not the right word.
It's international aid, no? Humanitarian aid.
Okay, international aid of like any country on earth, and that they could build a huge economy if they didn't have Hamas completely debilitating them from any sort of.
So Hamas is the
Like,
reason
it's
why
not
70%
the blockade is
was
making it
food
impossible
insecure.
for them to create
There were
like,
literally
thriving state.
strikes in 2019 over food and cost of living in Gaza. So yeah, and they blamed Hamas for it. Yeah, Hamas were like torturing people for leading those strikes. So yeah. We all agree that like Hamas is like no good for people in Gaza, right?
No,
Yeah,
of course
I
not.
don't-
Hamas
yeah, I
is
don't
not
think
good for
anyone's-
anything.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
I think
my-
the main point of contention is that the things that David is advocating for, that Israel is doing, is only going to strengthen Hamas in the long term and continue the cycle of violence, rather than actually.
I've already
do things
made
that
it.
might
Like
be
I've
more-
explained exactly why that's not the case, and that the opposite would also do that, or if not, much worse.
Okay,
Are you-
you haven't explained. You have.
Come on.
Sorry,
please.
D-Man, go ahead. Oh, was that it? You were just calling everyone
No, are
delusional?
you people? Well, no. Okay, it's okay. Hold on.
Sorry, I don't know why I bothered.
No. Listen, if your idea is that every time 1,000 Jews die, more aid flows into Palestine. Not just to Hamas, right? But every time 1,000 Jews die, the situation gets better for the Palestinian people. How many lots of dead Jews is Israel? Do they have to give up before the situation gets better? Give me the number of dead Jews over time.
Sorry, but who made this
that we
argument?
can
Who are
pay.
you directing this at?
I'm directing this to everybody who seems to think that this operation in Gaza has no reasonable aim, that it's only going to make things worse. As though just emboldening the most
Destroying
insane-
Hamas is a reasonable aim.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
It is the most stupid aim.
You're
you could
just fucking.
ever
You know
have.
what you are? Is you're a fucking
Hold on,
coward.
I want to quickly.
You're a
Wait,
pacifist.
D-Man, let me point out the case clearly and concisely. I have given historical evidence over and over how every time Israel does things to help the Palestinians after they do terror, after they do other like things, that they only get worse terror, and that only causes them more consequences when they do negotiations after terror. And that every time that Israel has been strong and have actually gone through with their goals, they have gotten good things
No,
like peace,
David,
like
David,
with Egypt,
I
and
kind
with
of
Jordan.
Can I agree with you in a way you're not going to like?
Okay, great, sure.
Like,
I have a
so-
feeling this is gonna be bad.
Yeah, it probably is, because like maximum strength would be, would be wiping out the entirety of Gaza in just one like flattened
there's
entire fucking
obviously a
thing
fucking
bombing
limit.
campaign. Okay, all right. So what is that limit then? Like, what is the what
That
is the
limit is
difference-
destroying Hamas. It's that simple. You destroy the group that says they want to genocide you. I don't know why it's that like hard to conceive of. That you eventually you just have to
Well,
destroy
that's
them.
not a
There is
limit.
no like.
That's not the limit. That's not the limit. That's the objective, right? So you're just saying any amount of collateral that results in destroying
No.
Hamas is necessary, because
Literally,
any
what are you gonna-
any other method is pointless. Is that kind
What
of
are you
the
going
vibe?
to burn down Berlin to get the Nazis out of power? That's so unreasonable, bro.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
the argument
Berlin-
that you're making. You're literally making an argument for appeasement.
That's it.
As
That's
though,
the
as though the people in power are
This
going
is
to
literally
stop.
Peace Goes World. This is Peace Goes World. Infinite.
Hold on.
I don't think everyone here knows what peace code
Hold
is.
on. If this is what happened with the Nazis in Berlin right now, we wouldn't have the same. We would have a different standard, justifiably. This isn't the things that happened in World War II. The whole thing about having a UN is that we have to handle things differently. We can't just accept things of like just wiping out whatever is happening right now. This whole argument of like, because we did it in Berlin, or we did it with the Japanese, we can do it with the Gazans. No, fuck no. We have a different standard now. We live in different times. There are different rules of law and war laws that we have to
The
abide by.
primary failure of the UN is that the UN was supposed to stop regimes like the Nazis from arising in the first place.
I thought
It has-
Israel was meant to be a social democracy. It was supposed to be
Yeah,
a
and what the
westernized,
fuck would
civilized
the
country.
Palestinians build? Name me another Arab democracy.
Wait, hold on. I have a question for everyone here.
We need to. Wait. I'm just one thing.
I have a
Just
beautiful question
just-
that's going to
just one
solve
thing.
everything.
Just
wait, I have one question
What
to
kind
solve
of
everything.
state
Let me say
would
it.
the Palestinians build?
Fine, sorry,
Wait,
David.
D-Man, stop.
What did
Smug Bug, let me go really quickly. If Nazi Germany was around today, and the only way was to firebomb Berlin, do you think anyone in the world would say we shouldn't do it if that was the last resort?
That is exactly
why
why.
it's
are not.
Yeah, hold on.
What the fuck are you talking
You're
about?
making the argument that this is the only way. What we're saying is that it isn't.
Yeah,
And
if
that's
it's not the only way,
problem.
you don't do it. That's what I'm saying.
I need to
Right.
I need to take wait, this whole
You
wait, sorry.
believe it's the only way.
I'm begging you. Jackson,
At this
please.
point, it is the only way.
Jackson, just give me 1 second, sorry. Okay. We can't compare it to Germany because the difference is Germany was way more dangerous than Hamas. Germany was like literally invading other countries. I know that Hamas are dangerous and scary. They kill a lot of civilians. I get that. But the difference is that if you leave Nazi Germany unattended and use more, like, you try and de-radicalize the Germans as a way to deal with it, they're gonna fucking roll over your country. Whereas if you do that with Hamas, you're gonna be stifling the growth of Hamas because they haven't reached the threshold where they're so dangerous, the only solution is to fucking annihilate them. But yes, if Hamas
I don't know
grew
why
to a
you think
certain
they haven't
size
reached that
threshold...
What are you
threshold.
talking about?
Clearly reached the threshold.
Leaving them alone.
The
Leaving them
threshold
alone.
is
You
killing
get
civilians.
Hezbollah.
You don't have to be an existential threat. You don't have to be a threat to every single person in the country. You have to be. You don't expect countries to accept a like 9/11, like a million 9/11 threats happening at any given time. You don't accept that as like
a million
that's just an
9/11
expected
This is
threat.
the premise of my question. How many lots of dead Jews does it take before we're allowed?
I'm sorry, you imagining dead Jews is the entire problem in the first
There's
place.
800 dead
You
Jewish
created
people.
the
It's
you
not
created
an
the problems that you.
imagination. How many times does that have to happen before Israel is allowed to solve a problem that no one else
Okay,
on earth
no. I
has
have a
the
question
fucking
for you.
balls
No,
to solve?
D-Man. I have a question for you. I have a question for you right now because you said some racist dogmatic.
How many dead Palestinians is worth?
No. I'm asking you
That's
a
what
question,
Israel is finding out.
D-Man. Answer this question. Answer it honestly. Do you believe Arabs or Muslims in general are people? Just in
Yes.
general. Just yes.
And I'm willing
Do you
to
believe?
pay-
No.
Listen.
Do you believe they're inherently violent?
No.
Bro, what is this? What is this?
Do you
this
believe
like
there is an
dialogue trade?
innate,
What are you trying to get here?
innate biological reason for them
the end
to
of this,
always
we'll
hate the
be
Jews?
vegan.
Is that
Bro,
it?
I would say
Is
they're
is that-
an
is that
example
there?
of their
I think they
radicalization.
have a
I don't know what
shit
the point of
culture.
this.
Wait, let's let
I think
let
Arab
Adam
culture
Demon
is
talk.
dog
Yeah.
shit. I think that there's not a single fucking Arab democracy. I think, in fact, even in Israel, the group of people who are most in favor of authoritarianism are the Arabized Jews, the Mizrahi. So I think that there's a major cultural issue that everyone wants to pretend doesn't fucking exist. And that if you just give these people what the fuck they want, that it's not going to cause even further fucking problems. If you don't put them through some kind of de-radicalization program and enlighten them to the actual value of Western democracy, then yes.
Wait, is there really
it's
not a
literally
single
only ever
Arabic-
going to get worse.
Wait, is there really not a single Arabic
Now you're
democracy?
saying even the inherent Arab Israelis are genuinely part of the most radical groups of people. I thought, okay,
That's what
you
I'm saying.
genuinely
They're
do believe
Arabized.
the Arab-
Culturally, the most culturally Arab Israelis are the
So
most
it's the Arabs' fault.
authoritarian.
It's the Arabs' fault.
No, it's a cultural problem that the region has with even
Remember-
living with a
remember-
Western
remember-
democracy on their borders.
Oh my god, it's back! It's culture. Yeah, it's just culture.
It literally is culture.
Yeah,
though.
it's literally
They're
a
too
propaganda. It's
intractable.
literally a cycle of propaganda that is being refueling, like Al Jazeera, like all
Yeah.
the fucked up media sources that tell them that the Jews are the problem of.
Are they listening to too much Arabic
if you
music?
pull the Middle East, hold on. If you
let's
pull the
try to
Middle East,
agreement
if you
here.
pull the
Fair,
Middle East,
David.
they'll
Do
have
you agree with the
70+%.
settlement?
Why
What
do
is
you
going
think?
on
Why do
with
you
your
think
mic?
that? Why do you
D.
think the
Jackson.
Nazis arose in Germany? Do you think it was
Hold
an
on, do you
outside? Do you
agree
think
with
no?
the
Do you think it was?
I think
Do
Nazis.
you think it was
You
an
think the
outside?
Germans are inherently racist or
No,
violent?
they're not.
fucking
But
Nazis, it's
Prussian
so
culture.
different. It's
Prussian
so
culture
different.
was inherently
Wait,
militaristic.
hold on. Wait.
And it ultimately
I want
produced a hyper-militarist
D-Man,
society.
let me take this. So
Sure.
I want to ask you, what is different between Nazi ideology and the Hamas Charter? They both
Wait, sorry,
believe that the Jews are the source of
are
all
you-
problems on the
Oh
planet.
my god,
They
no,
both believe-
you're not doing this. No, you're not
But
doing
they don't
this. No,
believe
this is
themselves to be
fucking
above
crazy.
everyone else. What the fuck are you talking about?
There is such
The
a
only
difference.
difference
Yeah,
is power.
except Islam
There's such a
doesn't
difference.
consider that, and they
Oh my
want to
God.
make they
No.
want to
What
move back
kind
into
of
Demon,
what
don't
kind of
interrupt.
war?
I wanna get him on
What
this
kind
question. I
of
wanna
warped
hear it.
version
I
of
wanna hear
Islam
it.
do you believe
I'm
in?
sorry,
What the
I'm
fuck are
sorry.
you talking about? What is this
Let me-
made up
let me-
religion that you
let me
keep
nail-
espousing?
let
This
me
made up
nail
culture
Smug
that you
Bug on
keep
this.
pushing.
Okay, we're schizoing out. We're
Okay,
developing.
Smug
okay,
Bug,
guys,
Yeah.
I have a
let's try
question
this.
for you. What is the difference
hit me.
between Hamas and Nazi Germany besides their power?
Sure, that is the material difference. I mean, I think there's a lot of differences, but that's the one that's most relevant to why I would say you don't bomb Gaza into the ground. Once the existential threat is high enough that there's no way
they
you
just
can
don't
go
have
in
enough
and use
power
something.
to be able to destroy them yet.
I also don't think Hamas is like an expansionist ideology in the same. Like they think they want to reclaim land that's all stolen, right? It's not the same as Germany where they're like we want to take over fucking Europe and like
that's fair.
plans for the rest
Well,
of the world.
I wouldn't say that that's the important part to like take out. I guess that's important for the other states of the world, but for the Jews, that's not the important part.
So can I look? I'll find common ground with you, okay? All right. If there is a future where Hamas successfully deletes Israel and takes over all of the landmass and then begins to build a military comparable in scale to that of like something that they could use to be expansionist, then yeah, at that point you probably would need to bomb the country into the ground.
Expansionism doesn't matter. Hold on. The expansionism doesn't matter. The wanting to genocide the Jewish people is probably the part that matters.
It's more about the power level, right? The power to actually, like, if they were to just
you don't
like
let
isolate
them get to that power level.
Why are you allowing
to that power level?
Your argument is that they should be allowed to exist until they're dangerous?
No,
he's not arguing that.
We're gonna leave the tumor.
9/11s, but only when they're able to destroy your entire state, then you are able to destroy them.
Like, Jesus Christ! I was literally trying to fucking help you out and get to.
That was the worst. That was like the worst concession I've heard in my entire life. No shit. If they were able to destroy the world, you should then destroy them.
Sorry, Shane. I think Hitler first gave the idea of Lebensraum. What fucking in the 1920s? So yeah, their ambitions were pretty clear even then. Okay.
What I'm saying is they've not reached a threshold of power now where it's justified to use an instrument that blunt. There are other ways to deal with the problem. Dresden bombing the shit out of them is not actually going to make it.
You are severely underselling what happened on October.
A quarter of them are dead already, right? After what
it's
like
not a
few
game.
weeks?
It's not a numbers game. It's not the IDF is running up and down.
No, I do not want to hear. I do not want to hear from you. It's not a number thing when he keeps saying that it is equivalent to it is the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. You keep pushing that. You keep saying that for 1,200 Jews every fucking time. And now when we start saying about how the Palestinians have been massacred in large numbers, somehow it's not about the numbers anymore.
It's not about the numbers.
They're not being massacred. They're spending. Israel is spending billions of dollars. Okay, if you want to make it a numbers game, how many billions of dollars is each Palestinian life worth for the IDF to operate? Versus how much Hamas spent running up and down.
What? Say that again? Well, that's a horrible argument.
No, it's a great argument because he wants to reduce it to numbers. You want to reduce it to numbers? Your average Palestinian life is worth like $1 million fucking dollars to every fucking Jew to kill. That's how much they're fucking spending to try and not murder every single person in Gaza. And you want to pretend that it's a genocide.
D-Man, can we just get off this number train? Wait, sorry, man. Can we just get off this numbers train? What we're saying is it's not about the numbers. It's about the power and the fact.
There's nothing more fucking dysgenic than that guy just like sitting in stealth waiting to just go for me. But there's a whole fucking world out there where you can go and kill people. Jesus Christ. Anyway.
To deal with the problem,
no, because you did that with Hezbollah. That doesn't work. You don't get to just you don't get to just destroy a quarter or a half. You have
doing
to
anything
destroy
Israel couldn't do this with Hezbollah because they've grown so powerful.
Ask someone who has lived amongst all their supporters. I'll tell you how you destroy them. You make sure that you offer them a different alternative than their fucking genocidal stupid.
Wait, what should they offer Lebanon that would make?
Hold on. If you think Israel,
Lebanon doesn't even have something they need to be offered in order to support Hezbollah, and they still want to destroy Israel.
Hold on. And hold on. You have no fucking idea what Lebanon has or doesn't have. The problem is right now is that Israel hasn't stopped their fucking settlements, their violence against Palestinians. They haven't stopped their random imprisonment of children in some instances when they were fucking jailed, regardless of how much these people are like, I don't know, stabbers or like terrorists, even at 13. These problems still exist. The blockade on Gaza still exists. The lack of autonomy in Palestinians still exists. Those are the core problems. Hamas, Hezbollah, they're all symptoms of the core problem. If you solve that core problem, that's how it gets solved. Do you not agree with that?
That's just not true. That's just like that's so regarded. It's like the most regarded thing I've heard in my entire life. That if you just like be nice, they'll go away.
That may have been true in 1960.
Wait, explain.
Wait, sorry, never true. Hold on, D-Man. Don't concede that. That was never true.
Explain why.
Yeah,
explain why.
David, go ahead.
Because of the Yeah, David.
No, let David explain.
Let David explain.
Why is it not?
Because
Why is
if
that not the
every
problem?
single time you are soft and play nice with a group that says they want to destroy you, you get nothing good. You only get more
Every
terror.
time you
get worse
mention
attacks.
them being soft is not addressing the core problem. Giving work visas or whatever the fuck it is to an underpaid job to a oppressed civilian population is not solving the core issue. You're not giving them autonomy. You're not giving them access to a better
No,
life.
because they said they wanted to kill everyone in there. You're not going to like.
You're talking about
you're going to destroy the walls and
Palestinians
say,
are
"Come in."
genocidal. Stop saying that. You keep doing this conflation. That, like,
Wait,
all
hold
the
on. Because every
Palestinians
group
have been
they've had, hold on. Every single governing group they've had, like the PLO, the PFLP, were genocidal. That's crystal clear.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that Palestine.
And
Listen,
their popularity was with them. They were popular groups.
Hold on, Smug, one sec. Hold on. I want to focus on the settlement idea. Why do you think? Why is Israel
on that?
Yeah, but why? It's a big problem. They're taking chunks of the Palestinian territories, which is reducing their possibility of autonomy. Do you not think that's a big fucking issue?
That is it. But can we both agree that that all of the problems and all of the actions of Hamas and of Hezbollah would not change if the settlement stopped?
No.
What?
They would
Yeah, they would. How do you think? How did they get to a situation where they could take big?
I want to focus on this point. Hold on, D-Man. I want to focus on this point.
How did they get
The
there?
problem. How do you get the what? That there are settlements.
Why are they able? Yeah. Why are there settlements there?
Well, because there's an expansionist movement that's happening in Israel. I don't
How
know,
are they
because
able to
they wanna keep
expand?
their-
How are they able to expand?
By fighting.
Israel?
Israel
by
invaded the West Bank. Is that what happened?
But okay, how did that happen?
Whoa!
How are the settlements happening then? You tell me.
I'm telling you, the reason that the fucking settlements are there is because left to their own fucking devices, they lose the land over and over.
God. Oh god!
Oh my god! What does that mean? What does that mean? Losing the
It
land?
means that given your own self-determination, you choose to fight
lose it?
more.
You forget their keys or some shit? What the fuck are you talking
Yeah, how do you lose land? To who? To Israel? Yeah, that's the problem.
To Jordan. They lost land when Jordan wanted to fuck around and find out.
Yeah, Jordan, not
But
people in the
still
West
think
Bank.
that Israel. I still think that Israel should give that land to the Palestinians.
By the way, Jordan
Is Israel?
Israel's
Israel some like?
Palestinian state, by the way.
Is
It's
Israel
ruled by
some like?
Hashemite invaders.
Just to be,
Is
sorry,
Israel
just to be,
some like-
wait,
It's a fellow Arab.
guys,
Hold on,
hey,
hold on,
hey,
hold on.
So
Finding a hard
just so
time-
I think we need to find a different,
point.
we need to find a different pro-Israel person because this D-man is not helping David all that much.
Yeah, this is rough. I
Yeah.
feel like David is slightly more reasonable. than
I
this
can
kid,
go
so-
back to doing it, but fuck me.
Oh
Like-
god.
Christ.
Okay, wait. I don't feel like I got my dialogue tree solved, and I'm sorry, but David, can we just run through this one more time? Because I really am struggling to understand your position
Help me.
on. I know.
Let's do
I
the
know.
dialogue tree one last time. This has got to be the last time we can do the dialogue tree.
It's the last time. It's the last time. I just want to understand. I'm not trying to get you anywhere. I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay. We agree that bombing the shit out of Hamas is going to result in a radicalization. And maybe the difference in opinion is that I feel like if you bomb 40,000 Hamas soldiers to death and end up with 100,000 civilian casualties, there's going to be a network of like 200,000 or 300,000 people who were personally negatively affected by that in formative years or have been radicalized by that happening nearby. And then it just ends up doubling the future Hamas because you've just given them even more fuel for radicalization. You've directly harmed even more people. And the end result is you just end up with Hamas twice the size in 10 years. That feels like the problem.
So what
to
I
me.
would say is every single time that Hamas gets rewarded for their terrorism,
You're not
they get
answering my
radicalized
question. You're talking
forward.
about the alternative. Can I ask? Can we just talk
Yeah,
about
okay.
following your
So
plan?
first of all, so I would answer. I've already answered this question, by the way. That this radicalization would be less than the radicalization, or the results of the radicalization from a perceived victory, and
Okay,
that not only that, but hold on, even the radicalization they would get from the destruction of Hamas would then be counteracted by a third-party occupation and a de-radicalization campaign.
Okay, so here's the two paths I'm considering here, and I just want to make sure that I understand.
I'm not saying you don't reward. I'm not saying you don't help the Palestinians. I'm saying you first have to destroy Hamas. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, right, but my concern is if you destroy Hamas and kill a bunch of people, fucking slice half of people's families apart, and 250,000 people or whoever know someone who was fucking killed by IDF bombings or killings or whatever. How are you ever going to de-radicalize that 250,000 people who was directly negatively impacted, compared to de-radicalizing them by giving them work permits, by helping them, by introducing them more into Israel so that they build bonds and fucking
because
marry
that historically
Jewish
has
people
not
over
shown
time?
any de-radicalization.
Actually, hold on. Historically, that is how we
in
start
Israel,
fighting each other generally.
that hasn't shown any de-radicalization.
Forget Israel.
David?
Forget Israel.
Wait,
for a
I'm
second,
gonna
right?
try to answer Smugbug's question better. So the first thing that maybe a pro-Israel person might say is that fucking as far as radicalization goes, it's already been done. Okay, Hamas have been there for 16 years. There've been 7 wars. The de-radicalization is done. It's not like it's gonna get that much radically worse because of what's happening now. What might make radicalization worse is if Israel backs off and then Hamas just reconsolidates and launches pot shots again, and Israel just goes back to the whole cut the grass strategy where they take out some targets, some civilians die. The radicalization cycle is already there, whether you like it or not. It's there with Hamas, it's there without Hamas. So you might as well get the one without Hamas. That's the first answer. The second one, I know you keep saying give them work permits and try to reintegrate them, but it's that's also part of a process that just doesn't seem to have worked because it's patronizing, right? It's expecting just this kind of that you basically you have apartheid, but it's ethical, right? When that's what happened before the first Intifada. Before the first Intifada, there were more work permits in Gaza than ever, and then the Intifada happened. So, and that's when Hamas was born. So it's
it doesn't address the underlying issue, I think.
Well, no, it doesn't. No. I'll say this is what I'll say is there are probably a million things Israel could have done before October 7th that could have addressed those underlying issues. Of course there were. Netanyahu's entire election platform for the last 20 odd years has been to say we just care about security, nothing else, and that's where it got us, October 7th. So I agree with that, but the problem is that now that we're here,
how would you achieve peace if you were a Zionist? If you were a Zionist, how would you achieve peace? If you were Israel and Israel's
me,
and you want to,
I would. So I would accept. I would just have to accept that if I was a Zionist, I would just say, God damn it. I would just accept that whether you want a ceasefire or not, it's not it's not happening. Israel's not going to stop until they feel like Hamas is not completely gone from the earth. That's not the idea. The idea is just that they can't build up military infrastructure. That's the main thing, is that they just can't function. They can't govern. As long as they have that, Israel's happy. And then hopefully someone who is not Israel reoccupies Gaza and rebuilds and can actually build some trust within the population. And that there doesn't have to be a blockade, and doesn't have to be worry that concrete will be being used to make tunnels, that kind of shit. And then somewhere out of that, a negotiating party, maybe in the West Bank or amongst the Palestinians, can be taken more seriously, and
you don't think integration? You don't think integration is possible?
The best way you can achieve peace as a Zionist?
Is that what I think the best way to achieve peace as a Zionist is? Probably.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Is that what you were asking? Yeah. Were you asking me if that's the best way to achieve peace as a Zionist?
Yeah.
Given where we are now, with the circumstances we have now, probably, yeah.
Huh. But what about the hostages right now? Do you think the whole bombing campaign is helping them? If I guess the hostages are a priority at this point. I'm not sure if they are.
I'm going to answer this one really quickly.
Even before some of the hostages were released, I just thought Israel had written them off. Because, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe they just hopefully get Hamas to surrender at the end when they just can't fight anymore and give the rest back. But fuck, I don't know.
Yeah. So what I would say is when they gave up Gilad Shalit for thousands of Hamas terrorists, that ended up causing October 7th. So giving up all would have to happen with doing the negotiation at the start. I don't even know if this was true that they were going to do the all for all. But let's say hypothetically they could do all for all, where they'd have to release all the Hamas terrorists that did actual terrorist attacks and release them to go back into Gaza to get recruited. This would just result in more people ending up getting kidnapped. So it would just be a bad idea overall. You have to force Hamas's hand into
negotiating from a position of weakness where they accept less terrorists and end up giving back the prisoners, like they had to do with the women and children.
Do you think genuinely it's a realistic plan for them to bomb the shit out of Hamas till they don't exist anymore?
As in, they can do it. As in, like they can completely destroy Hamas. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the way that the Gaza Strip is set up. They are blocked off.
If you believe that, I guess most like a lot of people Israelis believe that. I don't think that's possible at this point. I don't know if anyone else agrees
I
with.
have a question. Why do you think that they couldn't do that?
Do you
Why do you think they can't
do you-
destroy Hamas?
No. Do you think?
Go ahead, Mahad. Go ahead. Let me actually answer, and then you can go, Mahad. The point is, like, I agree with Smug. Is that the thing is, if most of those affected are civilians, and the kids that are growing up now are gay, they're going to grow up to be Hamas recruiters. You're not going to destroy them. You might disable their infrastructure at the moment, but the people are going to be way more radicalized now than ever, more than any other war that they've ever been through. And this is not the best strategy that Israel can.
Yeah, you're gonna have to keep
we've already
cutting the grass,
talked
right?
about the radicalization.
David, in your whole
never really
scenario,
said anything that would refute that. You would just say like, oh, hopefully some other third party will go in and I guess brainwash forget whatever happened to them and de-radicalize them.
Yeah, put fluoride in the water.
David,
if you
I have a
believe
question for
genuinely
you.
that you can bomb the shit out of
Wait, stop, sorry, wait, Ray, why are you here?
What the fuck's going on?
No, I'm going the pro-Israeli side now.
Oh no, wait, wait, sorry, Ray, you're allowed to stay,
I wanna
okay?
go first.
Wait, you're allowed to stay, okay? Just one thing, okay? One thing, you promise me one thing.
Me?
Yeah, you can stay, just promise me one thing.
Okay.
Yeah, promise me you'll go find a bridge, fuck off.
Oh.
Alright.
Oh damn.
Deserved. Okay, David.
I feel like you radicalized a lot of people doing that long ago. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that was actually
Yeah, you should have just left him in power. Like a lot of people now are going to become Rahims.
No,
Listen,
David,
I am George Bush,
David.
okay? I did not negotiate with terror, okay? I can.
Okay, David, I have a question for you. During this whole operation that you feel is justified and should be completely done, Hamas should be destroyed, etc., etc. I understand your feelings. I understand where you're coming from. But my question is, do you believe the population of Gaza would ever trust Israel ever again? Do you think they even trust Israel at this very moment?
They don't now. And first of all, I would say like the
And
same
no.
thing.
So then, no. If they don't now, and almost certainly they will never
So
in the future.
so wait, hold on. You have two scenarios.
What kind of What kind of expectation do you have for these people who you're advocating for? Many of them to have their family members killed, or people within an extended family. to be
Wait,
killed?
I'm not gonna
What kind of expectation do you have for them?
Like their Hamas family member gets killed.
I'm not talking about Hamas. I'm talking about civilians, Hamas. What expectation do you have for them to have any trust in Israel in the first place? We're talking about civilian deaths here. We're talking about people impacted by civilian deaths here.
Can I answer you, Mahad?
You don't have
So there's two
for Hamas
scenarios.
members
Wait,
getting killed?
hold on. There's two scenarios. One of them, they don't trust Israel. Hamas is there. The second one, they don't trust Israel. Hamas is gone. I'm gonna take the one where Hamas is gone. It's that simple.
Wait, is
That is not the situation. That is not the situation.
Right now. I don't know what to tell you.
In one
It's
situation,
not like they trust Israel now.
no. In one situation, the previous one, right? The amount of casualties they had right now is double, triple what they've had in the past in nearly all the other conflicts since 2000 combined. Number one, right? So then, before that situation, you had Hamas, and they didn't trust you. Now, Hamas is gone, but they have all the civilian casualties on top of the amount of distrust that they have for you that's increased tenfold now.
Yeah. In
What are
5
you
years,
talking
They don't have the terrorist
in 5 years,
infrastructure. And
You're
they
gonna
don't
have
the
Hamas
government.
2 electric boogaloo.
How did
What
they
are you
get it?
talking
How did they
about?
get it?
Gazanator,
How
thanks
did
for
they
the 5
get it the
Canadian,
first
I
time?
appreciate that.
It didn't come out of fucking nowhere. It came because there were enough people radicalized. Right? Like, there were enough people radicalized to start building the terrorist infrastructure. Now, what you've done is you've created even more people who have a very good reason to create a terrorist organization and fuck
Hold on,
with
they don't
Israel.
have a good reason.
They have a great
pretend-
reason.
no,
You killed their fucking brothers and sisters.
In this entire situation, you pretend that Hamas just came out of nowhere, sprung up, just hates the Jews for no reason, out of nothing, thin air, like I don't understand if you have any understanding of the history or understanding of what happened in the last 30 years. Do you expect that the people who are falling into Hamas's hands, those people who are the fighters, do you have any inkling as to maybe they might have been radicalized because maybe their family member had died, people within their family had been killed, people have been martyred, killed by Israeli soldiers, like imprisoned? Like, come on.
I still don't know what that has to do with anything. So I understand that they're radicalized. I understand they continuously get radicalized. You can't leave them in power. At the end of the day, you just can't leave them in power.
The actions of the Israeli army.
You actually do. By telling Israel to do a ceasefire, you want them to be left in power.
No one has said ceasefire.
The actions of the Israeli army. I'm sorry, man. The actions of the Israeli army is what has radicalized these people in the first place. That's it.
No.
If you gave them a peaceful option and then you fucked with that
they
peaceful
were already
option,
from 47, before 47, from 1917. There was a radicalization against the Jews.
For no reason.
What? For no reason.
No one said no reason, and there was also.
All right. So you've already.
But it was a tit for tat.
It's been a tit for tat all the way back.
Okay, hold on. You know what?
At some point,
you're making
wait, hold on.
Making his point for him. No, David, please, David, please.
At some point, you have to give up. At some point.
Wait. You have to, please. Mahad's point was that tit for tat is what's causing the problem. So you've made his point for him. 1917, if there was shit happening before that caused it, the radicalization is always sourced in some kind of perceived or actual injustice that's been done to them. If you just keep doing injustices to them, they're going to keep radicalizing. In both directions. This is Israel gets more right wing when
the
Hamas attacks them.
that they're doing are basically
gets more right wing when Israel attacks
Okay,
them.
wait, sorry, just one second. Morte, you're going to probably be taking David's side in this, right?
Yes, to some extent, but I wanted to talk to you about something completely different. So if
that's going to have to wait, I'm afraid.
Yes, I totally understand. I would take up way too much time. So if you have any plans on like having a spare hour at some day, please let me know so I can get my presentation ready and everything and my graphs and stuff.
Okay.
Because it's I have done some research over some days. Talked to people on the Discord here. Data.
I've seen it. It's awesome.
Yes.
Let him discuss it with you. Have a whole hour. Just go for it. It
yes,
is actually
this
really
will be an hour.
Okay, just so I don't forget my question. Smugbug, you keep saying that there's a reason for radicalization, it doesn't come out of nowhere. Okay, so I can understand very easily why fucking Gazans hate Israel, right? I understand why Lebanese people hate Israel. People in West Bank. Why Iran? The ones who fund these organizations. What excuse do they have?
I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly. Like why Qatar, right? Why do Egyptians still hate Israel? I don't know. It's like I know that you can talk about the radicalization and the fact that like it's very clear cut for some cases because these people are like orphaned by the IDF and shit like that. It's also the problem that the entire region there's a very unanimous like geopolitical decision that Israel sucks. Even in countries that made peace with Israel, the population still hate Israel.
Sorry, can I make an uninformed guess? Is it because the Arabic countries nearby perceive Israel as like a kind of American base, right? Like it's kind of a push from like Western influence that they. Yes. Right? Is that not part
American
of it?
base, anti-Semitism, I guess with Saddam Hussein, it was like pan-Arabism. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that people just fucking hate.
It's purely anti-Semitism. I think it's more anti-American sentiment, anti-Western sentiment.
It's not really anti-American. No, it's not really anti-American. It's more just geopolitical interest, actual geopolitical interest. It makes a lot more sense if you think about it as like Israel is the US's greatest partner. Who is Iran's biggest enemy? America. It just makes sense. It doesn't have to be Iran hates Jews. They hate the Jews. Yes, sure. But there's other interests. There's other things there in that equation. It's not only just pure blind hatred of the Jews.
Is it good or bad that like completely?
Oh, here's a nice explanation that tags along quite nicely with my geopolitical beliefs or my geopolitical position. Oh, sorry, the belief that tags along nicely with the geopolitical position, which is anti-Semitism. I don't think it's the main thing.
I don't think that anti-Semitism fuels the geopolitics. I think the geopolitics fuel the anti-Semitism, right?
Exactly. Yes.
Just
Yeah.
just a really quick question, because I don't actually know what I think about this. What would we have said the same thing about the Nazis?
Yes. I mean, yeah, right. Like it was the coalition of German states being fused together, and then like the kind of cultural results of that, and then you've got like the economic crisis. Yeah, like it was the So yeah, I would say
And
the
then you had a-
geopolitics
yeah,
fuel
the-
that. I don't think
you had
Germans
a
were just more
demagogue that-
culturally Nazi-like.
Okay.
They were like anti-Semitic, and then that transformed their geopolitics.
I don't think
like,
I
they
think
literally
giving
prevented their war effort to kill more Jews.
David, you are
David,
giving
please.
anti-Semitism way too much power here. I don't think I know it's not all about you. I'm sorry.
My bad.
I
I'm
think
so
the
sorry.
geo-
I didn't mean to
the
give
geo-
anti-Semitism
I
too much
think that-
power.
No, what I mean is, I think the geopolitics informs it, and the anti-Semitism is a very convenient way to execute the desired geopolitics. Nazi Germany didn't invade other countries because of the Jews. They used the Jews as an excuse to invade other countries and to do shit internally.
I think
Now, obviously, they had
just
some-
I
yeah.
know there's like the whole like structuralist like materialism versus idealism and all that. I think they can both influence each other, right? Because anti-Semitism is way older than any of these countries, right? A lot of the anti-Semitic beliefs are older than most of these countries. So yeah,
but I think it's a tool. Is the point, right? It's not about. It's not that it's something that wouldn't exist without the geopolitics.
No, I know
Sorry,
you think
it
it's a
would
tool
exist
because you're one of
without-
these fucking lefty
Okay.
fucking soy cucks and all that. But like even back in
about-
fucking feudalism, right? Anti-Semitism was still there. It's older than a lot of the geopolitical.
And it was used as a tool.
They influence
it
each
was,
other.
It was a useful tool.
Okay,
The
it's
reason
not just a tool though.
anti-Semitism-
It's like it also has it's also like a driver, right? It's not like one is
Sure,
more
but
powerful
the
than the
reason-
other. Yeah.
I think the reason anti-Semitism is so prolific throughout history is that it's like the easiest thing to go to execute various different kinds of things those in power or those trying to object to those in power want to do, right? It is a tool that gets picked up by a lot of different people, and it just happens to be the one that kind of emerged. It could have been anything, but it turned out to be anti-Semitism.
Several of the rulers
Jews aren't
within
that
medieval
special, they
Europe
just got
had
unlucky.
used. Several of the rules within medieval Europe had used anti-Semitism to their
that the actual
advantage to
term?
their financial gain. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's
Holocaust
not
was a
just
social
blind.
construct.
A lot of it wasn't just blind hatred. Some of it was. Don't get me wrong. There was some blind hatred, but a lot of it was just pure, like not pure, a mixture of that hatred of anti-Semitism. Plus, I get something out of this as well. I get to keep their homes. I get to keep their money. I get to keep everything that they own, and I can kick them all out of this country.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's super convenient. Yeah, anti-Semitism is very, very useful for people who want to abuse it to get the things they want. That's why it continues to be used today by Hamas.
David, you right?
Oh no!
I think
Oh, no,
Stardust
they
is
got him.
asking where the Discord
I'll
is.
get Ren, don't worry. You guys can keep talking. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'm in charge. Oh, for
David, I have a question for you. Do you believe that the anti-Semitism of Muslims, Arabs, the people here, has always been like this for millennia, for 2,000 years? Is this a belief that you have?
That Muslims have generally been anti-Semitic throughout the history. Yeah. That they've been at
Arabs
this
included?
level. Sure, no. But it's
Wait,
not.
what is
But you want to
anti-Semitic?
say that it's all Israel's fault? No, absolutely not. It's a cycle of indoctrination that creates.
You realize the people in the region are Semites as well, right? I don't think that's
That's
like.
not.
it's,
I would say that's not a very good argument.
Is
right?
that
'Cause
is
we
that a
know
meme
what-
or are you being serious?
Everyone knows what people because the word anti-Semitism was
yeah.
not coined to describe Arabs, right?
No,
it was coined
no,
by
no.
Germans who changed
I
Jewish
don't-
hatred into anti-Semitism to make it.
Okay.
It's more of
I
an
don't think.
anti-belief kind of thing. I don't think it's mostly ethnic. It's
Okay,
not-
Jew hatred. Sorry, Jew hatred. Jew hatred. Sorry, Jew hatred.
I'm just clarifying. I just want to know how we're defining things to some degree, because like a lot of people.
Anti-Semitism always means Jews, always. And whenever someone says that
Okay.
shit, they're retarded. That's it.
Oh my
Thank you.
god!
All right. Jesus Christ!
Wow.
You said that word so many times so far. How old are you, mate? Come on.
He said regarded. Okay,
I
he's
said
been
regarded.
doing the DGG version. It's okay. It's safe.
Jesus.
They figured
All
it
right,
out. They
thank God.
cracked the code. They have their
Ah,
own
all right.
portal.
They're awesome. So I have a very very simple question for you, David. So, in your belief, in your mind, anti-Semitism, especially in Muslim regions, has been there for a long time and has always been there and has been encouraged. Is that what you're saying?
Listen, I'm not here to debate anti-Semitism.
I'll
I'm
do it.
already.
But
I'm
isn't that your the main point of your argument?
I'll do it. No, so
All right, go for
I don't think anyone would disagree that anti-Semitism exists in the Muslim world probably quite a while before Israel. Like, I think there was a blood libel case in Damascus in like the 1800s, right? So it's been there. It's also, I think everyone agrees that it got much, much worse after the Balfour Declaration because of a few reasons. Because of the Arab nationalism expected to include Palestine and it didn't, and then they always, ever since then, there's always been this intrinsic association between Jews and the British colonialism and people colonizing their land that they think is rightfully Arab. So yeah, it's like obviously what already existed was amplified when Israel became a thing. Yeah, obviously.
And then if you want to object to the Balfour Declaration, then yeah, it makes sense to use anti-Semitism as a tool to do that, right? No, was that really stupid?
Say that again.
If you're trying to garner support against the Balfour Declaration, then anti-Semitism is just another useful tool to do that alongside everything else.
Yeah,
you're doing,
I guess
right?
that it is a helpful tool, I guess, if you're anti.
Yeah,
but then you also get this thing where
to destroy the Jews, to not let them be there.
But even when the way it works as well is that people who might use anti-Semitism as a tool to gain things, that involves spreading anti-Semitic propaganda and painting an image of Jews that is actually sincerely absorbed by other people, and then that does become blind hatred for a lot of people. So, say for example, Al-Husseini, I don't think he was using anti-Semitism as a tool. I think he genuinely hated the fuck out of Jews, right? Yeah.
No, I think that some people use it cynically, but I would imagine the majority do also believe. Hitler both used it cynically and also believed it. You can do both, and I think most of them do.
Does that make you more right if you believe the anti-Semitism?
I think it's more justified. No, never mind. Really got me.
It doesn't make you more right if you believe the anti-Semitism, but it doesn't make you more right if you believe all Palestinians are evil. It's just stupid.
Is it more morally virtuous if you're actually anti-Semitic, or you're just leveraging anti-Semitism to get what you want?
Do you think anti-Zionism is equatable to anti-Semitic?
Oh, the real anti-Semite is here. Hey, Stardust.
Kill me.
Oh God. Okay, so I think we would be a bit naive to think that all of these people were not actually anti-Semitic and they were just using it as a tool, right?
Yeah, but
no one's saying that. Sorry, wait. I hate this conversation. Let's go back to. So we know. We know what David wants with getting rid of Hamas with the IDF and all. Okay. What are the opposition thing? I know Smugbug thinks work permits, which is regarded. But let's just.
It's not even my position. Wait. Okay. Here's my actually stupid position.
Let's go.
Okay?
Let's go.
All right. I would lay off of the bombing. I would accept more Israeli casualties by doing ground invasion mad shit, and I would accept and you know what, it's actually kind of convenient that Israel is radicalized so heavily against the Palestinians, because now you can encourage the military in Israel to be more willing to lay their lives on the line to reduce civilian casualties. I wouldn't rhetorically convince them that way, but I would get them into those tunnels and flush shit out with an acceptance of more military combatant deaths on Israel's side in exchange for preventing more civilian casualties on Palestine's side. That would be my dumb version of that. That would be my.
So you do want to destroy all of Hamas still? I don't know why you're arguing with that. You're just saying they're doing it the wrong way.
Yes, obviously the mass bombings is what radicalizes people. If Israel were willing to put their lives on the line.
Okay,
why
so you're
like
a
dialogue tree. Just ask me, should we do it differently?
Well, yeah, but it's quite significantly differently. You're willing to bomb the shit out of them.
You think they should do it, but more legally? Or more
I don't know. It's less. I don't care about the legality. What I care about is Israel, I think, is in a position of greater power and probably needs to take more responsibility and accept more risk and danger itself to its own military combatants in exchange for not just blasting the shit out of civilians. Forget any of the moral claims. I think this is probably just long term the more effective solution. I think you'll probably end up with more dead Israelis over time because of the 250,000, Hamas 2.0 radicals that you end up generating over the next 10 years by killing the 40,000 today.
Yeah. So do the military operation to take out Hamas, but do it in a less ham-fisted Cyclops way. Okay, cool.
Yeah, and accept Israeli casualties.
Okay, Jackson, what about you?
Yeah, I more or less agree with that, but I also agree with some kind of good faith concessions on the Israeli side. Some kind of pullback from the settlements, some kind of less crackdown on the West Bank and Palestinians overall, or some kind of
on October 8th.
Well, not October 8th. We're talking about if we're talking about what we would do now, that would be the way. I would say, like, yes, less bombing, more like, hey, here's a promise to do things better from now on. You guys have been radicalized.
Sorry, I just had an idea. Why didn't you promise to do things based on the number of like Hamas fighters that surrender? Right, like for every 100 or every 1,000 Hamas fighters surrender, we will retreat.
That's actually based.
Damn, divide
That's
and conquer.
actually based. I would agree with
divide
that.
and conquer.
Exactly. So now the Palestinians have a good reason
That's
not to.
the carrot and the stick
Did I
method.
solve it? I fucking solved it. I did it. We did it. I'm going straight to the UN. See ya, boys.
Did you just game theory this shit? Come on.
I fucking cracked it.
Yeah, I'm
That's
just
it.
saying. Let's
For every
if
1,000
the
surrendered
fucking-
Hamas,
If the Israeli
1%
government
more
went
of the
to
West
the,
Bank.
I don't
yeah.
think that's gonna work because Hamas are pretty selfish and they're probably gonna be like, that's
Yeah,
when
but
they're
it was
gonna use,
fun on
like,
the Palestinians.
yeah, but
No,
that's,
Hamas is
that's
pretty
not, they're gonna actually like be like, hey, don't fucking push us towards surrendering or whatever.
Number one, Hamas is.
Population
You're
hostage.
right.
Let the
You're right.
boner
The
boxer talk.
population is. You're right. The population is held hostage. Number one. Number two. The idea is kind of cool, but only if the population trusts Israel. And right now, they don't trust Israel at all.
Yeah,
so I don't think this would
And
really
keep
work.
in mind
Oh wait,
also
sorry. We have the Stardust. Just one more thing. We have the perfect moment because a bunch of Hamas just surrendered, right? So now this is the moment when you would go, okay, a bunch of Hamas have surrendered. We're now, and we don't need to do this because they've already surrendered. Now we're going to show you. We're going to retreat some settlements from the West Bank or whatever concessions that you want them to make, right? This would be the moment.
By the way, hold on.
Email them.
Smugbug, I agree with this. I think after Israel destroys Hamas, they should completely freeze all settlements in the West Bank. Any expansion.
Freeze or withdraw.
This is not what I agree. Wait. No, nice try, motherfucker. All right, I know you want eternal war. It's not going to happen. Okay.
Jesus.
After the surrender, all right, they pull back from some settlements. I don't know how you decide.
They're not going to be pulling.
Just
they're
so
not gonna
just so you guys know, just so we all know,
without a
a
negotiation.
settlement freeze is like 8 billion times easier than like evicting settlers. Okay, but yeah, just
yeah.
Cool, fine. So
Yeah,
maybe you would say
It's definitely 8 billion times easier, but there has to be some kind of like
that'll be done with a
reparation.
negotiation. You'll make negotiations where some settlements are dismantled, and then
Who are you
others are
going
going
to
to be
negotiate with?
with the
Who are you
PA,
gonna negotiate with?
hopefully a revitalized PA.
you're saying yeah. Well, no, hold on. No, what you're
A
doing is
PA
you're
that has
negotiating.
no mandate. The PA that has virtually no support within the West Bank and Gaza. What are you What are you trying?
You need
what are you
to.
saying here?
You need to. You
No,
just need to
to be
reward
fair
the
to David,
surrenders. That's
there is
it.
no one else to negotiate with. I agree. Someone, at least the PA, has to be some kind of intermediary. Negotiator.
But you need some. You need someone with a
Regardless of
mandate.
whether they have the people's backing or not. Once there is some kind of like concession in the Israel.
Once I see
The
the, PA
Palestinians
can
in
get them
the
a
West Bank-
resolution, there'll be more support for the PA.
Exactly.
The
Yeah, I agree
Palestinians
with
in the
you
West
there.
Bank believe that the PA is a policeman, are the policemen of Israel. Like, I don't understand how like it doesn't come across as kind of iffy in that situation.
Wait. But then
I
this
agree
solves the
with you,
problem.
Mahad. The
Because what you
problem is
do.
like
Sorry.
the PA has actually never. That is because they generally reinforce whatever the Israeli government and the IDF do. That's true. But if Israel is actually doing, and it is on Israel's part to actually do some kind of peace, good faith action, and the PA is there to like actually handle that to some degree and make sure it goes through to the Palestinians' part, the Palestinians will view them way more favorably. The problem is that now they're not viewing them favorably because they're kind of aiding and abetting the kind of like IDF control that's happening in the West Bank. If Israel is pulling back and freezing and doing all that kind of shit, people will be like,
To be honest,
Israel gives PA the credit so that they've got like a more reasonable group to negotiate with. It's actually a win-win-win, right? With the surrenders.
It is a win-win-win, but then to be honest, like I can pick apart this argument all day. Like the Mahmoud Abbas is a fucking liability in of himself. Many of the
Yeah, but you just said the PA is basically just going to execute whatever Israel wants, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well,
No,
what
the
if
PA is
Israel
not-
wants to do this? Hold on. What if Israel wants to do this surrender system? The PA benefits because they're more likely. They're going to reduce the power of Hamas. They can be taken more seriously by the Palestinians, and they are working closely with Israel, which I don't know anything, but apparently, I guess they just do whatever Israel says. So this only needs to be an
By the way,
Israeli
that's
plan
just a
executed by
conspiratorial
the PA.
thing. That's not actually
okay,
true.
fine. Whether or not it's true, this makes sense because it builds respect for the PA via Israel's decision to offer concessions as in exchange for surrenders, and then it reduces the power of Hamas because now Hamas is the only obstacle to peace.
That is the initial. That's the initial thing. That's what should have been happening before October 7th. But the problem is, having the solution now
You can't do that while
is
Hamas
not.
is still there. You
Have the
can't
idea
start the
now.
negotiation.
We didn't have the idea before the October 7th.
Well,
if I just came up with this earlier, I'm sorry.
Let's
True,
pump the
true,
brakes
true.
for a
Let the woman
second.
speak,
Let's
you-
pump
Let's
the
start
brakes for a
us.
second.
Go.
How many people in Gaza and within the West Bank actually want peace the way that Israel wants it?
How many people in Israel wants peace the way that people in Palestine want it? Like, it's a stupid question. It's a back and forth. There is no way of arguing this. There's no way of arguing this when the people in power have a very different opinion than people on the ground. This is not like a gotcha question or a way of like actually
No, I'm not
getting down to the truth.
I'm
Wait,
not
let me
trying
hear
to
what
do
I didn't even
gotcha
hear what Stardust was trying to say.
My question is essentially like, are the Palestinians plus, even if the PA comes to like an agreement with Israel, like the Palestinians themselves, are they going to be okay with that? Because historically they haven't, right?
Yes, they historically haven't been okay
that's
with it because there's
problem,
nothing.
yeah.
There has been no goodwill from the Israeli government or Israel in general to these people.
Hold on, that's not true.
They
Hold
have
on,
been
hold on.
no.
Wait,
They've
that's
been
amazing.
living
I
in the
love that
West Bank. In the West Bank, they live under a permit regime. They have segregated roads. They're harassed
Hold on.
consistently.
That's amazing.
What are you talking
Mahad,
about?
I love that argument. That is a beautiful argument you just made because it's so easily dismantled. If you just look at the in 2000, if you look at the Camp David Accords, if you look at the Clinton parameters, if you look at the at those, all of those things were completely rejected, bad faith, by Arafat without really counter-offering anything seriously. So they did genuinely try to create a two-state solution on Israel's side.
So shoot Arafat. That's it. You fixed your problem.
Wait. Sorry. Let's if you want to do this discussion, I guess Mahad and do you think Arafat was right or wrong to walk away from, say, Camp David?
I think he was stupid.
Okay.
I don't think he was right or wrong. I think how to explain
It wasn't
this?
pragmatic.
He didn't do the right thing in walking away. But the offer that he got was so insulting that I would have walked away from it. Like, it's not that.
Well, he could have counter-offered.
It's
not that hard.
People keep hyping up this fucking amazing deal that would have helped save the Middle East and made it ensure that the Palestine would have had its own nation. It wasn't
man,
that.
he just wanted to leave so that he could do more violence.
So just to be clear, what do we think this?
Every Zionist and everyone who's pro-Israel, who has pushed this argument that the Camp David Accords and the deals that were asked for in 2000 were amazing and great deals for Israel for Palestine, are delusional and believe that them holding all still holding all the control is somehow a great deal for Palestine. It's not. It doesn't make sense.
Do you think
it doesn't make sense at all?
Do you think he was also right to give the rejections that they gave of the Clinton parameters? Those two?
No.
Okay.
No, it wasn't good. They wasn't right to do that.
So what? Okay. Anyone else have any opinions on that before we go further?
Look, I agree. I don't agree that it was all on Arafat or on the Palestinian side that these negotiations failed. Sure, I don't think Arafat was a good faith actor. To be fair, he's a piece of shit. He always has been. And I think a lot
I don't
of
think he was a piece
people,
of shit. I think he was just an idiot.
I would even say a slimy cuck bastard.
You know what? I'll be fair to David. I can actually agree with that. Arafat is seen in a lot of ways as a slimy bastard in a lot of ways. But I don't think the Israelis were any less favorable. I think maybe I can make the argument that maybe Arafat was maybe slightly worse, maybe, I don't know. But we'll never really know the specifics of those negotiations. But we've seen, I don't think there was anything offered in good faith to the Palestinians. Can we agree on that, David?
Wait, hold on. What was the last part?
You don't think it's kind of unfair whatever was offered in Camp David to the Palestinians? Even that they don't really have their
I think it was very generous first offer from Israel, and that if they needed more, they should have countered offered, and that's like that.
No. That was a generous first offer.
That they want from the first fucking.
Wait, sorry. Does this?
That was a generous first offer.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
Why do we care about the law? I don't understand. Why does this matter? Like, are you just testing whether David has the wrong opinion on something that happened 10 years ago?
Wait, what?
It was
So
23
he's trying
years
to
ago.
say that like Israel was also bad faith in
I
2001.
lose track. Look, I wasn't there. Okay, but yeah, like, is the point of this just to see if David has the correct opinion, in your opinion, on whether the Camp David deal was good or not?
No, it's
Is that
maybe
it?
maybe to find
I want
out.
to know
It's maybe to see as far as
as
If we can trust
bad faith
Arafat.
actors as much as he views the Palestinians, because right now he seems to be just excuse anything that Israel does as like, oh, they've done everything they can, which I don't agree
No,
with.
no, I wouldn't. I wouldn't say they did everything they can.
As much as the Palestinian leadership.
Okay, so we're just checking Arafat.
What?
Yeah, hold on. So Israel has won like multiple wars in which the other side wanted to, at the absolute minimum, ethnically
good job
cleanse
for that,
their entire population. And then after that, they decided to give offers where they're giving the majority of what is asked for. In fact, Camp David was actually exactly what Arafat asked for, and then he still walked away without making a counteroffer for even more than he asked for.
Wait, what do you mean Camp
So I
David
would
was
say that
exactly
yes.
what Arafat asked for? What do you mean by that?
Or am I mixing them up? Am I mixing it up with the Clinton parameters?
Maybe, because Arafat didn't even want... Initially, Arafat wanted to have a summit before Camp David. I think because I think that he thought that there were too many things that were... The third redeployment hadn't happened, and he wanted to have a negotiation that came before Camp David with, like, higher level leaders. So, and then Camp David was kind of like... It felt like it was rushed.
So maybe I know that one of them. I think I might be mixing it up with the Clinton parameters, but either way, he gets everything he asked for and he just walks away.
Okay, so as far as say like the other two guys, what do you think should have changed about Camp David? Was it because of security? Was it the borders? Was it Jerusalem or refugees?
I think the security thing is a pretty big deal. Like, I mean, like, it's not really a country if you don't have your own securities or defense system that's set up.
Well, hold on. They were gonna have a police force, right? You're not expecting the country that tried to defeat you like they tried to like ethnically cleanse you multiple times, or had other people as a proxy try to do it, like give them militarization.
No, militarization.
Control of their own airspace.
You understand? Yeah, exactly. You don't think militarization and control of airspace is important for a country to exist? I mean, what if
in like Japan, wasn't it like Japan and Germany? You didn't give them a militarization or an airspace to begin with. Like you can start working there once you show like good faith relations and the desire to like not destroy the other country. But you don't start off with like a militarized state. That just is a recipe for disaster.
Just to be clear, the Clinton parameters after Camp David did give control of Palestinian airspace, so I guess Palestinians were maybe right to not like the airspace thing about Camp David.
Well, I don't know if Israel would have accepted that part. Did Israel accept that?
Yeah.
I'd be shocked.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, why would you worry about it? Like, Palestinians didn't even have planes. Like, why would you worry about that? Yeah, they still had their fucking.
I guess if they weren't able to build up planes,
they still had their checkpoint areas and all that shit. Yeah, they still had their 3 fucking security.
By airspace, you mean like commercial?
I don't know. Fuck.
It could include commercial.
Yeah, no, it must have been commercial, right? Because they would have still been demilitarized, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So if they're still that's what I meant by like they have to be demilitarized, even if they have airspace.
It was like a 5 or 6 year demilitarization or some shit. Yeah.
So why is it important whether Camp David was good or not? Sorry, I'm dumb. Why?
To see what people consider to be a good peace deal, right? That might be important.
Okay,
all right.
The Israelis keep citing every time when like anything happens bad to the Palestinians, they're like, well, they didn't accept that deal and they didn't accept that deal. Well, if anything was really offered in good faith to some degree, people would like view them a bit more favorably.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
They are all offered in good faith, and Israelis always wanted to be so benevolent and they wanted to give everything they wanted to the Palestinians, but they just had no choice to restrict them from, because otherwise the Palestinians would have killed them.
We're only bombing them now because we gave them a decent deal and they spat in our face. That's kind of the thing that
that's the whole like
Camp David. Okay.
That's like a bad faith way of getting there. Yeah.
So the steel Smugbug, hey, Smugbug,
piece of shit.
The steel man of the Israeli position on Camp David and why it's important is that Israel tried to offer peace negotiations, even when they were rejected with Camp David. They tried to go again with fucking the Clinton parameters and Taba, and the Palestinian response was to reject Camp David, dither on Taba, launch an intifada, and then Israelis are like, well, we can't end an occupation without negotiation, so like, fuck. And then Hamas comes in after the second intifada, and then it's like, so the Israeli position is like, well, we can't, like, now we just can't negotiate peace ever, because two different leaders. So that's the statement of the Israeli position, anyway.
If I can just, sorry, if I can just,
no.
During that, respond to that. Sorry. If I can just 1 second. Yeah, I think that I forgot. Sorry, go ahead, Mahad. Fuck. I knew I was gonna lose it.
During that whole negotiation, there was one very important topic that was like hotly argued from both sides: Jerusalem. And what happened during those negotiations?
Is that rhetorical, or are you gonna
fact check? I don't know.
I don't know either.
That's a broad question. I know Arafat said some dumb shit about Jerusalem, but if you're going to say something different.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Arafat decided to. His negotiation was that the Jews have never had a temple in Jerusalem and they have no connection.
Arafat's an idiot. Arafat's an idiot. We've said this multiple times. Understand?
Oh, that reminds me. Sorry.
Yeah. So I just wanted to know where you were going with that. That's why you were saying said Jerusalem. What was the Israelis doing?
It seems like everyone agrees that Arafat should have taken the deal, though, right? Like everyone here agrees it's a bad deal, but they should have taken it anyway, right?
I don't know.
They don't even have to take it. Start negotiating in good faith.
Well, it's not about taking it. It's just like I think if I'm holding true to my whole like bombing Gaza radicalizes people, I would probably have to say that Arafat should have taken nearly any deal on the table, because a position where you can actually negotiate and kind of start to improve your relationship with Israel is probably the best route to Palestine being free.
Well, that's a big problem, though. The problem is that because of Israel constantly warring with these like Arab countries, like with Jordan and Egypt and all that, is that they have this thing where they basically they don't really disentangle Palestinians from Arabs. They see it as like the same entity. And the problem there is that when you've got a negotiation with the West Bank and Israel and Gaza, is that Israel basically thinks they're offering like terms of surrender. So that's why they feel like they're being generous on one end with their end, whereas the Palestinians feel like they're oppressed people who are being given like terms of surrender, which they don't feel like they have to surrender because most of them were not like the other Arab states, right? So Israel feels like they're being generous because they see it as terms of surrender, whereas Palestinians see it as what should be more like reparations or like some kind of like apology offering, but it's only like 22% of historic Palestine. So yeah, you can see that's probably where the big failure comes from, but that's why.
Regardless of how shitty the deal is, does everyone agree here that they should have taken it anyway, because that was a more sustainable route to peace and improving the lives of Palestinians than going down this rejection and then violence route?
Probably.
I don't think taking the agreement immediately would have been good. I think negotiating would have been better.
Yeah, negotiating. But basically taking the best deal you can get, no matter how shit it is.
No,
I don't agree with that. Because like, if the deal was shit to begin with, if you wanted to,
it wasn't that shit. It was a pretty good deal for the time.
Let's you know what, David,
be lucky to get a deal like that now.
Genuinely, David, I actually might agree with you. But the thing is, like, right now, let's take it from the Palestinian perspective. If you thought that this was a shitty deal, you would actually go back to the drawing board and see, like, okay, how can I enact some kind of like strategic violence to like push myself in a more negotiating position so I can.
Yeah, but let me explain something. Every single this.
But hold on, let me just finish my point.
The violence.
The point is that this is what Arafat was thinking. This is what Arafat was like trying to think.
Of course, I agree. He thought the violence was getting better stuff, and he wanted to do the Intifada. But I would say that makes him a fucking demonstrable person, like wanting to do more civilian casualties to get a better deal.
I don't know about civilian.
Sorry, guys. I've got like maybe 5 more minutes left. So unless anyone has any other topics.
I wanted to ask you a question, Nanobox.
Yeah?
He just wanted to ask you a question. That was it.
That was the question.
I need to find it.
What do you think, Nanobox, what do you think about Hezbollah right now in the 2006 war? Do you think there was a better way that war could have ended?
For Hezbollah?
As a fellow Lebanon, yeah. Like how their meteoric rise, I guess, in popularity after that war. Do you think there was a better way Israel could have resolved that war without Hezbollah's like popularity skyrocketing?
I don't really know if you're supposed to invade a country because 2 guys get kidnapped. I don't know. That's probably where I'd go with
let's
Israel.
Say you started that, and how would you like reverse that? I guess like without like having Hezbollah gain the popularity that they gained, or like the credit that they got at the time.
Oh, what could have Israel done differently, like in the war or after the war?
In the war.
In the war.
I mean, to end the war, I guess.
Oh, to
like they withdrew and like surrendered essentially, and that's
Yeah.
when like that was like seen as like the first real quote Arab victory, I guess, against Israel.
Yeah, I
And
don't
Hezbollah
really.
was, like,
I don't
Yeah.
really know if I can answer because I feel like as soon as you say our goal is to destroy Hezbollah, like that's kind of where they failed, right? They failed because they invaded the country and gave themselves an impossible goal. So if you're talking about during the war, after they've already made that impossible decision, I feel like Israel lost as soon as they crossed the border. I don't know if that helps, or maybe they shouldn't have done that fucking Dahia doctrine shit that just radicalizes the whole population. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but I don't know if that helps or.
They should have been strong enough to destroy Hezbollah.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
I don't know. If there was like a more rhetorical tactic they could have taken to withdraw a bit more tactically. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
Probably not, right? Because even when it's not like a very clear defeat, like Hezbollah, like even like the disengagement from Gaza, it's not like there wasn't that much evidence that Hamas violence convinced them to do that. Like we knew they were doing it because of demographics, but Hamas claimed victory for it anyway, right? It's
You're talking about the Gaza
unilateral
withdrawal.
pullout.
Yeah, 2005. Yeah. So I feel like I
Yeah.
don't really know if there's a rhetorical way you could convince the Lebanese people, because Lebanese people don't give a fuck about what Israel says, why they left, right? Or yeah. I don't really.
There's a lot of their Israel sympathizers in the north, especially the ones that kind of like had their entanglements with the Palestinian PLO, kind of like
the Phalangists
people at the time. Yeah, well,
I mean,
more like I think Lebanese forces, I guess, kind of
Loner Box
adjacent
Party.
people.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't.
Is that your
sorry.
party?
What?
No, I'm just kidding. Anyways,
Okay.
go ahead.
Jesus. I mean,
All right.
didn't even after 2006, I feel like that was the first time I ever heard Lebanese Christians like saying nice things about Hezbollah because, because the Phalangists were dog shit, and then they were like, "Whoa, if Hezbollah can actually embarrass
even
Israel, we like
the
that."
Christians in the south, because the Christians in the south have always kind of like allied. Well, a lot of them kind of allied with like Shiites in the south as well.
Well, the Christians,
At
I
least the
don't
ones
know.
that kind
I
of
don't think I.
suffered
Do I know?
the like, Israel occupation.
Do I know Christians? I don't think I know Christians from the south. I know Christians from like Himalaya and fucking Lebanon and Beirut and Juni. That's the Christians I know.
Oh, gotcha.
I only know Egyptian Christian Israel supporters. Those guys are based.
Okay. My question to you, Lonabox. I had questions originally about anti-Semitism, but I think we've discussed it enough. So my question now is about the thing that we asked before earlier about the Clinton parameters. Do you think they were adequate, or do you think that it was just something makeshift quick that was thought of to help try and push the deal forward, and wasn't really as well thought out as people think it is?
I don't know. Probably both, but I think given the circumstances, I feel like that had to. There was because the only alternative to the Clinton parameters being accepted and Taba negotiating a deal quickly was the second Intifada, right? Or Sharon getting elected. So yeah, I think that should have been taken. I don't really know if is there anything particular about Clinton parameters that you think could have been better? Because as far as I know, the big reservation that the Palestinian side had was they wanted full right of return. At least that's from that letter that I read. So, which was never going to
Yes,
happen.
refugee rights.
Yeah.
Refugee rights is the big thing. Also, the fact that they pushed the question of Jerusalem, wasn't it, to another. Did they push it to another one, or was it in this one? I forgot which one it is.
It was unresolved.
Yeah, the fact that they pushed it is kind of an issue, because that in of itself is like one of the biggest questions, the biggest issues, because both Jews and Muslims have a claim to the Temple Mount, the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and one of the other having total control over it is not exactly the great thing. But within the negotiations, that either side was just saying, I'll take it, no, I'll take it, no, I'll take it. It's just not.
Didn't they end up offering like control over the the mosques and all the Palestinian neighborhoods to the Palestinian side, and then the Israeli sides would control the Israeli territory part
That's
of it.
for Jerusalem, but the Temple Mount was its own separate thing, right? Because they're kind of both.
Yeah, I'm saying they
one's on
control
top of
over the
other,
Temple Mount
right?
itself.
Yeah, so I
No.
think. Sorry, you go on.
No, that's the thing that the whole discussion was about the Temple Mount itself. It was not like the big contention isn't Jerusalem. Jerusalem is an issue in of itself. It's a different whole thing. The issue is the mosque, the Temple Mount. That's a big issue. That's a big deal. Because if one side has it entirely, if you let the extremists that are in charge right now in Israel take control of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, Muslims right now all believe that these extremists will demolish the mosque. That's like a fully held belief. But if you look at it from the point of view of the Jewish people of Israel, they believe that if the Muslims had full control over the Temple Mount, they would continue praying over it, quote unquote desecrating it, and ensuring that the Temple Mount would never be rebuilt. So there's just
we actually, thankfully, we have historical evidence of both sides of what happens if either side has control over it. So under the Arabic side, the Jews were completely banned from worshiping their holiest site for 20 years during the Jordanian occupation. During the Israeli side,
what happened during the Ottoman occupation?
In the Ottoman occupation,
the Ottoman had control. Ottomans had control of that region
state.
during that in time. The Ottomans were an apartheid state. Cool. What happened during that time? Were they allowed to practice there? Yes or no?
I think Jews prayed at the wall under Ottoman Empire, didn't they?
Yes.
Did they? Okay.
It's a stupid.
I
analogy.
don't think it was fully allowed. I think there was some problems as well. There was some protests about that, from what I remember.
Yes, there was some protests, but in general, there was a right for there was an ability
There was
for
some.
Jews to
There
be
was
able to.
sometimes it was allowed, from what I remember.
So we'll give it back to the Turks? I don't know. Fuck. Wait.
Let's give it back to the Ottomans. Fuck it. Let's go.
I'm trying to read this thing here now. So this is from the Palestinian. Where is he? Two alternative formulations were presented addressing each state's sovereignty over rights to the Haram al-Sharif and the Western Wall. Both formulations provide for Palestinian sovereignty over the Haram and Israeli sovereignty over the Wall, restricting the parties from excavating beneath the Haram or behind the wall. Because excavation was a big part of this as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Clinton parameters, they wanted to recognize Israeli sovereignty under the Haram. And the Palestinians didn't like that, or I don't know. Fuck.
No.
And I guess they didn't think that because Arafat doesn't think there was ever a Jewish temple there, right?
Arafat was an interesting fellow, to say the least.
He was a bit of a gooner.
Here's the biggest. That's the biggest point, because, like I said before, Muslims believe the Dome of the Rock is one of the holy sites for Islam. One of the three holy sites after the Kaaba and the Medina Munawwara, the Mosque of the Prophet. But the Jews also believe that the Temple Mount is underneath that the Dome of the Rock. I can't say anything because I don't know. I've never been there and I've never seen it. But if they say it's there, I believe them. So having two of the biggest Abrahamic religions holy sites in that one region is, number one, going to be a cause for disaster. But number two, not having clear parameters of what's going to happen, either having it as dual sovereignty or having it as like a special designated zone that neither of them have proper control over, and it's like its own special designated district. Having one of those two things happen, or one or the other, it's having one thing in total would have been much better than having this weird back and forth about whether or not it's Israeli or it should be Palestinian or it should not be either.
Okay. Well, does anyone else have anything to say? Does anyone else have anything to say?
We did it, right? It's all over?
Yep, we solved them.
I can tell you haven't had these discussions very often if you're making that fucking joke. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, didn't we? You've all been arguing about Israel-Palestine for months, and I came back and solved it in 2 hours.
Okay. What are you saying, Wiz?
I was just saying, did you see they put Lego in Fortnite?
Oh my fucking god.
What?
Yeah.
True. That's what I've been doing this whole time.
Okay.
It's a game changer.
God.
Listen.
I'm sorry, David. How old are you actually? Because you sound like you're 14.
I'm 21.
Wow.
Damn.
That's fucked.
Were you even at Camp David?
I actually am Camp David.
You were conceived at Camp David.
No,
Bro was
I
born this
am
millennium.
Camp David.
God damn.
Oh,
Wait, have you
shit.
guys seen that Son of Hamas guy who always like says, "I am Palestine. I am Palestine."
Nope, never seen that. Probably in one of your.
He's a fucking character, dude.
like-
He's a weirdo.
No.
He's amazing.
What's his story? He's the son of a Hamas leader, but he's become pro-Israel. Is that his thing?
He's like the son
Oh,
of the
God.
Hamas leader, and then he was a long-term collaborator with Israel to like take down huge like terrorist threats, like huge. I think there was gonna be like a group of 5 people going into a huge concert with suicide bombs, and he ratted them out and got them.
The pick me Palestinian.
kaboomed.
Damn.
And, he's,
Damn, son,
and he
damn.
goes on fucking news broadcasts and shit, doesn't he?
Yep.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
He's
Pierce.
the Lion
Morgan.
of Zion.
I might watch him one day. Okay. It's been fun, you
Wait,
guys.
hold on. One last thing about him. He
Oh,
said
God.
he proposed that Israel execute his father to show Hamas who's boss. He's actually unhinged, but he's
Wow.
funny. Okay, that's it.
Oh,
Love you.
God.
Okay.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, take care, guys. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, guys. This piece of shit. All right. I need to go. Okay. I'm hungry. I'm stiff. Muscles, not. Okay. Where am I going to send you guys to? Where are we going? Where am I going to send you guys? That's the big question. Gaza. Okay. Oh, Vouch is live. Let's put you guys there, Dave. We know you meant muscle, lol. Never be too careful, okay? Am I gonna level? Not even close. Okay. Okay. Take care, guys. I'm sending you out, okay? Get the fuck off. Bye.